Chapter 32:20.
Huan, where are you?
Duan Ling Tian had been in the medicinal herb paradise for quite some time now, and he had been to many places along the way. At this moment, he sent a message asking for Huan Er's location. Huan Er quickly replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm at a place with 2 hills. There's a small stream near one of the hills. All the celestial herbs here have been taken away. Have you been here before?" Huan Er told Duan Ling Tian her current location. "I think I have an impression of this place. I'll go and have a look." Duan Ling Tian teleported to a place that was similar to the place Huan Er had told him about. "Brother Ling Tian."
Huan Er was indeed here, and the two of them successfully reunited.
"Huan Er, I've obtained a Red River celestial fruit. I'll give it to you once we're out of here. With your current cultivation base, you'll be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in no time," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. It was as though he was happier to obtain a celestial fruit that Huan Er could use. "Brother Ling Tian, I've also obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits that celestial kings can use to improve their cultivation bases."
Huan Er smiled.
"More than a dozen?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He had only obtained a few celestial fruits in total, but Huan Er had obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits in such a short time. "Huan Er, where did you obtain so many celestial fruits?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "I snatched a few from others. As for the other celestial fruits, I found them in places that were shrouded by illusory formations. Those people didn't notice them at all." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Illusory formations?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood.
Illusory formations were nothing to Huan Er.
"Brother Ling Tian, most of the celestial fruits in places without illusory formations have been taken by others. Why don't we look for places that are shrouded by illusory formations?" Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er began to wander around the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. They discovered a few places that were shrouded in illusory formations. One of them had already been looted. According to Huan Er, these illusory formations were more advanced than the others. However, no matter how powerful the illusory formation was, it was as though it did not exist in her eyes. With Huan Er leading the way, Duan Ling Tian swept through all the immortal herbs and immortal fruits along the way. "I really didn't expect that the places I've been to would be so different." Duan Ling Tian had passed by 2 places covered by the illusion array before, but at that time, Duan Ling Tian did not find any clues. It was only when Huan Er brought him into the illusory formation that he realized there was another world in this place. There are still 3 hours before the 3rd-grade herb mountain closes. As soon as Duan Ling Tian collected a celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in his ears. He felt an urge to kneel and worship the voice. This voice. Could it be the voice of the Jade Emperor? The heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The Jade Emperor from the ancient legends on Earth? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The Jade Emperor was a mythical figure that he had heard about since he was young in his previous life. When Duan Ling Tian realized this voice might be related to the Jade Emperor, he could not help but feel excited. After all, he was born and raised on Earth in his previous life. His memories in this life were from his previous life as well. "Brother Ling Tian, there are only 3 hours left. Let's continue to wander around and see if there are any places that are shrouded in illusory formations," Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er continued to wander around the herb mountain. An hour later, they finally found another place shrouded in illusory formations. After looting the celestial herbs and celestial fruits, they left. "So far, I've collected more than 20 celestial fruits. Including the celestial fruits I have almost 50 celestial fruits." After leaving the area shrouded in illusory formations, Duan Ling Tian made some calculations in his heart. "I wonder if I'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits in the next 2 hours? Fortunately, no one knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. For the others, it was already considered good if they could obtain a few celestial fruits. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was counting on obtaining more than 50 celestial fruits. "Brat, it's you. A thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he stepped out of the illusory formations. When he turned around, he saw Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was the one who had fought with the Ganges Profound sect's celestial lord for the Red River celestial fruit. However, Duan Lingtian had beaten him to it. Elder Wang was a 3-talent celestial king. Although he could not defeat the Ganges Profound sect's 2-form celestial king, that was only because water countered fire. After all, he had comprehended the law of fire while his opponent had comprehended the law of water. At this moment, there was another old man standing next to Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect.
Elder Wang, do you know him?
The old man asked. Elder Lu, he's the brat I mentioned to you earlier.
When I was fighting with Old Man Qin from the Ganges Profound sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he used his teleportation profundity, which was at the initial stage of the law of space, to snatch our Red River celestial fruit.
Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect said in a deep voice.
Based on how he addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was also an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect.
It's him? Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Wang's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a hunter who had spotted his prey. Elder Wang, is it? Did the two of you gain anything during this time? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Even if Huan was not with him, he would not be afraid of Elder Wang. The Palm Fire Zen sect was only a 5th-grade sect. They did not have any titled celestial lords. Naturally, the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect who entered the medicinal herb paradise were not the strongest in the sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 10-direction celestial king, he was not afraid of them. In fact, he was confident he could kill one of them in a breath and 2 in 2 breaths if he took out the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had a sword soul, the power it could unleash was above all Emperor-grade celestial weapons, even though it was still limited by his cultivation base. Even an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired weapon soul would not be as powerful as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, Huang could help him in the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although Huang had not regained her comprehension of the law of destruction due to Duan Lingtian's low cultivation base, she could not unleash the full power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang strength was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Duan Lingtian had sparred with Huang 10 years ago. The battle ended in a draw. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. What? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking advantage of us? Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect laughed. You're just a 10-direction celestial king. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Brat, you better hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Otherwise, even if you can avoid me, the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let you off the hook. Elder Wang said threateningly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Avoid me? Duan Lingtian smiled. When did I say I'm going to avoid you? If you're not going to avoid us, are you going to fight us? Elder Wang said with a disdainful smile. Huan will take one each. Just ask them to hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian said to Huan Under the scornful gazes of the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their moves. As soon as they made their moves, they swiftly suppressed the 2 elders from the sect. Even after the elders took out their royal-grade celestial weapons, they were still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian and Huan From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not take out their royal-grade celestial weapons. If you don't want to die, hand over your loot. This person next to me can hypnotize you with an illusory technique, so don't take any chances. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect had a look of despair on their faces. After witnessing Duan Lingtian and Huan strength, even without Duan Lingtian's warning, they did not dare to take any chances. After all, with Duan Lingtian and Huan strength, they would have died a long time ago if they wanted to kill them. These are the celestial fruits I obtained after entering this place. I only obtained these celestial fruits. The 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect were reluctant to part with the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Mountain of Herbs. At this moment, they could only feel relieved that Duan Lingtian did not take their celestial herbs. However, Duan Lingtian's next words made them despair.
and the celestial herbs you obtained this time. Duan Ling Tian and Huan were about to leave after collecting the celestial herbs from the Palm Fire's insect.
Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu.
A loud voice rang from afar, attracting the attention of Duan Ling Tian, Huan and the 2 elders from the Palm Fire celestial sect. There were 4 people in total, 1 middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with one of the old men. It was Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect who had competed with Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect for the Red River celestial fruits.
It's you.
At the same time, Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect also recognized Duan Ling Tian and the 2 people from the Palm Fire Zen sect.
Wang Yi Lu Tong.
The Ganges Profound sect will take the Red River celestial fruits from this brat. Elder Qin looked vigilantly at the 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect and said in a deep voice.
He was very confident.
After all, he had the advantage in numbers. You, Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect wanted to say something but was stopped by Elder Wang through voice transmission.
Don't remind him. We can't be the only ones at a disadvantage, right? Chapter 32:21.
As soon as Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect finished speaking, he stood aside and watched the show, as if he would not interfere. Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect also stood at the side with Elder Wang after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly.
Brat, did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Why did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect?
At this moment, the other 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect were also looking at Duan Ling Tian with a cold expression on their faces.
He attacked me after I obtained the celestial fruit. Should I wait for him to kill me instead?
Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect.
Brat, how dare you kill an elder from the Ganges Profound sect? You'll die here today.
The middle-aged man from the Ganges Mysterious sect coldly spoke. An icy murderous intent promptly surfaced in his eyes. The other 3 old men from the Ganges Profound sect, including Elder Qin, looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly as though they were waiting to devour him.
What? All of you want to kill me?
A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he looked at the 4 people from the Tao Scholar Profound sect meaningfully. All of you better think twice. Brat, you'll definitely die today for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, should we remind them? Based on the situation, I'm afraid these 2 young men won't show mercy to the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect like they did to us.
Elder Lu, you're an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. What does the life and death of the people from the Ganges Profound sect have to do with you? Elder Wang replied non-committally through voice transmission. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect attacked Duan Ling Tian at the same time. This was because they had learned from Elder Qin that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the profundity of teleportation to the initial stage of the law of space. In order to prevent Duan Ling Tian from escaping, they wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian before he could teleport away. Seeing this, Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect gloated. The result was just as he expected. The 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. However, what surprised him was that the purple-clothed young man had not made a move from the beginning to the end. The one who had made a move was the breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman beside him. Moreover, it only took her less than a breath to kill the 4 celestial lords from the Ganges Profound sect. Is that a soul attack? Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect had a grim expression on his face when he recalled how the 4 celestial lords froze in place before the white-clothed young woman killed them. Even Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect who was standing next to him had a fearful expression on his face as he thought to himself. Fortunately, she didn't use that technique on me earlier. Otherwise I would have died. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian fought with Huan he was the one who fought with Huan At this moment, he realized Huan had been concealing her true strength when she fought with him earlier.
After collecting the spatial rings and celestial weapons from the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Wang meaningfully and said, "Are you using us as cannon fodder?" Earlier, Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect did not tell the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength. It was clear he did not want to warn the 4 people from the Ganges profound sect about their strength.
My lord, I didn't mean that.
I just think we've suffered a loss, and it's only right for them to suffer a loss and hand over the celestial herbs and celestial fruits to you. Elder Wang's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly explained, "After all, if they didn't make a move, with your character, you wouldn't have taken their celestial fruits and celestial herbs from them."
So you're saying you're doing this for my sake?
Duan Lingtian asked with a smile.
Of course.
Elder Wang had a righteous look on his face, as if he was very serious. Even Elder Lu couldn't bear to continue watching.
Huan let's go.
Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan before he left. He no longer bothered to tease Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He did not have much time left. He had to cherish the remaining time and see if he could find another place that was shrouded by an illusory formation. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan had left. A 10 Directions Celestial King and a 1 Basic Celestial Lord are so powerful.
I feel like I've lived my life in vain.
Elder Wang smiled bitterly.
You're not the only one. It's truly a blow to our confidence.
Elder Lu smiled bitterly as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan had gained a lot from their trip to the medicinal herb paradise. This made Duan Lingtian even more confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial lord in the next 30 years. In the next 30 years, they returned to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. However, they did not return to the Glacier Valley. This was because, compared to the large pile of immortal fruits he had obtained, the little bit of cultivation assistance in the Glacier Valley was negligible. Moreover, Huan preferred to stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Estate instead of the Glacier Valley. Spring went and autumn came, and time passed quietly. 20 years later Huan had successfully broken through and become a 3-talent Celestial Lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 Basic Celestial Lord. Even his comprehension of the law of space had not improved. Of the 9 profundities of the law of space, apart from the basic profundity, space elemental profundity, I have comprehended the other 8 profundities to the initial stage. However, I feel like there's a limit to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage. Most of the time, I feel like I'm close to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage, but I just can't. Duan Lingtian was already vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian was even more vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of space. After learning about Duan Lingtian's troubles, the chaos divine flame in his body said, "It's impossible for those below the celestial lord realm to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage. If you want to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, you'll have to become a celestial lord at the very least." Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian felt even more vexed. There are only 10 years left before the genius secret realm opens. I can only hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was close to that of a 1 Basic Celestial Lord. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough. His current situation was similar to Huan Er's when he left the spirit overarching heaven. Fortunately, Huan Er's situation had been resolved with time. Do I have to wait until the time is right before I can make a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the spirit overarching heaven and search for opportunities to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and traveled around the world. However, as the years passed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base remained stagnant. Next year, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory that only opens once every 1,000 years will open. I still have 1 year left. Duan Lingtian felt a great deal of pressure. Whether he was fated to enter the genius secret realm or not would depend on whether he could make a breakthrough and become a celestial lord in the next year. The opening of the genius secret realm was a grand occasion in the Nando territory. All the young prodigies in the Nando territory would participate in the genius secret realm. Now that there was only a year left before the genius secret realm opened,
The Nando territory was already bustling with activity. It has been a long time since a grassroots prodigy from a Grade 1 force appeared in the genius secret realm. In the past 10,000 years, it has always been the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Although there are some outstanding young prodigies, none of them are as good as the grassroots prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Well, it's normal. Which young prodigy from the Grade 1 forces didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? It's only natural that they're stronger than ordinary grassroots prodigies. Actually, every time the genius secret realm opens, there will always be grassroots geniuses being roped in by first-class forces. This is already considered pretty good. The genius secret realm is not only a stage for the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces to search for treasures, but it's also an opportunity for many grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. Outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited by the Grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 grassroots prodigies have been invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, it has been 10,000 years since they last invited a grassroots prodigy to join them. The ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Rumor had it that there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory due to their existence. Some people even suspected that there were titled celestial emperors in the 3 Grade 1 forces. However, due to the fact that they kept each other in check, none of them could rule the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory had no titled celestial emperors. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 could enter the genius secret realm. Those who could become celestial lords before the age of 1,000 were considered prodigies. Apart from the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators were known as grassroots prodigies. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. On the other hand, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators entered the genius secret realm to search for treasures and enter the Grade 1 forces. Naturally, most of them wanted to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory: the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Every time the genius secret realm opened, the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces would recruit disciples. However, most of the disciples chose to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces. Chapter 32-22. Every time the genius secret realm opened, the Grade 1 forces would usually recruit people inside. However, those who could make a Grade 1 force take the initiative to send out invitations were all outstanding grassroots prodigies. A grassroots prodigy who was invited to a Grade 1 force would receive a completely different treatment compared to a grassroots prodigy who took the initiative to join a Grade 1 force. In the past 10,000 years, there were only 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, 2 of the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. On the other hand, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had not invited anyone in the past 10,000 years. I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will take the initiative to invite a grassroots prodigy to enter the genius secret realm? I don't think so. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect has higher standards than the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. They won't casually invite grassroots prodigies. I think so too. It's already not bad if the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan invite a grassroots prodigy to join the genius secret realm. Days passed as the people in the Nando territory discussed among themselves. The genius secret realm was about to open. The genius secret realm was open to everyone in the Nando weave. There were entrances to the genius secret realm. As long as they were celestial lords and younger than 1,000 years old, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. Meanwhile, there were many 10 Directions celestial kings who were younger than 1,000 years old in the Nando territory. They were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord. They were frantically searching for a breakthrough. As long as they became celestial lords, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. In the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Duan Lingtian sighed as he sat in the valley. There's still a month left. It seems like I won't be able to enter the genius secret realm. Currently, there was only a month left before the genius secret realm would open. After the genius secret realm opened, the entrance would only be open for 3 days. After that, it would be impossible to enter again. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still a 10-direction celestial king.
I wonder if the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that allows me to possess the celestial origin energy and soul energy of a one basic celestial lord will be able to fool the entrance of the genius secret realm.
With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian went to look for the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Xueqi, to ask about this matter.
After staying in the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect for so many years, Duan Ling Tian knew that Xueqi was the most knowledgeable person in the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect.
In fact, it was hard to find someone more knowledgeable than Xueqi in the northern icy plains.
Lord Revered Elder, theoretically, with a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and the celestial origin energy of a one basic celestial lord, you should be able to deceive the formation in the genius secret realm.
Xueqi said. But have you ever thought about it? Could it be that you're not going to make a move after entering the genius secret realm?
Once you make a move, your cultivation base will fall back to the level of a 10-direction celestial king.
At that time you will still be sent out. In the history of the Nando territory, someone has used this method before.
However, in the end, he was forcefully sent out of the genius secret realm.
Upon hearing Xueqi's words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent.
Lord Revered Elder, since you have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, why don't you just use it? You can use it to sense your cultivation base as a one basic celestial lord.
Perhaps, you'll find a miracle and become a celestial lord. Xueqi gave Duan Ling Tian a suggestion. With your current cultivation base, there's no point in keeping the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing Xueqi's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. That was right. Why had he not thought of this before? Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian took out the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the past and used his last chance to refine it. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon disappeared after Duan Ling Tian used up his last chance. Duan Ling Tian's body was filled with the celestial origin energy of a one basic celestial lord.
Even his soul had been elevated to the level of a one basic celestial lord.
So this is the level of a one basic celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he bade farewell to Xueqi and left.
In the following month, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to recklessly use his celestial origin energy and soul energy for fear that his cultivation base would fall back to the level of a 10-direction celestial king.
Ha ha ha.
On the second day of the genius secret realm, Duan Ling Tian, who had given up all hope, finally found a miracle and successfully broke through to the level of a celestial lord with a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon.
Congratulations, Revered Elder Ling Tian. Hao Wang, the Supreme Elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, hurried over to congratulate Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian nodded at Hao Wang before he went to Wei Quan, who was still comprehending the law of space.
Huan, I've broken through. Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of the genius secret realm. There was only a little more than a day left before the entrance of the genius secret realm closed. Even with their speed, it would take them almost a day to reach the entrance of the genius secret realm. Although they were not in a hurry, Duan Ling Tian's emotions were still fluctuating. Swoosh, swoosh.
Hao Wang's eyes widened in shock when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan disappearing into the horizon.
The genius secret realm?
Revered Elder Ling Tian and Revered Elder Huan are less than 1,000 years old? Hao Wang's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the strength Duan Ling Tian and Huan had displayed before they broke through to the Celestial Lord realm.
They'll definitely be able to compete with the young geniuses from Grade 1 forces in the genius secret realm. In fact, I'm afraid not many young geniuses from Grade 1 forces are a match for them. Hao Wang was confident in Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's strength after witnessing Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's strength. Almost a day later, Duan Ling Tian and Huan finally arrived at the entrance of the genius secret realm that was closest to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The entrance of the genius secret realm was located halfway up a cliff. There were many people hovering in the air outside the entrance. It was clear they were here to accompany someone. However, there were only a few people who had entered the genius secret realm.
Huan let's go in.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan held hands as they entered the genius secret realm. After the two of them left, another round of exclamations rang out from the crowd. They were all amazed by Huan Er's flawless face. So, this is the genius secret realm?
Duan Lingtian's vision blurred for a moment before he found himself in the air above a group of magnificent buildings with Huan by his side.
He could vaguely see some figures loitering around the magnificent buildings. It was clear they were people who had entered the genius secret realm.
Huan let's go over there and have a look.
With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a mountain in the distance that pierced through the clouds. At this moment, many figures were making their way over. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan caught up to the group of people. At this moment, many people had also noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan They were shocked by Huan stunning appearance and were attracted to her. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian holding Huan hand, their expressions darkened. Of course, almost everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There are very few female celestials who can enter the genius secret realm. I didn't expect one of them to be such a beauty. Unfortunately, she's already taken. A middle-aged man sighed emotionally. Although she's already taken, as long as you're strong enough, it's not impossible for you to snatch her away. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, another young man who looked frivolous laughed. All talk and no action. Why don't you give it a try?
A young man not far away glanced at the frivolous young man and ridiculed him.
However, in the end, no one dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. After all, everyone in the genius secret realm possessed extraordinary innate talent. Apart from young prodigies from grade 1 forces, no one dared to offend anyone in the genius secret realm. After all, no one could be certain if they had offended someone more outstanding than them. It's been less than 3 days since the genius secret realm opened. I wonder if there are any prodigies from grade 1 forces at the foot of the peak of gravity. If there are, I'm afraid he won't be able to rank higher. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. Peak of gravity? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the mountain peak that towered into the clouds and attracted everyone. As more and more people spoke, he finally learned what the peak of gravity was. The peak of gravity was a mountain where the higher one climbed, the stronger the gravitational force. There were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. One could challenge any one of the 99 peaks of gravity. Once one reached a certain height, one would be rewarded. If one could break the record, one would have a chance to obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if one did not obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon, the value of the peak of gravity was similar to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, it was not easy to break the record. It seems like the peak of gravity hasn't been broken for 20,000 years.
The last person who broke the record was Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, right?
That's right.
When sect leader Yu was a 6-combo celestial lord, he broke the record by climbing 37,870 meters to the foot of the peak of gravity and obtained an emperor-grade celestial sword for it. The best result in the past 10,000 years is only 30,000 meters. It's still a long way from sect leader Yu's record. Sect leader Yu of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect is not an ordinary person. Rumor has it that he's the youngest among the pillars of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, but his strength is not inferior to the older generation.
Chapter 32-23.
Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, is a 6-combo celestial lord even though he's not even 1,000 years old? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce that the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, one of the 3 strongest grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was such an outstanding prodigy. Since he's able to leave behind such an unsurpassable record, it means he has comprehended an extraordinary law as well.
Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the peak of gravity. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen people gathered at the foot of the mountain. It seems like many people have entered the genius secret realm. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. There were more than 30 people gathered at one of the peaks of gravity. Moreover, many people were making their way to the peak of gravity as well. It's not surprising. Although it's rare to see a celestial lord younger than 1,000 years old, the Nando territory is so huge that there should be a lot of them. Apart from that, Not everyone who enters the genius secret realm is from the Nando territory. There are many outsiders as well. The Nando territory was a territory without a titled celestial emperor. It was ruled by the various Grade 1 forces. Due to this reason, the top forces in the Nando territory were at loggerheads. Some Grade 1 forces would even fight to the death if they encountered each other outside. Such an environment was the dream of many people who attained their Tao through battle. I wonder if Ling Jueyun will enter the genius secret realm as well? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but think about Ling Jueyun, who had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with him in the equal heaven territory. Ling Jueyun was from the divine offering land. It could be said that he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now that he had become a celestial lord, he was certain Ling Jueyun would do the same. It's Yi Yu Chen from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. He reached the peak of gravity. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian and Huan turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Huan when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw a figure flying up the peak of gravity. The peak of gravity looked like an ordinary mountain from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a mountain with layers of stairs. The distance between the steps of the peak of gravity was very high, at least 10 meters. One had to cross 10 meters to reach the next step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a black figure was rapidly climbing up the steps. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed up the 1,000th step. And that was also 10,000 meters high. However, the clouds in the genius secret realm were 30,000 meters high. One had to climb 3,000 steps to reach the clouds. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Now, the black shadow had covered 1/3 of the distance between the ground and the clouds. He's Yi Yu Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect who's already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before the age of 1,000? That's him. I've seen him before. Yi Yu Chen is ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. I wonder how he'll perform this time. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. In other words, everyone can only enter once in their lifetime. Not only are we here for the first time, but it's also the first time for the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces. Yi Yu Chen can only be considered above average among the prodigies from Grade 1 forces who are younger than 1,000 years old. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned that the person who was climbing the peak of gravity was Yi Yu Chen. Naturally, he had never heard of such a person before. All these years, he had been in the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and had not heard of any prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Huan let's go as well. When Duan Ling Tian saw the others had no intention of climbing the peak of gravity, he brought Huan along with him as they flew toward the peak of gravity. However, as soon as they reached the peak of gravity, they were separated by a gentle force. Clearly, the peak of gravity didn't allow anyone to team up with others. One could only rely on themselves to ascend as high as possible. They're climbing the peak of gravity. I don't know why, but I feel a lot better when I see them separated even though I don't know them. He has such a beautiful woman by his side. Any man would be jealous of him. I'm almost dancing for joy right now. The people below the peak of gravity shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian and Huan when they saw the duo ascending the peak of gravity. Many of them began to ridicule the duo. Let's go and have a look as well. Let's go. There's no point in waiting here. Why don't we challenge the peak of gravity? As long as we can climb 20,000 meters, we'll be able to leave our names on the peak of gravity. Is that so? Then, I'll leave my name on the peak of gravity. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures caught up with Duan Ling Tian and Huan As expected, the further one climbs the peak of gravity, the stronger the gravity is. Duan Ling Tian and Huan climbed the 1,000th step at the same time. They were now 10,000 meters away from the peak of gravity. At this point, they did not feel any pressure at all. Their speed was comparable to Yi Yu Chen from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and they weren't any slower than Yi Yu Chen. Who are they? His speed is actually faster than Yi Yu Chen's. I don't know. However, based on their auras, they don't seem to be from ordinary forces. Perhaps, they're from a grade 1 force? I don't think so. If they are, it's impossible for so many of us to not recognize them. Perhaps, they're the direct disciples of a high-ranking official from a grade 1 force. They don't usually show themselves so they can make a name for themselves in the genius secret realm. Maybe they're grassroots prodigies. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's outstanding performance shocked the people at the foot of the peak of gravity, and those who followed them up the mountain. That Yi Yu Chen. He slowed down when he reached the 1,600th step. It seems like he's already under pressure from there. When they reached the 1,100th step, Duan Ling Tian saw Yi Yu Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was clearly slowing down. However, Yi Yu Chen had not even reached the 1,700th step. In other words, he was already under pressure before he reached the 17,000th step. Otherwise, he would not have slowed down. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er did not slow down at all as they continued to climb. When Yi Yu Chen reached the 1,800th step, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er finally caught up to him. Yi Yu Chen was a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face. An expression of surprise appeared on his face when he saw two people chasing after him. He was even more shocked when he realized he had never seen these two people before. Grassroots prodigies? As a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, a grade 1 force, Yi Yu Chen was certain these two people were not among the young prodigies under the age of 1,000. Young prodigies from grade 1 forces would often have gatherings, and Yi Yu Chen had attended them. Therefore, he knew almost all of the young prodigies from grade 1 forces. For this reason, Yi Yu Chen was certain these two people were not ordinary prodigies. He was certain these two people were not from grade 1 forces. Whoosh, whoosh. When Yi Yu Chen saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's faces, the duo continued to climb. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached the 1,900th step. The law of space? At this moment, Yi Yu Chen could tell Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had comprehended the law of space based on their gray celestial origin energy. They've surpassed Yi Yu Chen. They haven't slowed down at all. It seems like they'll definitely reach the 20,000-meter mark. Look. Some names have already appeared on the peak of gravity. Yu Pingji is a prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan. Bailey Sheng is a prodigy from the Bailey clan. Ouyang Chen is a prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect. And that one. At this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. They were shocked by Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's strength. They were certain the duo would be able to reach the 2,000th step. However, at this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. After these names appeared, there was also the number of steps they were currently on, and the number of steps was constantly changing. For example, Bailey Shang was currently ranked second on the 2,113 steps. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had surpassed the person who was ranked first. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er finally arrived at the 2,000th step. Everyone's attention was focused on the name and the number of steps on the peak of gravity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the 2,000th step, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. It was completely different from the pressure he had felt before. Big brother Ling Tian, the pressure here seems to have increased. Huan Er sent him a voice transmission. I can feel it. Duan Ling Tian replied. Please leave your name. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were about to reach the 2,000th step when a voice rang in their ears. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er felt a new pressure bearing down on them. In the next moment, the silhouette of a brush appeared in front of them. However, when Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er extended their hands, they grabbed the brush and wrote their names in the air. After they finished writing their names were at the end of the list of names that appeared on the peak of gravity. Huan Er, 2,000th step. Duan Ling Tian, 2,000th step. Chapter 32-24. Huan Er? Duan Ling Tian? Have you heard of him? I don't think they're prodigies from grade 1 forces. Earlier, the names that appeared on the peak of gravity were all prodigies from grade 1 forces. However, The names of grassroots prodigies have already appeared on the peak of gravity? In the genius secret realm, a commotion could be heard at the foot of the 99 peaks of gravity. In the Nando territory, the Grade 1 forces had the most outstanding prodigies. The Grade 1 forces were rich in resources, and their prodigies were heavily nurtured since they were young. It was only natural that their prodigies would have great achievements. Now that 2 grassroots prodigies had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, the grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were all excited. After all, the number of grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm was much higher than the number of prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the quality of the grassroots prodigies was far inferior compared to the Grade 1 forces. This made the grassroots prodigies feel very frustrated.
Now that a grassroots prodigy had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, all the grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm who were paying attention to the peak of gravity ranking were extremely excited.
Another grassroots prodigy has made it onto the peak of gravity rankings. At this moment, an unfamiliar name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity's ranking. Many people were watching as Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's rankings rapidly rose to the middle of the peak of gravity's rankings. Ho Zilong, 2000th step. Ho Zilong? I've never heard of him. Another grassroots prodigy? I think so. It seems like there are quite a few outstanding grassroots prodigies this time.
At the same time, a group of grassroots prodigies who had been paying attention to the peak of gravity and had not attempted to climb the peak of gravity were also inspired to climb the peak of gravity.
At this moment, the number of names on the peak of gravity ranking had increased to 22. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had already risen to the 4th and 5th place respectively.
There were still 3 people in front of them who were slowly closing in on them.
The pressure is getting stronger. When he reached the 2600th step of the peak of gravity, Duan Ling Tian still felt a great pressure even though he had exerted all his strength. Huan Er, you don't have to wait for me. Try your best to climb up. Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission as he looked at the calm Huan Er. He could tell Huan Er did not feel too much pressure, so she could walk a little further with ease. All right. When Huan Er saw the anticipation in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, she nodded and continued to climb. A moment later, she surpassed the 3rd place. Then, he overtook the 2nd place. Then, he overtook the 1st place. Not only was her cultivation base higher than Duan Ling Tian, but her comprehension of the law of space had also caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Long before he broke through to the immortal emperor realm, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended all the profundities of the law of space to the minor accomplishment realm. However, if he had not become a celestial lord, he would not have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law to the mastery realm. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had only become a celestial lord before he entered the genius secret realm. Therefore, he did not have the time to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. Because of this, she was able to further her comprehension of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse Godhead. She even managed to catch up to him. Although the pressure is great, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to climb to the 3000th step. Duan Ling Tian continued to climb. It did not take long for him to reach the 3rd place. After all, he was faster than the people he had overtaken. An uproar broke out at the foot of the peak of gravity again. Heavens! Huan Er is ranked 1st on the peak of gravity ranking. She's already on the 2932th step. Is she going to challenge the 3000th step? Based on her current strength, even if she doesn't reach the 3000th step, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan will definitely extend an olive branch to her. Once she reaches the 3000th step, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't be able to sit still. Duan Ling Tian isn't a pushover as well. He's already ranked 3rd. He's really an embarrassment to us grassroots prodigies. In the genius secret realm, the grassroots prodigies were in an uproar. On the other hand, the prodigies from Grade 1 forces were embarrassed. Many prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had yet to reach the peak of gravity began to climb as well. Moreover, they did not slow down at all. It seems like this is the limit. Although I can teleport up there, I'll definitely be injured by the weight. It's not worth it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the 2839th level of the peak of gravity, he did not continue climbing. Instead, he decided to stop here. I'll return after I've comprehended the law of space. The genius secret realm will be open for 10 years. I'll have plenty of chances in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian was no longer in a hurry. He had 10 years left.
He was confident he would be able to comprehend the law of space to the mastery stage with the supreme powerhouse divinity.
Huan. She's going to climb the 30,000 meters. After giving up, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the higher steps of the peak of gravity. He could see Huan was getting closer and closer to the 3,000th step. She's going up. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when Huan finally made it to the 3,000th step. Brother Lingtian, the pressure is too great. When Duan Lingtian heard her voice transmission, he could tell she was struggling to speak. Huan let's give up for now. We'll try again next time. You've done well for now, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the peak of gravity was not only a test of one's strength, but it was also a test of one's endurance. He and Huan strength was considered outstanding among ordinary celestial lords. However, there were many celestial lords with high cultivation bases in the genius secret realm, including 5-element celestial lords and 6-star celestial lords. As for those celestial lords, not only were their profundities on par with Duan Lingtian and Huan some of them were even stronger. Wen Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, set the record as a 6-combo celestial lord. He must have comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage. Most likely, he must have comprehended more than one profundity to the mastery stage. Before climbing the peak of gravity, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about this. However, now that he knew about it, he finally had an idea. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan and Duan Lingtian left the peak of gravity and returned to the bottom of the mountain. When the male prodigies saw Huan holding Duan Lingtian's hand, they no longer felt jealous of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they felt only a man like Duan Lingtian was worthy of such an outstanding woman. Brother, you're amazing. Brother, you and this lady are really proud of us grassroots prodigies. Brother, lady, both of you must be grassroots prodigies, right?
At the bottom of the peak of gravity, apart from Yi Yu Chen from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, the other grassroots prodigies greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan warmly.
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm here to join a Grade 1 force. With your strength, any Grade 1 force would be willing to accept you. That's right. Upon learning that Duan Lingtian was a grassroots prodigy, the grassroots prodigies present on the scene grew even more excited.
At this moment, Yi Yu Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan with a smile on his face.
Gentlemen, are you interested in joining the Thousand Hands Devil Sect? If you're interested, I can recommend you.
In Yi Yu Chen's opinion, it would be a great merit if he could recruit these 2 grassroots prodigies into the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. However, he knew they might not be willing to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. After all, among the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect was not as strong as the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would be more willing to join one of the 3 major forces.
The Genius Secret Realm has been open for 10 years. Let's continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and politely declined Yi Yu Chen's offer. Brother, this is my soul pearl. If you want to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, you can look for me at any time. I'm Yi Yu Chen, the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Yi Yu Chen left a soul pearl behind for Duan Lingtian before he left.
From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be angry at all.
That grassroots prodigy is quite strong as well. He's already at the 2,500th level. He barely made it into the top 10. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He glanced over and saw a name that had just squeezed into the top 10, Ho Zilong.
Upon hearing the words of the people around him, he discovered Ho Zilong was also a grassroots prodigy like him.
Ho Zilong is quite strong as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered another name was climbing up the stairs at lightning speed. It did not take long for it to overtake his name. Then, it continued to climb until it reached the 3000th step before it finally slowed down. At this moment, this name pushed Huan out of the second place and took the first place. Xueqi. It's the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1000, Xueqi. How terrifying! Xueqi's peak of gravity ranking is terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, she has already climbed to the 3300th step. However, her speed has slowed down. It seems like it'll be difficult for her to climb to the 3500th step. At this time, Duan Tian learned that Xueqi was the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1000. Most importantly, Xueqi was a female prodigy. Xueqi was a woman. Xueqi. I wonder how Tian Wu is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan? Chapter 32-25. Xueqi was ranked first on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, she had climbed over 3,400 steps. This attracted everyone's attention. Even those who were climbing the peak of gravity paused and stared at the peak of gravity ranking. Xueqi. 3,432 steps. Xueqi. 3,433 steps. Xueqi continued to climb the peak of gravity ranking, but her speed had obviously slowed down. In the end, it took her a dozen breaths to reach the next step. In the end, Xueqi stopped at the 3,462nd step. But even so, her results were still far ahead of everyone else. Currently, Huan, who was ranked second, had only reached the 3000th step. Amazing! As expected of the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, her result is comparable to Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. That's right. That year, Yu Jiancheng's record was 37,870 meters. That is, he stopped at the 3,787th floor. Now, Xueqi stopped at the 3,462nd floor. She's only 300 floors away from him. Grassroots prodigies like us can't compare to a prodigy from a grade 1 force. She's amazing. Did you notice? Now, both the first and second place on the peak of gravity ranking are women. Don't tell me men are inferior to 2 women? As Xueqi stopped at the 3,462nd step of the peak of gravity and reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking, the people around the peak of gravity in Tianjiao's secret realm started to get excited. Xueqi was a famous young prodigy in the Nando territory. After all, she was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. However, most people only knew that she was strong, but they had never fought her before. Therefore, they had no idea what she was capable of. Today, however, Xueqi's result on the peak of gravity ranking gave them a better understanding of her strength. The group of grassroots prodigies who had reached the top because of Huan were more or less disappointed when they saw Xueqi's strength surpassing all others. Naturally, most of them felt that Huan had done well. Another person is rapidly climbing the peak of gravity after reaching the 20,000th step. It's Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei is the #1 prodigy in the Bailey clan. It is said that his strength is not inferior to Xueqi's. Let's see how high he can climb in the end. The name that was rapidly rising up the peak of gravity ranking was none other than the #1 prodigy of the Bailey clan, Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei soon reached the 3000th step as well. Then, he continued to climb. Soon, his speed slowed down as well. In the end, he stopped at the 3,466th floor of peak of gravity, 4 floors higher than Xueqi. He's actually 4 levels higher than Xueqi. Could it be that his strength is stronger than Xueqi? Many people thought so. Of course, many people didn't think so. Xueqi got the 362nd floor first. Bailey Hongfei is 4 floors ahead of her. It doesn't mean that he's stronger than her. It's just that he's more motivated because Xueqi is ahead of him. I think so too. If Bailey Hongfei went up first and Xueqi went up later, it might be because Xueqi's ranking is higher than his. Even Duan Tian felt the same way. There was only pressure when there was a comparison.
After Feng Qi reached the 30,000th floor, it was inevitable that she would slack off since there was no one ahead of her. Bailey Hongfei, on the other hand, must have been obsessed with surpassing Feng Qi. That was why he managed to surpass her by 4 floors. He only managed to surpass 4 floors because of his obsession. I'm afraid Bailey Hongfei is not as strong as Feng Qi. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Bailey Hongfei, it had been a long time since another prodigy like him and Feng Qi appeared on the peak of gravity. Half an hour later, Huan was still in 3rd place. Huan let's go. Duan Lingtian brought Huan away from the peak of gravity. After all, the genius secret realm did not only have the peak of gravity. There were many other places. Brother Lingtian, did you notice that the celestial origin energy in my body seems to have become denser after climbing the peak of gravity? Huan asked. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian sensed the celestial origin energy in his body. Indeed, his celestial origin energy had become denser. It seems like the pressure from the peak of gravity can help one's cultivation as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. It's said that there's a place in the genius secret realm called the world of laws. One can increase one's comprehension of the laws there by fighting with the formation spirits. Before entering the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian had learned about this. For this reason, he was very interested in the world of laws. After asking around for directions, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the world of laws half a day later. In the genius secret realm, there were not as many worlds of laws as the peak of gravity. There were 99 peaks of gravity in total. On the other hand, there were only 9 worlds of laws. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, there were already more than 100 people gathered there. This was because most of them were stuck at the peak of gravity. The world of laws was located in a vast plain. When one arrived at the plain, one could see that there was a separate space where the fluctuations of the laws were different. These spaces that contained the fluctuations of the laws were grouped together to form the world of laws. Every space was independent of each other. Currently, many people were challenging the world of laws. Once one entered the world of laws, a formation spirit with the same cultivation base as one would appear. No matter what profundities one cast, the formation spirit would cast the same profundities. Most importantly, the formation spirit had rich combat experience. It was said that the formation spirit's combat experience was comparable to the combat experience of a celestial emperor. Very few people were able to defeat a formation spirit. In the world of laws, those who could fight a formation spirit to a draw were considered outstanding. Not only would those who defeated a formation spirit be rewarded by the world of laws, but they would also be noticed by many forces. After all, if anyone defeated a formation spirit, a voice would ring in the world of laws, announcing that they had defeated the formation spirit. In the past 10,000 years, the 2 grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan were only invited after they defeated the formation spirit. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, a sinister-looking young man dressed in brocade robes walked over to them while waving a fan made of feathers. I'm Yun Shao from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Shall we get to know each other? The young man ignored Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan path. However, Huan completely disregarded him. Scram! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, Brat! Don't tell me you don't know who I am? I'm the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. How dare you offend me? The young man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times before you leave her. Otherwise I'll kill you. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a dark light shone from his body, blotting out the sky. The commotion here had alarmed quite a few people as well. Did that purple-clad young man offend Yun Shao? Not only is Yun Shao a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, but he's also the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Who's that young man? How dare he offend Yun Shao? It's not that young man who offended Yun Shao. Yun Shao is the one who's looking for trouble. Some people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan, when they saw Yun Shao blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan's path.
Yun Zhao's strength is above average among the prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That purple-clad young man must be a grassroots prodigy. I'm afraid he's in trouble. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian and Yun Xiao were at each other's throats, and everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, made her move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan raised her hand, and a gray light flashed in the air, cutting Yun Xiao into two. As soon as Huan made her move, Yun Xiao stood rooted to the ground as though he had been struck by lightning. Those who want to kill Brother Ling Tian deserve to die, Huan said coldly. Huan said coldly as she glanced at Yun Xiao's corpse. Gasp, 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 gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Huan trying to kill Yun Xiao. They stared at Huan as if they had seen a ghost. That woman is too strong. That's Yun Xiao, a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although he's not the most outstanding prodigy, he's still a prodigy who managed to climb more than 2,300 steps at the peak of gravity. That woman killed him in an instant. Since she dares to kill Yun Xiao, she must have a powerful background as well. Is she from a grade 1 force? I don't know. Did you hear that? Earlier, she addressed the purple-clad young man next to her as Brother Ling Tian. Is he Duan Ling Tian? The grassroots prodigy who managed to climb nearly 3,000 steps at the peak of gravity? It's said that Huan who managed to climb 3,000 steps of the peak of gravity is his companion. Could it be that woman? That must be it. My friend just sent me a message saying that Huan is a peerless beauty that's hard to come by. Look at her. Have any of you seen a woman who can compare to her in terms of looks? As the onlookers discussed among themselves, they began to speculate about Duan Ling Tian and Huan identities. If I'm not mistaken, they're grassroots prodigies, right? Two grassroots prodigies actually dared to kill Yun Xiao? Killing Yun Xiao is equivalent to offending the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless they join one of the 3 strongest grade 1 forces, it's unlikely they'll survive. If they want the 3 grade 1 forces to protect them, their strength isn't enough. Chapter 32-26. Perhaps Yun Xiao was strong. However, he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian and Huan At the same time, she unleashed the innate skill that only direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan's main clan could use. She spread out her psychic energy to distract Yun Xiao. By the time Yun Xiao regained his senses, Huan had already raised her hand and killed him. Perhaps Yun Xiao didn't even know how he died until the moment he was killed. Aren't these two a little too careless? They're acting as though nothing has happened. The onlookers soon discovered that while they were worried about Huan and Huan were walking toward one of the spaces in the world of laws as though nothing had happened. Huan why don't you go in and give it a try? Duan Ling Tian said to Huan with a smile. If you defeat the formation spirit, apart from announcing it to the entire genius secret realm, you'll also receive a reward. I'm curious to know what the reward is. All right. Huan nodded before she entered the space filled with the law of space. Before this, no one had entered this space of law. On the other hand, the other law spaces were more lively. For example, the law spaces of the 5 elements were the most lively. Next were the law spaces of the wind, lightning, and ice laws. As for the spaces that contained the laws of light, destruction, and the 4 supreme laws, apart from Huan and Eva who were in the space, there was no one else in the other spaces. However, there was a person fighting the formation spirit in the space containing the law of darkness. The battle was intense, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Naturally, it was not because his combat experience was on par with the formation spirit. It was because he had something else to rely on. The formation spirit had the same cultivation base and comprehension of profundities as him. In fact, the formation spirit had more combat experience than him. If he had other techniques, the formation spirit would not be able to replicate them. For example, Huan The formation spirit could only replicate Huan cultivation base and comprehension of profundities. However, it could not replicate Huan other techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. It seems like Huan wants to increase her combat experience by fighting the formation spirit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered Huan did not use any of her Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox techniques. Instead, she relied on her cultivation base and comprehension of profundities to fight the formation spirit. As time passed, Huan gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. What a mysterious formation. Earlier, when she stepped into the law space, her opponent appeared. At the same time, she and her opponent were isolated in a separate space. During this time, no one could attack Huan since she was protected by the laws of the Genius Secret Realm. It was the same for the others as well. Anyone who entered the law space and fought with the erase spirit that was born from the law space would be isolated and protected. Meanwhile,
the news of the death of Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had spread like wildfire.
Yun Xiao's. Huan's the woman who killed Yun Xiao. Yun's killed Yun killed Yun. Yun killed? A grassroots prodigy killed Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Demon sect. Will she be able to survive? Based on her current strength, it's not enough for the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to protect her. Although the Genius Secret Realm was huge, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. Yi Yu Chen, who had invited Duan Ling Tian and Huan to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, smiled wryly when he heard about Yun Zhao's death. It seems like they won't be joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, Yi Yu Chen was indifferent to Yun Zhao's death. He was not angry at all. It was clear Yun Xiao and Yi Yu Chen were not close even though Yi Yu Chen was his father's direct disciple. Yun Xiao is dead? Many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces also learned about Yun Zhao's death. That grassroots prodigy is really bold. Isn't she afraid of death? Although Yun Zhao's strength is mediocre, he's still the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even we don't dare to touch him. However, he was killed by a grassroots prodigy. Rumor has it that Yun Xiao provoked the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect and was killed instead. It did not take long before more than half of the Genius Secret Realm was talking about Yun Zhao's death. At the same time, Huan was still fighting the formation spirit in the world of laws. She seemed to be on the verge of defeat. I thought she'd be able to fight the formation spirit to a draw. However, it seems like I was wrong. If she can't even defeat the formation spirit, there's no way the Bailey clan, Ancient Phoenix clan, and Thousand Tribulation Sword sect will be interested in her. She'll lose in 30 breaths at most. Many people were paying attention to the battle between Huan and the formation spirit since they had witnessed Huan killing Yun Xiao. They could not help but shake their heads when they saw Huan was about to be eliminated.
However, at this moment, an aura that was different from the profundities of a law and celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of Huan body.
In the next moment, Huan opponent stopped fighting. Huan made her move and destroyed the formation spirit with a single blow. The formation spirit was about to defeat Huan. However, in the next moment, Huan defeated it. She defeated the formation spirit? Heavens! Can someone tell me what's going on? Wasn't she about to lose? Many of the onlookers were aghast. Of course, there were also those who were more observant.
They looked at Huan with a hint of surprise in their eyes.
So she still has other tricks up her sleeve. How unexpected. From the beginning until the end, she was accumulating battle experience? She only used her true strength to defeat the formation spirit in the end? The scene earlier was exactly the same as the scene where she killed Yun Xiao. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations to Huan for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Defeating the formation spirit in the law world would cause an announcement that would resound throughout the entire Genius Secret Realm, letting everyone know about it. At this moment, Huan name spread throughout the Genius Secret Realm. Those who knew about Huan were even more shocked by her strength. Those who did not know about Huan now knew that a grassroots prodigy had appeared in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations to Duan Ling Tian for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Not long after Huan made the announcement, another voice echoed in the prodigy secret realm. Duan Ling Tian? Everyone in the world of laws shifted their attention from Huan to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had just defeated the formation spirit from the law of space. Although the formation spirit could replicate Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base and profundity from the law of space, it could not replicate the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's power. With the power from the 5 divine elements, Duan Ling Tian had easily defeated the formation spirit.
Similar to the law of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, external forces were prohibited in the space of the laws of the heaven and earth.
Swoosh, swoosh. After Huan and Duan Ling Tian defeated the formation spirit, the people in the genius secret realm received news that 2 items had appeared in front of them. They were a celestial fruit and a celestial weapon. The celestial weapon was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it was not attractive to Duan Ling Tian and Huan. The celestial fruit, on the other hand, was a high-quality celestial fruit that could boost a celestial lord's cultivation base. Huan and Duan Ling Tian. These 2 grassroots prodigies actually defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws? The grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were shocked by Duan Ling Tian and Huan achievements. I didn't expect grassroots prodigies like them to exist. So far, 2 grassroots prodigies have defeated the formation spirit. However, none of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces have defeated the formation spirit. While many grassroots prodigies were discussing this, the voice that resounded throughout the entire genius mystic realm was heard again. Congratulations to Yu Tianxing for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Yu Tianxing. He was one of the most monstrous prodigies among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was also the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had always been focused on his cultivation and had never married. For this reason, he treated Yu Tianxing as his own son. It's Yu Tianxing. A prodigy from a Grade 1 force has finally defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws. Good job, Yu Tianxing. After Yu Tianxing, a few other prodigies from Grade 1 forces managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. In just a day, more than 10 people managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. However, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were the only grassroots prodigies who managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. If it was in the past, even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect wasn't interested in them, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan would have invited Duan Ling Tian to join them. However, they've killed the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on their strength, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan still haven't made a move. If they accept them, they'll offend the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan aren't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, they're still Grade 1 forces. They'll have to show some respect to the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless Duan Ling Tian and Huan display their monstrous strength, they won't be able to protect them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan to a secluded place to cultivate. To be more precise, they were comprehending the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. As for Huan she needed to absorb the spirit fruit she had obtained earlier to improve her strength. Before they went to bed, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Huan who had just consumed the celestial fruit, and thought to himself, with Huan foundation, she should be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in a short time after consuming the spirit fruit. Chapter 32-27. In the genius secret realm, apart from the peak of gravity and the world of laws, there were many other places to test the prodigies. The prodigies from Grade 1 forces were able to achieve outstanding results in each of the places. However, after Duan Ling Tian and Huan disappeared, Ho Zilong was the only one left to carry the burden of the grassroots prodigies. Duan Ling Tian and Huan haven't appeared in the genius secret realm for 6 years, right? I wonder where they are now. Don't tell me they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible. Even the strongest prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect might be stronger than Duan Ling Tian and Huan but it's impossible for him to defeat them if they join forces. In just a blink of an eye, more than 6 years had passed since the genius secret realm opened. However, ever since Duan Ling Tian and Huan left the world of laws, they had completely disappeared. It was as though they had left the genius secret realm. At this moment,
A black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face could be seen sitting at the peak of a steep mountain in the genius secret realm. A murderous aura was emitted from the young man's body.
His sharp eyes were like two beams of sword light.
On his body, strands of black light were faintly discernible, and then all of them were retracted into his body. I've finally become a two-form celestial lord.
I've also comprehended the law of darkness annihilation profundity to the mastery stage.
A rare smile could be seen on the black-clad young man's cold face.
It has been 6 years since I entered the genius secret realm.
I've been cultivating and comprehending profundities since then.
It's time for me to go out and have a look.
The black-clothed youth stood up, his gaze like lightning.
I wonder how Yu Tianxing of the Taya bloodline will perform. The Tai Yi progeny was one of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Currently, the most outstanding prodigy in the Tai Yi progeny was Yu Tianxing, the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Apart from that, Yu Jiancheng was also the leader of the Tai Yi progeny. There were 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. They were Xian Yuan, Zhan Lu, Qi Shao, Tai Yi, Qixing Long Yuan, Ganjiang, Mo Xie, Yu Chang, Chun Jun, and Chengying. Duan Ling Tian was not aware that there were so many branches in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been shocked.
This was because the names of the branches of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were the 10 great swords in ancient myths and legends.
Duan Ling Tian would not believe it even if someone said the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had nothing to do with the 10 great swords in Earth's ancient myths and legends. Let's find a peak of gravity first. Let's see. How far away am I from the Yu Jianqing of the past?
At the peak of the steep mountain, the black-clothed young man with a cold expression muttered to himself.
His entire body flashed, and he was already far away on a blood-red sword light. Soon, he landed at the foot of a peak of gravity. At this moment, there weren't many people left at the foot of the peak of gravity. There were only a dozen people left. This person. What a terrifying aura. As soon as the black-clothed young man appeared at the foot of the peak of gravity, he attracted the attention of a few people who had not climbed the peak of gravity. They could feel the cold and sharp aura emanating from the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man stood there like an indestructible sword. No one dared to approach him. Is he here to climb the peak of gravity? A few people watched as the black-clothed young man walked toward the peak of gravity. They could not help but feel excited. How many steps would such a young man reach? Yu Tianxing is ranked first? The black-clothed young man's eyes landed on the ranking of the peak of gravity. With just a glance, he saw the name ranked first. Yu Tianxing, 3,537th step. The black-clothed young man continued to look down. Feng Qi, Bailey Hongfei, Duan Ling Tian? The black-clothed young man's eyes narrowed when he saw the name at the bottom of the ranking. At the same time, he, who was originally calm and cold, seemed to have lost his composure. His breathing quickened at this moment. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He did not stop for a long time. Could it be him? The black-clothed young man muttered to himself for a while before he regained his senses. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? If it's really him, I'll have the chance to meet him in the future. A faint smile appeared on the black-clothed young man's face when he finished speaking. The people nearby looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the smile on the black-clothed young man's face. He knows how to smile? I thought he always had that coffin-like face. Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Although they had not seen the black-clothed young man in action before, they could tell he was not a simple person based on his sharp aura. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Whoosh! In the next moment, they saw the black-clothed young man's figure flicker as he soared into the sky on a blood-red sword. In the span of a breath, the black-clothed young man had already reached the 1,000th step of the peak of gravity. In the span of 3 breaths, he had reached the 2,000th step of the peak of gravity. He's so fast. Isn't his speed a little too fast? At this moment, the people who were climbing the peak of gravity and those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity were shocked by the black-clothed young man's speed. Who's he? He's so terrifying. Unless he's a grassroots prodigy, there's no way he's a nobody from a grade 1 force. He's at the 2000th step. He's going to leave his name behind.
The dozen or so people near the peak of gravity, including those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity, stopped climbing and stared at the black-clothed young man who was at the 2000th step. At this moment, the black-clothed young man raised his hand and grabbed a writing brush in the air. Then he wrote 2 words in the air. At the same time, the dozen or so people near the peak of gravity shifted their attention to the bottom of the peak of gravity. A new name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity. Xueqi, Xueqi? The prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny? He's said to be as strong as Yu Tianxing? It's said that this prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny came from the mundane realm. He obtained the legacy of the Shadow Support progeny in the mundane realm, and was personally brought to the Jade Emperor Heaven by the progeny leader of the Shadow Support progeny. For the progeny leader of the Shadow Support progeny to personally bring him to the mundane realm, it seems like his innate talent is terrifying. Of course, it's said that he's only close to 300 years old, but Yu Tianxing is more than 800 years old. What? Xueqi isn't even 300 years old? What was even more shocking was that after the black-clothed young man called Xueqi arrived at the 2000th step, he continued to fly upwards. In the span of 5 breaths, he had already reached the 3000th step. His speed is too terrifying, right? Xueqi, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny? It's only been 5 breaths since he appeared on the peak of gravity ranking, and he's already at the 3000th step? Even Yu Tianxing isn't as fast as him, right? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's said that Xueqi's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Even if you've broken through, you'll only be a 2-form celestial lord. Don't forget that he's capable of fighting Yu Tianxing, a 5-element celestial lord, when he's only a 1 basic celestial lord. If he breaks through and becomes a 2-form celestial lord, he might even be stronger than Yu Tianxing. That's not necessarily the case. Previously, when they sparred, it said that Yu Tianxing won. Even if he breaks through, he might not be able to defeat Yu Tianxing. That's right. Since Xueqi has improved, Yu Tianxing has as well. At this moment, in front of the peak of gravity in various parts of the Genius Secret Realm, everyone's attention was attracted by the name on the 3000th stair, which was still rising rapidly. Xueqi, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. Rumor had it that Xueqi was from the Yanhuang realm, the mundane realm where the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from. In our Jade Emperor Heaven, there are too many powerhouses from the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. Although Xueqi's performance is not bad, he still has a long way to go if he wants to be mentioned in the same breath as those giants. In any case, even those powerhouses from Yanhuang realm might not be able to surpass Xueqi when they were at his age. Even so, Xueqi's achievements have something to do with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. So what? Don't tell me the other progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect didn't leave their legacies in the mundane realm as well? Aren't the geniuses from the mundane realms mediocre in the Jade Emperor Heaven after receiving their legacies? That's right. Xueqi is from the mundane realm. It's a miracle that he's able to reach this stage. Everywhere in the Genius Plane, most people were talking about Xueqi, on a lake in the Genius Secret Realm. A white-clad young man who was walking on the lake as though it was flat ground received a message. His eyes narrowed immediately. In the next moment, his figure flashed before he turned into a sword ray and flew in a certain direction. Senior brother Tianxing? A green-clad young man who was standing next to the white-clad young man was stunned for a moment before he followed after the white-clad young man. When the two of them appeared, they were already hovering in the air near the peak of gravity. They looked at the ranking on the peak of gravity from afar. Currently, the person ranked second was no longer Feng Qi. It was someone else. Xueqi, the 3522nd step. Do you think he can surpass me? The white-clad young man asked the green-clad young man next to him. This Xueqi actually ascended such a high flight of stairs? He's only 15 steps away from you, senior brother Tianxing? The green-clad young man looked at the peak of gravity ranking in shock. Chapter 3228.
He's still going up. Although Yu Tianxing's expression remained calm as he watched Xueqi climb up to the 3,523rd step, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Xueqi did not appear, he would be the only one in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, Xueqi had overshadowed him as soon as he appeared. Even his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the leader of the Tai Yi progeny, thought highly of Xueqi. It was as if a child who was surrounded by a group of people suddenly found another child, causing the people who were originally surrounding him to also run and surround that child. Although Yu Tianxing had lived for more than 800 years, he still found it hard to accept. His speed is very slow now.
I don't think he'll be able to surpass you, senior brother Tianxing. Although the young man next to Yu Tianxing said this, his expression turned solemn when he saw Xueqi's name on the peak of gravity ranking.
Senior brother Tianxing, did Xueqi make a breakthrough? When he first entered the peak of gravity ranking, he wasn't that strong, right? The young man asked Yu Tianxing. The young man's name was Hejan. He was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect.
He was the strongest prodigy in the Clear Lu progeny under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect.
However, compared to Yu Tianxing and Xueqi, Hejan was much weaker. Since Hejan was 200 years younger than Yu Tianxing, his innate talent and comprehension skills were not necessarily inferior to Yu Tianxing's.
He must have made a breakthrough,
Yu Tianxing said confidently. His cultivation base is close to that of a two-form celestial lord. It's normal for him to make a breakthrough after entering the peak of gravity ranking. I wonder if his comprehension of the law of darkness has improved. If it has, perhaps, he'll be able to surpass me on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing stared at Xueqi's name on the peak of gravity ranking intently. Currently, Xueqi's strength had increased by another level. Even if Xueqi surpassed him on the peak of gravity ranking, it would be difficult for him to surpass Xueqi since he had already done his best. Unless Xueqi's strength improved, it would be impossible for him to surpass his current strength. Feng Qi of the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hongfei of the Bailey clan were equal in strength. In fact, Feng Qi was even stronger. However, with Feng Qi as his goal, Bailey Hongfei performed exceptionally well and surpassed Feng Qi. Later, Feng Qi climbed the peak of gravity again and surpassed Bailey Hongfei. However, he was different from Bailey Hongfei. If Bailey Hongfei's goal was to surpass Feng Qi, then his goal was to surpass his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the leader of the Tai Yi progeny and the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yu Jiancheng had left behind an insurmountable record at the peak of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm, reaching the 3,787th step. This was a record that no one had broken in the past 20,000 years. I don't think that's possible. If he wants to improve his comprehension of the law of darkness, he'll have to comprehend another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage. Hejan sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Nothing is impossible." Yu Tianxing said indifferently, "Before he appeared, would you have believed that a person from the mundane realm could reach this level?" Hejan smiled bitterly. Even he found Xueqi's meteoric rise unbelievable. I wonder how the Shadow Support progeny is so lucky to be able to find such a treasure. In truth, the Shadow Support progeny did not have much of a presence among the 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, Xueqi's appearance made the Shadow Support progeny one of the most popular progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Don't forget that the Shadow Support progeny once had a peerless genius. I suspect Xueqi has inherited his legacy. Yu Tianxing said in a deep voice. Senior brother Tianxing, are you talking about the person who left the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Hejan sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumor has it that after the person failed to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was severely injured and became a god. However, no one heard anything about him after that. Many people said he went to the realms of gods. Hejan had also heard rumors about the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. He knew the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was not just a Grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a Heaven Grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It had many titled Celestial Emperors and was second only to a Heavenly Emperor's force in the Jade Emperor Heaven.
In the Devata realms, regardless of whether it was the tidal temple or the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the most powerful force was undoubtedly the Heavenly Emperor's force. There were many titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The palace master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was the Heavenly Emperor who ruled over the Devata realms. Below the Heavenly Emperor's force were heaven-grade forces. Heaven-grade forces were overlords in their respective Devata realms. Heaven-grade forces had many titled celestial emperors. Some heaven-grade forces even had as many titled celestial emperors as a Heavenly Emperor's force. However, a Heavenly Emperor's force had a Heavenly Emperor who could suppress many titled celestial emperors alone. Below Heaven-grade forces were the Super-grade 1 forces. A Super-grade 1 force would have at least one titled celestial emperor. A force without a titled celestial emperor was only a grade 1 force regardless of how many celestial emperors it had. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was currently a grade 1 force. However, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force with many titled celestial emperors. That's only a rumor. A hint of respect could be seen in Yu Tianxing's eyes as he spoke. This was the respect he had for the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. In fact, after the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny was defeated by our Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, he was already on the verge of death. In the end, he didn't go to a realm of gods and died. However, it's said that before he died, he left the Devata realm and returned to his hometown, the mundane realm where Xueqi was before he came to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That mundane realm is called the Yen Huang realm. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and many powerful figures in the Jade Emperor Heaven came from there. Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan before he continued to say, at that time, due to the powerhouse's death, many forces who wanted to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor joined forces to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Almost all of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were killed at that time. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was forced to leave the Jade Emperor territory and come to the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Does this mean the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny is a sinner of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? He Zhan's eyes widened slightly. A sinner? Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan indifferently. You better watch your mouth. If my uncle finds out about this, he won't let you off easily. The person my uncle admires the most is the powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny. It's precisely because Xueqi is suspected to be that person's successor that eldest uncle takes great care of him. For this reason, he even called me over and told me not to suppress Xueqi behind his back. Even if I wanted to suppress Xueqi, I had to do it openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't spare me. A hint of bitterness could be seen on Yu Tianxing's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He regarded his uncle as his father. Naturally, he would listen to his uncle's words. If Xueqi has really inherited the powerhouse's legacy, doesn't that mean he has inherited the legacy of a god? He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. How else do you think he's able to achieve so much even though he's not even 300 years old? Don't forget he's only from the mundane realm. Yu Tianxing said. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think there are no titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? He Zhan suddenly asked such a question. Titled celestial emperors? Yu Tianxing smiled faintly. Celestial emperors can only become titled celestial emperors when their strength reaches a certain level and they pass the test in the title temple. However, is there a lack of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms who haven't obtained a title from the title temple? Yu Tianxing looked at He Zhan meaningfully when he finished speaking. You're right. He Zhan nodded. In fact, it's not just the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan have celestial emperors whose strength is comparable to titled celestial emperors who haven't obtained a title from the title temple. As soon as Yu Tianxing finished speaking, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the peak of gravity ranking. With just a glance, his pupils constricted. He Zhan's eyes followed Yu Tianxing's gaze and shifted to the peak of gravity ranking as well. Xueqi's name was still in second place. However, after Xueqi's name, the number of steps he ascended had already become the 3,536th step. Right now, Xueqi was only one step away from Yu Tianxing, who was in first place.
Xueqi actually managed to ascend to the 3,536th step. He Zhan exclaimed in shock. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air before he looked at Yu Tianxing in a daze. Senior Tianxing, it seems like Xueqi has comprehended another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage after he came in. It's obvious. Yu Tianxing nodded. His expression was grave as he felt a huge pressure weighing down on him. Meanwhile, more than 90% of the people in the Genius Secret Realm were gathered in front of the Peak of Gravity. Most of them had already challenged the Peak of Gravity. They were here to watch the show instead of challenging the Peak of Gravity again. Xueqi is only one step away from catching up to Yu Tianxing. It seems like the two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are going to compete on the Peak of Gravity. Chapter 32-29. In the Genius Secret Realm, the 99 peaks of gravity, which were originally deserted, were bustling with activity at this moment. All of this was because of one person. Xueqi, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny. At this moment, the peak of gravity where Xueqi was challenging was filled with people. Numerous gazes shot out from below the peak of gravity, and landed on the black figure standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity. Can Xueqi ascend another step and be on par with Yu Tianxing? Many people were filled with anticipation. I think so. Based on Xueqi's expression, it's obvious he's determined to continue. If he doesn't think there's any chance for him to ascend, he won't waste his time there. Let's wait and see. Xueqi is the second prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect after Yu Tianxing. It's obvious he's more outstanding than Yu Tianxing. In the past, everyone thought Yu Tianxing would be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, now that Xueqi has appeared, it seems like Yu Tianxing won't necessarily be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. That's not necessarily the case. If Xueqi is more outstanding than Yu Tianxing, he might return to the Jade Emperor territory in the future. After all, not everyone wants to be the sect leader of a sect. That's true. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are unwilling to be tied down by a sect. That's why they want to ascend to a higher realm. At the foot of the peak of gravity where Xueqi was climbing, not only were there grassroots prodigies, but there were also many prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Bailey Hong Fei, do you think Xueqi will be able to ascend another step? As one of them spoke to a young man standing alone not far away, everyone's gazes immediately shifted to the latter. Bailey Hong Fei? The #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan? He was currently ranked 4th on the Peak of Gravity ranking? Yiwu Dao, don't just ask me. What do you think? Bailey Hong Fei, a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe, asked indifferently as he glanced at the young man who had asked him the question. Yiwu Dao? The #1 genius of the profound Sky Dao Sect's younger generation, and currently ranked 5th on the Peak of Gravity rankings? Yi Dao Denier only managed to climb 3 steps less than Bailey Hong Fei. It seems like he's just as strong as Bailey Hong Fei. It's said that Yi Dao Denier is skilled in the Dao of slaughter. He has killed many people who are stronger than him. In a battle to the death, Bailey Hong Fei might not be a match for him. Shh! Keep your voice down. Bailey Hong Fei is here. More and more people were looking at the young man named Leaf Dao Denier, and whispers could be heard. I think he can go up. Yi Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Just as Yi Wudao finished speaking, Xueqi, who was standing on the 3,536th step of the Peak of Gravity, finally moved once more. Whoosh! At the same time Xueqi flew up, the black power around his body surged like a flood, slamming into the void and lifting him up. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xueqi stood on an even higher step. He was now on the 3,537th step. Xueqi's result was the same as Yu Tianxing's. However, since Xueqi was the last to reach the 3rd step, he was still ranked 2nd on the Peak of Gravity rankings. Even so, it still caused an uproar in the Genius Secret Realm. He's ascended. It seems like Xueqi's strength is on par with Yu Tianxing's now. Yu Tianxing is no match for Xueqi. Is Xueqi really someone who came from the mundane plane? As Xueqi ascended the 3,537th step of China's Li Feng, Everyone around the peaks of gravity was shocked. He's still there? Is he going to continue? Xueqi is going to challenge a higher step? Is he going to surpass Yu Tianxing? Many people around the peak of gravity where Xueqi was standing had noticed this.
Messages were sent out one after another, and those who were preparing to leave the peak of gravity immediately stopped in their tracks.
Xueqi wants to challenge a higher step. Is this for real? Earlier, it took Xueqi a long time to reach this step. It's obvious he's struggling. Now, he's going to challenge a higher step? Can he really reach the next step? Many people were not optimistic about Xueqi's chances of reaching the next step. After all, the higher the step, the harder it was to reach the next step. When it came to the steps that Xueqi was on, the difficulty of each step differed greatly. Xueqi's only a one basic celestial lord, right? Even if he has a breakthrough, he's only a two-form celestial lord. Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, might not be able to reach Xueqi's current step, right? I agree. Yu Jiancheng had set the record when he was a 6-combo celestial lord. Rumor has it that Xueqi isn't even 300 years old yet. If the Genius Secret Realm only opens a few hundred years later, Xueqi will definitely be able to break Yu Jiancheng's record. The Genius Secret Realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it opens, only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. Everyone can only enter once. Xueqi isn't even 300 years old, but he's already forced to enter. It's really unfair to him. There's nothing unfair about this. It's just fate. In the end, nobody left the 99 peaks of gravity.
Except for the peak of gravity where Xueqi was, all the people near the other 98 peaks of gravity were staring at the ranking board.
Xueqi's name was still shining. In other words, he was still on the peak of gravity. This was because once a person on the leaderboard left the peak of gravity, his name would no longer shine on the leaderboard. Some people who lived near the peak of gravity even rushed towards the peak of gravity where Xueqi was. They wanted to watch the show in person. Watching Xueqi climb the peak of gravity was more interesting than watching the ranking. Senior Tianxing. Senior Hejian. At this moment, Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared near Xueqi's peak of gravity.
At the same time, a valiant-looking young woman bowed and greeted them. Junior Sister Yun, if it weren't for you, Senior Tianxing and I wouldn't have known that Xueqi is here.
Thank you.
Hejian thanked the young woman with a smile on his face. The young woman was also a prodigious disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect.
Her name was Yun Yi, but she was not from Hejian, Yu Tian, or Xueqi. She was from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Yu Chong progeny. She was the most outstanding prodigious disciple in the Yu Chong progeny. Of course, her strength was no match for Hejian, much less Yu Tianxing. There's no need to thank me, Senior Hejian. It's just a small favor. Yun Yi looked at Yu Tianxing, who was standing next to Hejian, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yu Tianxing had many admirers in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, since he was focused on his cultivation, he did not have any partners. Yun Yi was one of Yu Tianxing's admirers. Senior Tianxing, it's already very difficult for Xueqi to reach the same height as you. I don't think he'll be able to reach the next height. Yun Yi smiled at Yu Tianxing. Senior brother Yun Yi, don't underestimate Xueqi. He took less time to reach the 3,537th step from the 3,536th step to the 3,537th step compared to me. Yu Tianxing shook his head when he heard Yun Yi's words. Therefore, it's possible that he won't. Just as Yu Tianxing was about to say that Xueqi might be able to surpass him in the future, his pupils constricted before he could finish speaking. This was because he saw Xueqi making a move on the peak of gravity. Xueqi is making a move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xueqi stepped into the air and turned into a giant sword that was blood and black. Around the giant sword, black fog and blood-red fog intertwined and moved, as if a black dragon and a snow dragon were roaming around the giant sword. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Xueqi transformed into a sword and flew up to the 3,538th step.
He did not land on the ground but continued to fly up to the next height. 1, 2, 3. Xueqi didn't stop until he reached the 3,552nd step, landing on that step. At the same time, the energy on his body dissipated as he stepped into the air and left the peak of gravity. He stepped on a blood-red sword ray and flew away. Everyone could only see the mysterious black figure of Xueqi's back. Are my eyes deceiving me? Xueqi has reached the 3,552th step? What's going on? Didn't Xueqi have a hard time reaching the same height as Yu Tianxing earlier? How did he reach such a high height all of a sudden? Heavens! Even Yu Tianxing has only ascended the 3,537th step. Yet, Xueqi has already ascended 15 steps more than him. Xueqi's too terrifying. He's been accumulating his strength since the beginning? He didn't use his full strength earlier? Everyone in the peak of gravity was shocked by Xueqi's sudden leap of 15 steps. Xueqi, Yu Tianxing's expression turned solemn as he looked in the direction Xueqi had left. It seems like he has made a huge breakthrough in the genius secret realm this time. He Zhan and Yun Yi, who were standing next to Yu Tianxing, were stunned as well. They were still staring at the name that was ranked first on the peak of gravity. Xueqi, 3,552th step. Putting everything else aside, based on Xueqi's ranking on the peak of gravity, I'm afraid no one in the genius secret realm will be able to break it. I think so too. I thought no one would be able to break Yu Tianxing's record. I didn't expect Xueqi to break it. Chapter 3230. Over the next 2 years, the rankings in the genius secret realm were refreshed. Places like the peak of gravity were refreshed. As for those who refreshed the rankings, they all reached the top of the rankings. The person who refreshed the rankings was none other than Xueqi, Duanling Tian. He hasn't appeared since? Xueqi muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on a branch in a gloomy forest. He extended his hand. His hand moved at lightning speed, and a leaf that fell from the sky was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by countless cold sword qi. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Xueqi leaped into the air and flew out of the forest on a blood-red sword qi. Meanwhile, in a cave on the side of a remote canyon, 2 figures walked out together. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was peerlessly beautiful. I didn't expect us to have been in the genius secret realm for 8 years in just a blink of an eye. The purple-clad young man said with a sigh. Brother Ling Tian, you didn't have to stay here with me for so long if you didn't wait for me, the white-clad young woman said apologetically. A woman in snow-white clothes said guiltily. The man and woman were none other than Duanling Tian and Huan who had been in closed-door cultivation in the genius secret realm for 8 years. Silly girl, I didn't wait for you for nothing. My strength has improved a lot over the past 8 years. Duanling Tian said with a smile on his face. Now that we're in the genius secret realm, I think we're pretty strong. Let's go out and take a look to see if we can find anything. At the same time, if there's an opportunity to show off, let's wait for the people from the Grade 1 forces to come looking for us. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he and Huan left the remote valley. Not long after he left the valley, Duanling Tian saw a gigantic pagoda that occupied a vast area. The gigantic pagoda was 30 stories tall, and it stood there like a giant. Is this a formation spirit pagoda? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he guessed what the giant tower in front of him was. Previously, before he went into seclusion, he had heard some of the geniuses mention the Array Spirit Pagoda. The Array Spirit Pagoda was a huge pagoda that tested the strength of those who entered. Those who entered the Array Spirit Pagoda would not be able to use any external force, just like in the peak of gravity. This Formation Spirit Pagoda record seems to be left behind by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It only took him 132 breaths to kill all of the formation spirits in the 30-level Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duanling Tian had learned this from other grassroots prodigies. We've been in seclusion for 8 years, so there are only 2 years left before the genius secret realm ends. I wonder what kind of records the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces have left in the past 8 years. Out of curiosity,
Duan Ling Tian brought Huan to the Formation Spirit Pagoda.
There was a stone tablet in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda, and Duan Ling Tian could see the ranking on it.
First place. Su Li.
When Duan Ling Tian saw the person who ranked first in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was Su Li. A familiar yet distant figure appeared in his mind at the right time.
He had a friend who was also called Su Li.
However, he had not seen Su Li ever since they parted ways in Yan Huang realm.
Calculating the time, he and Su Li had not seen each other for 200 years. This name is really heartwarming.
Although he felt the name was familiar, Duan Ling Tian never thought that this Su Li would be that friend of his. Although Su Li's friend had great fortuitous encounters, it was unrealistic for Su Li to break through and become a celestial lord in such a short time.
For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even consider this possibility. Second place. Yu Tianxing.
Yu Tianxing is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, right? Although Duan Ling Tian did not see Yu Tianxing's ranking when he ascended the peak of gravity, he knew Yu Tianxing was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. He was even stronger than Feng Qi from the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hong Fei from the Bailey clan.
Duan Ling Tian continued reading. Third place. Yi Wu Dao.
Yi Wu Dao is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect.
Duan Ling Tian recognized the other two people who were ranked after Yu Tianxing, Feng Qi and Bailey Hong Fei.
Ho Zilong is a grassroots prodigy, and yet, he's ranked in the top 10 of the Formation Spirit Pagoda.
Duan Ling Tian was familiar with Ho Zilong's name.
When he looked at the peak of gravity rankings, Ho Zilong was also ranked in the top 10.
So far, Su Li's result is the best. It only took him 141 breaths.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted when he saw Su Li's result.
What a beautiful woman!
Could she be Huan Er? Is the purple-clad young man standing next to her Duan Ling Tian? They're the ones who killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
They haven't appeared for 8 years. I thought they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect's prodigies. I didn't expect them to still be alive.
Many people were standing in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. More and more people were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Now that they had reappeared, it naturally attracted a lot of attention.
They're the ones who killed Yun Shao?
Not far away, a blue-robed young man raised his eyebrows and sent a message.
Yun Yi, the woman who killed your junior brother has appeared. She's in the Formation Spirit Tower you went through before.
Similar to the World of Laws, there were only 9 Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm. However, more than one person could enter the Formation Spirit Pagoda at the same time. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, each person would enter a separate space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. They would have to kill all the Formation Spirits on each floor before they could proceed to the next floor. Once they killed all the Formation Spirits on the 30th floor, they would be considered to have cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As long as the prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm were not too weak, it would not be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, it would be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda in a short time.
Huan Er, let's go in and have some fun.
Duan Ling Tian ignored the onlookers and called out to Huan Er before the duo entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian discovered Huan Er had disappeared from his side. However, he was not worried since he knew it was only temporary. He had entered the space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The Formation Spirit Pagoda's timer starts as soon as the Formation Spirits appear. Now, let's wait for the Formation Spirits to appear. Although the Formation Spirit had yet to appear, Duan Ling Tian's nerves tensed up at this moment.
His eyes narrowed.
Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, a young man dressed in dark blue robes descended from the sky.
Where are they?
The young man had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were cold, and he exuded a chilling aura that made it seem as though he did not want anyone to get close to him. As soon as he appeared, he asked the young man who had sent the message earlier. It's Yun Yi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
A few people recognized Yun Yi immediately.
Xueqi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was currently ranked 7th on the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking.
They've gone in.
The young man who was questioned by Xueqi said as he glanced at the Formation Spirit Pagoda.
Good, very good.
Xueqi nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Then, I'll wait here for them to come out."
Xueqi, why don't we call more people over? They're quite strong. If the two of them join forces, we might not be able to suppress them.
The young man who had sent the message earlier suggested.
I'll send a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
Xueqi knew Duanling Tian and Huan were strong, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly sent a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
However, the other prodigies were too far away.
It would be impossible for them to come over in such a short time.
Xueqi, why don't we see how long it'll take them to come out? If they're close to you, there's no need to make a move.
Xueqi nodded.
All right.
Xueqi nodded. Then he asked, how long have they been in there?
They've been in there for about 30 breaths.
Normally, one would have 20 breaths to prepare after entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda.
Xueqi nodded. I'd like to see how long it'll take them to come out.
Xueqi looked at the Formation Spirit Pagoda coldly. When the others saw Xueqi, they knew he was here for Duanling Tian and Huan Er.
I wonder if those two are a match for Xueqi. Time continued to pass. Swoosh.
When a purple figure appeared, many people, including the young man standing next to Xueqi, widened their eyes in shock.
How did he come out so quickly?
The young man standing next to Xueqi widened his eyes in shock as well. 127 breaths.
Heavens!
Sect leader Yu Jianchang of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect is going to break the record that has been held for almost 20,000 years?
I didn't think I'd have the chance to witness this. This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it.
Soon after, they discovered the person ranked first on the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking was no longer Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect.
Duanling Tian had taken 127 breaths.
The record set by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect 20,000 years ago was 132 breaths. In other words, the time Duanling Tian spent in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After all, it was impossible for one to hold back in the Formation Spirit Pagoda.
Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for one to compress one's time.
5 breaths of time. This could already be said to be the difference between heaven and earth.
Gulp. Chapter 32-31.
Yes. At this moment, the young man who had sent a message to Xueqi had also checked the ranking of the Formation Spirit Pagoda with his divine consciousness. He was shocked when he saw Duanling Tian had broken the record set by Yu Jianchang, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect.
Duanling Tian was simply too heaven-defying.
In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed.
At the same time, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes.
Brother Ling Tian, you came out so quickly?
Huan Er asked in surprise when she saw Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, how long did you take? Huan Er, your result is not bad. It only took you 143 breaths to come out.
At this moment, Duanling Tian had already probed Huan Er's ranking with his divine consciousness. Currently, Huan Er was ranked 3rd, behind Su Li, and ahead of Yu Tianxing. Su Li had taken 141 breaths to come out while Yu Tianxing had taken 144 breaths. He was only 1 breath ahead of Huan Er.
Even so, Yu Tianxing was still pushed to the back by Huan Er. He had fallen from 2nd to 4th. She's Huan Er who killed my junior brother Yun Xiao?
Xueqi asked again as he looked at the young man standing next to him. When the young man nodded, Xueqi had already turned into a streak of light and left in a hurry.
As for the young man, he also left after Xueqi.
Most of the people present on the scene saw that the young man was familiar with Xueqi. If Duanling Tian and Huan Er pursued the matter, they would find out that the young man had a close relationship with the Thousand Hands Devil sect. At that time, if the two of them attacked him out of anger, he would definitely die.
I didn't expect both of them to be so strong.
It has been 8 years since the Genius Secret Realm opened,
and one of them has reached the top of the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking while the other is ranked 4th.
Now, the people who could still refresh the rankings in various places in the Genius Secret Realm were basically very strong people.
However, after they refreshed the rankings, there might not be any changes to the rankings. This was because those with strength would have already refreshed the rankings. It said that the person who set the record will be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Numerous gazes descended onto Duanling Tian, and many people's eyes even flashed with a wave of envy and jealousy. Duanling Tian, who was about to leave with Huan was stunned when he heard the conversation. That seemed to be the case. In the Genius Secret Realm, those who managed to break the record would be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duanling Tian had this thought in his mind. Whoosh!
Along with a burst of strong light that descended from the sky, a 3-foot-long blade with a flowing light revolving around it slowly descended and finally landed in front of Duanling Tian.
It really is an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. With just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The aura it emitted was similar to the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 3-foot-long sword was green in color. It emitted a sharp aura even before it landed in Duanling Tian's hand. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor-grade celestial sword flew into Duanling Tian's hand.
As soon as the Emperor-grade celestial sword appeared in Duanling Tian's hand, a loud and clear voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm.
Congratulations, Duanling Tian. You've cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda in 127 breaths. You've broken the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Not only would defeating the Formation Spirit in the World of Laws be announced, but breaking the record in the Genius Secret Realm would also be announced. Apart from that, the reward for breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian? He's here again? Heavens! He broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? I remember the record was set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. How did he manage to break the record? That year, Yu Jianqing only took 132 breaths to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, this Duanling Tian is even more terrifying. He only took 127 breaths. That's 5 breaths less than Yu Jiancheng. The prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were shocked when they heard the announcement. They didn't expect to meet someone who had broken the record of the Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm this time. After all, that record had been maintained in the Genius Secret Realm for nearly 10,000 years. 8 years ago, Duanling Tian couldn't even reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity. Now, he's breaking the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? Compared to the peak of gravity, the Formation Spirit Pagoda values one's overall strength more. It seems like he's very strong. Why do I feel like they're not the same person? Although a person's performance at the peak of gravity is not bad, that's all there is to it. However, this person from the Formation Spirit Pagoda broke Yu Jiancheng's record. They're on a completely different level. I agree.
Logically speaking, someone who can break the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda should be able to break the record in the peak of gravity as well. That's why Yu Jiancheng broke the record in 2 places. Many people thought the person who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was different from the person who failed to reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity 8 years ago.
Duanling Tian? He broke Uncle's record?
Within a valley, Yu Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an astonished expression.
I must get Duanling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yu Tianxing rose to his feet and sent a message to all the disciples in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect to pay attention to Duanling Tian's whereabouts. If they found Duanling Tian, they were to invite Duanling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before entering the Genius Secret Realm, Yu Tianxing's uncle, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, had told him, Duanling Tian. If someone broke his record in the Genius Secret Realm, no matter which record it was, he must invite that person to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It was precisely because of this that Yu Tianxing lost his composure and was at a loss when he learned that someone had broken Yu Jianqing's record. At this moment, even Su Li had received Yu Tianxing's message. Although they were from different branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, they were still disciples of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Therefore, they had exchanged soul pearls before they entered the genius secret realm. Duan Ling Tian? When Su Li received Yu Tianxing's message, he was still shocked by the voice that had resounded throughout the entire genius secret realm. 127 breaths? He had entered the formation spirit pagoda a few times a year ago, but his best result was 141 breaths of time. In fact, he had used the same amount of time twice. For this reason, he knew it would be extremely difficult to shorten the time he spent in the genius secret realm by one breath unless he improved his strength. This Duan Ling Tian is really monstrous. Just like that friend of mine. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Su Li's eyes. At the same time, in the air above a lake, there was a beautiful woman in a purple-red robe with a graceful figure. Her autumn eyes shone brightly at the right time. Duan Ling Tian? He broke Yu Jiancheng's record? The woman inhaled sharply before she sent out a series of messages. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters of the ancient Phoenix clan, spare no effort to find Duan Ling Tian and invite him to the ancient Phoenix clan. The woman was none other than Feng Qi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. At the same time, Feng Qi sent out a series of messages. Bailey Hongfei also sent out a series of messages, asking the Bailey clan to pay attention to Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts and invite Duan Ling Tian to join the Bailey clan. Although the other Grade 1 forces knew their chances of success were slim, they still made their moves. For example, Yi Wu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect, also sent a message to the other prodigies in the sect to look for Duan Ling Tian and invite Duan Ling Tian. If there was any Grade 1 force that did not make a move, it would be the Thousand Hands Devil sect. The woman who was so close to Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. No matter how talented Duan Ling Tian was, it was impossible for him to accept Duan Ling Tian. Even if he accepted Duan Ling Tian, he would lure Duan Ling Tian to the Thousand Hands Devil sect and kill him. Duan Ling Tian was not so stupid as to willingly follow the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That would be tantamount to suicide. Huan this is for you. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian casually tossed the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan as though it was a piece of trash. Thank you, Brother Ling Tian. Huan accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword without any hesitation. She knew her brother Ling Tian had a better weapon. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword. He's giving away an Emperor-grade celestial sword just like that? It's no wonder such a beautiful woman is willing to follow him. He's really generous. It seems like he doesn't care about the Emperor-grade celestial sword at all. Who is he? Why would a grassroots prodigy be like him? Many people were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's casual act of giving away the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan However, there were also some who were confused by Duan Ling Tian's disdain for the Emperor-grade celestial sword. They speculated that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a person stepped forward and cupped his fists at Duan Ling Tian. I'm Bailey Kong, a disciple of the Bailey clan. I'd like to invite you to join the Bailey clan. With your innate talent and comprehension ability, the Bailey clan will definitely not mistreat you. We'll provide you with the best resources to nurture you. The person who stepped forward was a young man. Based on his words, it was clear he was a prodigy of the Bailey clan. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Lin Ji, a disciple of the Profound Sky Dao sect. The Profound Sky Dao sect welcomes you. If you're willing to join the Profound Sky Dao sect, we'll treat you well. It won't be inferior to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, or the Bailey clan. Chapter 32-32. Thank you for inviting me, but I haven't decided which force I want to join yet. I'll decide later. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly at the people from the Bailey clan and the Profound Sky Dao sect before he left with Huan The group of people watched them leave. Only when their figures disappeared from their sight did they regain their senses. It seems like there's going to be another monstrous genius in the Nando territory. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. A grassroots prodigy who broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. How unexpected. Even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't miss such a monstrous genius. Everyone was shocked. They were certain the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, which had always been cold and aloof, would take the initiative to invite Duan Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Indeed, they were right. At this moment, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were in the Genius Secret Realm were searching everywhere for Duan Tian. They wanted to invite Duan Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. On the other side, after Duan Tian and Huan left the Formation Spirit Pagoda, they walked in a random direction. Soon after, a familiar yet unfamiliar mountain appeared before their eyes. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. The reason why it looked familiar was because it was exactly the same as the peak of gravity that they had seen before. It was unfamiliar because the location of this mountain was different from the location of the peak of gravity. This mountain was located in a swamp forest at the foot of the mountain. On the other hand, the peak of gravity was located on a plain. The peak of gravity. The mountain in front of them was also a peak of gravity. Although it was located in a swamp forest, it was still very eye-catching. Some of the tall trees in the swamp forest were not worth mentioning in front of the peak of gravity, which was so high that it reached the clouds. Moreover, there was an empty space around the peak of gravity. Previously, when Duan Tian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity, they saw dozens of people. However, this time they only saw 3 people. The 2 of them stood at the foot of the peak of gravity, watching one person climb the peak of gravity. I wonder which level third brother will be able to reach this time. He won't be able to leave his name on the peak of gravity if he reaches the 2000th level. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Third brother is too stubborn. His best result before this was the 1965th level. If he wants to surpass the 35 level gap, he'll have to improve his strength. The other young man also shook his head and sighed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air at the foot of the peak of gravity, attracting their attention. Their attention was immediately drawn to Huan Er's flawless face. These 2. Aren't they Duan Tian and Huan Er? Who else could it be but Huan Er in the Genius Secret Realm? After a brief conversation, the 2 young men quickly figured out the identities of Duan Tian and Huan Er. After all, Huan Er's face was very recognizable. In the Genius Secret Realm, no one had ever seen anyone who could compare to Huan Er in terms of looks, let alone someone who was prettier than her. Could this Duan Tian be the Duan Tian who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? The young man muttered to himself. I don't think so. Duan Tian couldn't even reach the 3000th step in the peak of gravity. It has only been 8 years. How strong can he be? The middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, Duan Tian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity again. Huan shall we compete? Duan Tian asked with a smile on his face. Sure. As soon as Huan finished speaking, the 2 young men at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered that Duan Tian and Huan had vanished from their sight. Teleportation? This thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It wasn't that no one used teleportation to climb the peak of gravity, but if one used teleportation to reach a high place, it would be very uncomfortable. He might as well climb up 1 level at a time. That way, he would be able to go further. When Duan Tian and Huan Er's names lit up on the peak of gravity leaderboard, the 2 people at the foot of the mountain looked up, and their pupils constricted. This was because they discovered that in just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian and Huan appeared on the 3000th step. With a single teleportation, he crossed 3000 steps. At the same time, Duan Tian's ranking on the peak of gravity was pushed behind Huan As for Huan her previous record was the 3000th step, so her position did not change this time. However, even so, the 2 people below the peak of gravity were still shocked. Heavens! They just teleported to the 3000th step. That's 30,000 meters of the peak of gravity. It's understandable if it's Huan After all, she once climbed the 3000th step. However, what's up with Duan Tian? 8 years ago, he couldn't even climb the 3000th step, and now, he's able to do it with just a single teleportation? Huan body swayed a little, but Duan Tian's body didn't move at all. It's as though he didn't feel any pressure at all.
The two people at the foot of the peak of gravity were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's current state. At the same time, the people at the other 98 peak of gravity also noticed the changes in the peak of gravity leaderboard.
Duan Lingtian? Huan Er?
They're challenging the peak of gravity again. Duan Lingtian has also climbed the 3000th step? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian who broke the formation spirit pagoda are not the same person? As the people at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names, the peak of gravity became lively again.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Outside the genius secret realm, the prodigies who were busy with their own matters began to make their way to the peak of gravity curiously when they heard the news.
Xueqi is ranked first as well.
Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity, surged out of his body and easily withstood the pressure from the peak of gravity. Only at this moment did he pay attention to the peak of strength ranking, and discover that Xueqi was also the one who had left his name at the top of the peak of gravity list. Xueqi was ranked first on the peak of gravity leaderboard since he had climbed the 3552nd step.
Xueqi is quite strong.
I didn't expect him to be a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect as well.
I thought he was just a grassroots prodigy.
Earlier, when he was outside the formation spirit pagoda, he had heard people talking about Xueqi. At that time, he learned Xueqi was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Based on the current situation, Xueqi was even stronger than Yu Tianxing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Meanwhile, Huan Er, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, finally caught her breath.
Huan Er, let's continue.
Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan Er before he continued to climb the peak of gravity. His speed was so fast that the two prodigies at the foot of the peak of gravity were dumbfounded. He's still so fast after climbing the 3000th step? The two prodigies were shocked to see Duan Lingtian climbing the 3300th step at an extremely fast speed. Although he had slowed down a little, he was still very fast. It was only when Duan Lingtian reached the 3500th step that his speed began to slow down. At the same time, Huan Er's speed began to slow down when she reached the 3300th step. Could it be that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength 8 years ago?
Isn't it obvious?
Duan Lingtian is ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, it seems like he's doing it with ease. He must have hidden his strength 8 years ago. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's name had surpassed Yu Tianxing's, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Duan Lingtian, who challenged the peak of gravity 8 years ago, was the same person who broke the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, in the formation spirit pagoda. I wonder if Huan Er has grown stronger in the past 8 years or if she hid her strength back then. She's almost at the 3400th step now. Many people noticed Huan Er's rapid rise in the peak of gravity ranking. He surpassed Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's name rose to the top of the peak of gravity ranking, surpassing Xueqi. Xueqi's record was at the 3552nd step. Currently, Duan Lingtian had reached the 3553rd step. However, Duan Lingtian was still climbing the peak of gravity ranking. Step by step, step by step. Is Duan Lingtian going to challenge the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Many people felt chills running up their spines when they saw this. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Will he be able to create another miracle? I think it's possible. After all, he broke Yu Jiancheng's record in the formation spirit pagoda and surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by quite a bit. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break Yu Jiancheng's record.
I agree.
Whether it's the formation spirit pagoda or the peak of gravity, it's all about strength. That's why Yu Jiancheng was able to set the record in both places. If Duan Lingtian manages to break Yu Jiancheng's record, he'll be acknowledged as the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Nando territory. At this moment, many people were looking forward to Duan Lingtian breaking Yu Jiancheng's record again. Duan Lingtian is really strong. Yu Tianxing and He Zhan appeared in the air near the peak of gravity again. He Zhan could not help but click his tongue when he saw the name that had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking.
Senior brother Tian Xing. Do you think Duanling Tian can break the highest record set by the sect leader at the peak of gravity? He Zhan asked Yu Tian Xing. Chapter 32-33.
When he broke the record of the peak of gravity, I'm not sure if he would have been able to break the record of the peak of gravity if he had only taken one breath less than uncle.
In response to He Zhan's question, Yu Tian Xing looked at the name at the top of the peak of gravity ranking and replied, however, the time he took to pass the formation spirit pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than uncle. This also means that his strength is much stronger than eldest uncle's from back then. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to break uncle's peak of gravity record if he wants to. As though Yu Tian Xing's words were true, Duanling Tian managed to ascend to the 3,600 and 3,700 steps in just a blink of an eye, even though his speed had slowed down. When he reached the 3,700th level, his speed slowed down further. However, he still easily reached the 3,788th level, successfully breaking Yu Jianqing's record from back then. He broke the record again. Yu Jianqing's record has been held by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect for almost 10,000 years. Moreover, both of his records were broken by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is definitely the #1 prodigy in the Nando territory. Yu Tian Xing? Su Li? I feel like none of them can compare to him. The difference is too big. Su Li should be fine, right? After all, he's not even 300 years old yet. Duanling Tian might be 800 or 900 years old just like Yu Tian Xing, you're right. Su Li's potential isn't something he can compare to. Duanling Tian's achievement of breaking Yu Jianqing's record at the peak of gravity caused an uproar in the genius secret realm once again. Naturally, many people had expected Duanling Tian to break the peak of gravity record. After all, the peak of gravity was similar to the formation spirit pagoda. Both of them tested one's strength. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily break the record in both places. This was the same case for Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, it was obvious Duanling Tian was much more terrifying than Yu Jianqing. He still plans to continue to challenge higher levels? When they realized that Duanling Tian's name was still flashing, the people near the peaks of gravity were shocked. That Huan reached the 3,539th level, 1 level higher than Yu Tian Xing's. At the same time, many people discovered that Huan had already left the peak of gravity. She had surpassed Yu Tian Xing, the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, and was ranked 3rd on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tian Xing is really unlucky. The formation spirit pagoda was pushed down by Huan by a breath's time, and the peak of gravity was pushed down by Huan by 2 steps. Many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yu Tian Xing was unlucky. However, their words were quickly refuted by others. What do you mean by unlucky? That's strength, okay? A single breath of time in the formation spirit pagoda isn't that simple. Also, everyone has a limit on the peak of gravity. Could it be that you have the confidence to reach a level higher than your limit? No matter what, no one doubted that she was stronger than Yu Tian Xing. Of course, the strength mentioned here was pure strength and did not include other external forces. After all, external strength such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons were prohibited in the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda. One could only rely on one's own strength. If it were not for the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda, no one would dare to say that Huan was a match for Yu Tian Xing. After all, Yu Tian Xing was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even if Yu Tian Xing fought Su Li outside, Su Li might not be able to do anything to him if Yu Tian Xing used all his strength. Everyone was well aware of this. Duanling Tian is too strong. I wonder how many more levels he'll be able to reach. Everyone who was in front of the peak of gravity was shocked when they saw Duanling Tian ascending to the 3,800th level. Even those who were not in front of the peak of gravity were shocked. About an hour later, Duanling Tian finally stopped and did not continue to challenge. At this time, he had reached the 3,922nd floor, which was a height of 39,220 meters. His record had surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by more than 100 levels. It was truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that those who break 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm will be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many people were envious when they thought about this. Among Emperor-grade celestial weapons, offensive celestial weapons were extremely rare. Among the group of prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm, it was likely that none of them possessed a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Who would not be envious when they found out Duanling Tian would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon? At the same time, Duanling Tian, who had left the Peak of Gravity and was standing next to Huan also received his reward. It was a flexible armor. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he confirmed the soft armor in his hand was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Then, he passed the soft armor to Huan. However, Huan did not accept it. Brother Ling Tian, you don't have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You should keep it for yourself. Previously, Huan had accepted Duanling Tian's Emperor-grade celestial sword because she knew Duanling Tian had the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, she was unwilling to accept a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the end, Duanling Tian could not persuade Huan to accept the soft armor. He decided to give it to her when he obtained another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian, where should we go next? Huan asked Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked at the others at the foot of the Peak of Gravity and asked in a loud voice, "Everyone, do you know where we can break the record?" Now that Duanling Tian had broken 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm and obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, he could finally taste the sweetness of victory. Now, he really wanted to find some places where he could break records and challenge them. If he could break a few more records, he might be able to obtain a few more Emperor-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, there were more than 2 people at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. Many people had come to inquire about the Peak of Gravity. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. There are many places where we can break the record. However, the records in those places can't be broken by strength alone. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Duanling Tian, "That's right." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, only managed to break the record at the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As for the records in other places, he didn't manage to break the record at all. It's not that difficult to break the record at those places." Many people reminded Duanling Tian that although there were many records that could be broken, they could not be broken by strength alone. Who can lead the way? Duanling Tian did not think it was necessary for him to break the record. He only wanted to broaden his horizons. There's a place called the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation nearby. You can break the record there. A young man chimed in. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Many people gasped when they heard the young man's words. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation in the Genius Secret Realm. Those who can come out within a limited time will be ranked on the ranking. Based on this, it's obvious that it's not simple. When I entered the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation 2 years ago, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find the way out. In the end, I had no choice but to wait for the time to be up. The highest record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was set 100,000 years ago, right? The person who set the record was a prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. The Profound Cat Clan specializes in illusory formations. Their prodigies are born with the ability to create illusory formations. I remember the person who came closest to setting the record was a prodigy from the Phantom Fox Clan. That prodigy is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox Clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Her name is Du Xian. I remember her name as well. She's a woman. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he instinctively turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to him. As expected, when Duanling Tian looked at Huan, tears welled up in her eyes. Mother, Huan-er's mother's name was Du Xian. Duanling Tian had learned about this when he met Huan-er's great-aunt, Du Fei, in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. For this reason, he immediately thought of Huan-er's mother when someone mentioned Du Xian. Huan-er, You'll meet your mother sooner or later. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian comforted her. Moreover, the Phantom Fox Clan's Du clan is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Once you become a Celestial Emperor, I'll accompany you there to see if your mother is there. All right. Huan Er's mood improved when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then she said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to have a look at the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face as he said, It seems like you're going to break the record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. Duan Ling Tian had only heard about the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation recently. However, based on the discussions in the surroundings, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was a place where illusory formations were set up. As a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan, she was naturally immune to illusory formations. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was nothing to Huan Er. Where's the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at the person who had brought up the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. The person enthusiastically led Duan Ling Tian to the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. While Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were making their way to the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation, the people in the vicinity of the Peak of Gravity followed them. Chapter 32-34. The Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation was located in a vast valley. Anyone who entered would be able to challenge the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. However, when a group of people arrived to watch Duan Ling Tian challenge the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation, they discovered that Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. On the other hand, Huan Er, who was next to Duan Ling Tian, had entered the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. Duan Ling Tian. Why isn't he going in? The group of people who followed Duan Ling Tian to the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation could not help but feel puzzled when they saw that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of entering the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. The person who's currently ranked first in the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation is Ho Zilong. The Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation's ranking was formed by the white clouds outside the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. Su Li is only ranked 6th. Yu Tianxing is ranked 8th. As for Feng Qi, she's ranked 4th. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also saw a few prodigies from Grade 1 forces in the top 10 of the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. However, even someone as strong as Su Li was only ranked 6th. Moreover, there was a huge gap between him and the person ranked 1st. Ho Zilong only spent 7 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes to clear the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. Su Li, on the other hand, spent 16 days to clear the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. Although Ho Zilong was ranked in the top 10 of the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he was ranked at the bottom. This showed that he was much weaker than Su Li. However, he was ranked first in the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation. This showed that he was skilled in illusory formations. Either that or he was born immune to illusory formations. What's the highest record in the Thousand Elephants Illusory Formation? Duan Ling Tian asked the person who brought them there curiously. He knew the highest record was set by a prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan from 100,000 years ago. The Profound Cat Clan was similar to the Phantom Fox Clan in that they were skilled in illusory formations. However, unlike the Profound Cat Clan who specialized in breaking illusory formations, the Phantom Fox Clan specialized in setting up illusory formations. Because of that, the two clans were like natural enemies. Furthermore, in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the two clans were constantly fighting each other. 3 days and 1 hour. The person Duan Ling Tian asked answered in a timely manner. 1 hour in 3 days? The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Wouldn't that mean that he would take less than half the time compared to Ho Zilong, who was currently ranked first? I wonder if Huan Er will be able to break her record. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was confident that he would be able to defeat Ho Zilong. However, now that he knew the gap between Ho Zilong and the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan from 100,000 years ago, he no longer dared to think that way. Time passed quietly. After about 3 hours, someone finally couldn't help but ask Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, are you still not going in?" Me.
Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then shook his head.
I don't plan to go in.
You don't plan on going in?
Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What were they doing here?
Weren't they here to watch Duan Lingtian challenge the Thousand Elephants illusory formation?
However, Duan Lingtian said he wasn't interested in it. Let's disperse.
As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has no intention of entering the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. A middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. I was waiting for Duan Lingtian to challenge the Thousand Elephants illusory formation, but I didn't expect him to have no intention of entering at all.
If he doesn't want to enter, what's the point of waiting? Let's go.
Just as the crowd was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone felt as though their feet were filled with lead, and they could not move an inch. This was because the person who appeared in front of them was none other than Huan Er.
Huan Er?
Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Huan Er.
He knew what this meant.
It meant that she had cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, it had only been 3 hours since she had entered the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Only those who successfully clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation will be able to leave the Thousand Elephants illusory formation.
Otherwise, they'll be trapped inside for a month. She only took 3 hours to come out?
Doesn't this mean she only took 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation?
3 hours.
That's impossible, right?
3 hours?
Even the prodigy from the profound cat clan from 100,000 years ago took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation.
How's that possible?
Did she fail to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation?
Did she find a way to come out earlier?
Huan Er's return from the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even those who were about to leave turned around when they saw Huan Er's return. Those who had left the Thousand Elephants illusory formation turned around when they heard Huan Er had returned. Why don't we look at the ranking to see if she cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? If she really cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation and didn't find a way to come out, her name will definitely be on the ranking. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the 10,000 Elephants illusory formations ranking. Ho Zilong was no longer ranked first in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation but Huan Er.
Huan Er. 3 hours.
When the onlookers saw Huan Er's name and the time next to it, they were dumbfounded.
This is real.
At the same time, the people outside the Thousand Elephants illusory formation were dumbfounded as well. When the people in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation followed Duan Lingtian to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation, they had also received news that Duan Lingtian was going to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. For this reason, they had all gone to the nearest illusory formation. Initially, they thought they would be able to see Duan Lingtian clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, they did not expect to see the ranking of the woman next to Duan Lingtian.
Huan Er was ranked first.
Huan Er only spent 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. 100,000 years ago, the prodigy from the profound cat clan took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation.
Huan Er only spent 3 hours? Heavens!
This record is heaven-defying.
Who's going to break this record in the future?
The record of 3 days has been maintained for 100,000 years. How long will the record of 3 hours last?
1,000,000 years? How terrifying! This is too terrifying.
Huan Er's achievement in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even the prodigies from the various Grade 1 forces were shocked. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian was monstrous enough. However, they did not expect the woman next to Duan Lingtian was equally monstrous.
How did she do it?
Many of them still found it hard to believe. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. After all, 3 hours was too long. Even when Duan Lingtian broke the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, and the Peak of Gravity, it was not as shocking as Huan Er's achievement. Firstly, Huan Er had broken the record that had stood for 100,000 years. Secondly, the record that had stood for 100,000 years was nothing compared to what Huan Er had just achieved. On the other hand,
Duan Ling Tian had only surpassed Yu Jiancheng by a few breaths in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and more than 100 steps in the Peak of Gravity. 3 hours. 3 days. How many times was the difference? I didn't expect to witness 3 records being broken in the Genius Secret Realm. This is only the 3rd time in the Genius Secret Realm's hundreds of thousands of years of history, right? Indeed, it's the 3rd time. I remember there's a legend in the Genius Secret Realm that if the highest records in 3 places are broken in the 10 years the Genius Secret Realm is open, the God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm will open? God's secret treasure? That's just a legend, right? It said that God's secret treasure is a ruin that once led to a realm of gods in the Genius Secret Realm? I think so. Rumor has it that the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect discovered that place. They joined forces with the powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan to open a path to that place. Many people began to recall the legend of God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm when Duan Ling Tian and Huan broke the records. However, most people thought it was just a legend. 3 records have been broken. It seems like God's secret treasure will be opened soon. I never thought that I, Yu Tianxing, would be able to see this day. Yu Tianxing and He Zhan stood together outside a 10,000 elephants illusory formation. At this moment, Yu Tianxing's eyes were filled with excitement. Senior brother Tianxing, it seems like we'll have a chance to see God's secret treasure. It's said that God's secret treasure is a holy land for cultivation. I can't wait to see it. He Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation as well. Others might think God's secret treasure was just a legend. However, as prodigious disciples of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, they knew God's secret treasure was not just a legend. The God's secret treasure really did exist. Moreover, it was the ruin of a realm of gods. Back then, the powerhouses of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan had opened a path to the ruin. In order to stabilize the ruin, they had created a little world above it. When the powerhouses from the 3 Grade 1 forces entered the ruin, it had almost collapsed. Later on, they discovered that the ruin would not be affected as long as it was not a celestial emperor. For this reason, they only allowed celestial lords to enter the Genius Secret Realm. However, if they only allowed celestial lords to enter, some powerful celestial emperors would still be able to enter. For this reason, they set up a formation that restricted those above the age of 1,000 from entering the Genius Secret Realm. With this, almost all celestial emperors could enter the Genius Secret Realm. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, there were only a few celestial emperors below the age of 1,000. The formation at the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm that restricts those above the age of 1,000 is from the Tidal Temple. Even the most powerful titled celestial emperors won't be able to break it. The legendary gods might be able to break it, but once they break it, the Genius Secret Realm will collapse, and the ruin will cease to exist. After listening to their explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned about the God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm. Chapter 32-35. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard from the Chaos Divine Flame that even a supreme expert who had created a divine realm would die. After the death of a supreme expert, the realm of gods that he had created would be destroyed by the supreme expert who had killed him. This was because only 18 realms of gods could exist in this world. If the old realms of gods did not disappear, the new realms of gods would not appear. Are there really ruins of realms of gods in this world? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and Chaos Divine Earth in his body. The Chaos Divine Earth's words still rang in his mind. This world can only hold 18 realms of gods at most. If a new supreme expert is born, as long as he kills another supreme expert, he'll be able to destroy the other supreme expert's realm of gods and create his own realm of gods. On the other hand, if he's killed by another supreme expert, he'll die, let alone create his own realm of gods. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Chaos Divine Flame was the first to answer, of course. A realm of gods is created by a supreme expert. It's not difficult for a supreme expert to destroy a realm of gods. All he has to do is destroy its core. However, if a supreme expert wants to destroy a realm of gods, he won't waste his energy to destroy the entire realm of gods after destroying its core. First, it's not necessary. After all, After destroying the core of another supreme expert's realm of gods, the realm of gods will be destroyed, and the supreme expert will be able to create a new realm of gods. Second, if a supreme expert destroys the core of a realm of gods before destroying the entire realm of gods, it'll take a lot of effort even for a supreme expert. For this reason, it's rare for a supreme expert to destroy another supreme expert's realm of gods after destroying the other supreme expert's realm of gods. Under such circumstances, a realm of gods that has lost its core will begin to wander about in spatial turbulence. In the end, it'll fall to the bottom of the river like a stone and stay there forever. That's where the ruins of a realm of gods are located. If the celestial emperor is powerful enough, he'll be able to open up a passage to the realm of gods in his little world. Duanling Tian continued to say, it's possible for celestial emperors to discover the ruins of realms of gods when they establish little worlds. However, if a celestial emperor enters the ruins, the realm of gods that has lost its core won't be able to withstand the pressure from the celestial emperor and will self-destruct. Therefore, what they said is true. The genius secret realm has a passage that leads to the ruins of a realm of gods. After all, there's no smoke without wind. The Chaos Divine Flame's origin. Boy! At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Boy, if that's really a realm of gods, you're in for a treat. After all, the cultivation environment in the ruins of a realm of gods is incomparable to any place in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, even if you have the divine tree of life to help you cultivate, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms is limited. Once you enter the ruins of a realm of gods, with the help of the divine tree of life, your cultivation speed will increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice grew louder as it continued to say, moreover, the speed of comprehending the various laws in the realms of gods will increase as well. If low-level 5 divine elements like us enter the ruins of a realm of gods, we'll be able to absorb the 5 elemental energy in the ruins to improve our strength. A hint of excitement could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's true god's realm. Moreover, there must be many god weapons in the ruins of the realm of gods. This is because when a supreme powerhouse kills another supreme powerhouse and destroys the core of the realm of gods, the core of the realm of gods will release a terrifying energy that annihilates all living beings in the realm of gods. Most of the living beings in the realm of gods possess divine weapons. After they die, their divine weapons will naturally be left behind in the ruins of the realm of gods. However, it won't be easy to find divine weapons. After all, when the realm of gods was destroyed, the seawater poured in, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even if there are divine weapons, no one will know where they are buried. One can only rely on luck to find them. Of course, this is only true for ordinary people. You have the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, and that girl has become the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, she's very sensitive to other divine weapons. She'll be able to detect divine weapons as long as there's a divine weapon nearby. The Chaos Divine Flame paused for a moment before it said enviously, sometimes, I can't help but envy you. Your luck is heaven-defying. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duanling Tian knew the god's secret treasure was not just a rumor. The god's secret treasure was real. Just as Duanling Tian was thinking about this, a loud voice rang in his ears. It was the same voice that had made the announcement many times in the genius secret realm. The voice was loud and clear, and it reverberated in the ears of the prodigies in the genius secret realm. The god's secret treasure will open in 6 months. His voice reverberated throughout the entire genius secret realm, causing the group of supreme talents inside to be a little dazed. After a moment, they regained their senses and were somewhat ecstatic. The god's secret treasure is not just a rumor? It really exists? The god's secret treasure is really in the ruins of the land of gods? It's said that not only are there divine weapons everywhere in the ruins of the land of gods, but there are also divine beasts' remains. Those are all good stuff. I heard the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realm of gods is much denser than in the Devata realms. It's much easier to cultivate there. It's the same for comprehending the laws there as well. After the announcement that the god's secret treasure would open in 6 months spread throughout the genius secret realm, everyone was in an uproar. For a time, Duanling Tian and Huan Er's limelight was stolen. After all, The god's secret treasure was closely related to everyone's interests. Since Duan Lingtian and Huan had broken the record, they had only joined in the fun. Naturally, there were some people who were grateful to Duan Lingtian and Huan for opening the god's secret treasure. Huan let's go. Earlier, before the announcement about the god's secret treasure was made, the voice had already announced that Huan had broken the record. At the same time, she also obtained an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I broke the second record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, Huan only broke the first record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Huan heaven-defying record has given her special treatment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, although he had broken the records at the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he did not surpass the record holder by much. Huan on the other hand, had surpassed the record holder by more than 20 times. What did it mean to be 20 times stronger than the record holder? Over the next 5 months, Duan Lingtian and Huan set many records. However, they were all unheard of. Moreover, they were all in areas that he was not familiar with. For example, setting up formations. Alchemy. Previously, when he was in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, his alchemy skills were quite good with the Chaos Divine Flame. However, the Chaos Divine Flame was still in its third form, and it was not good enough for him. There was also the matter of weapon forging. There's only a month left before God's secret treasure opens. Until now, I still don't know where the entrance to God's secret treasure is. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. After all, he was not the only one who did not know where the entrance to God's secret treasure was. Even the other people, including the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, did not know where it was. Moreover, according to the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the entrance to God's secret treasure was not fixed. Usually, the entrance to God's secret treasure would be guided before it opened. Now, there's only 1 month left. Logically speaking, God's secret treasure should have given out guidance to the group of prodigies in the genius secret realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Half a day later, a dazzling golden light that resembled the sun appeared out of thin air in the distance. It immediately attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Brother Lingtian, is that God's secret treasure's guidance? Huan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid everyone in the genius secret realm can see that golden light. It must be God's secret treasure's guidance. Huan let's go. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, the young prodigies in the divine offering land noticed the golden light as well. They immediately realized it was the entrance to God's secret treasure. For a moment, they stopped what they were doing and rushed in that direction. The entrance to God's secret treasure has appeared. I should be able to meet Duan Lingtian at the entrance. Su Li was also rushing in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, he was curious about the grassroots prodigy who shared the same name as his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Naturally, deep in his heart, he hoped that the grassroots prodigy was his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but think about it. After all, he also hoped that his good friend would have such achievements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Whether it was the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces or the grassroots prodigies, all of them were rushing in the direction of the golden light.
They would do anything to enter God's secret treasure. Chapter 32-36. The place where the golden light shone was located was above the Peak of Gravity. Even though it was covered by clouds and mist, it still could not block out the dazzling light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous figures rushed over from all directions.
In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the place where the golden light shone. With a single glance, they were able to see that within the dazzling golden light, there was a grand and ancient door that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life.
The door was crimson in color. It was surrounded by a seemingly heavy metal that resembled ancient bronze. There were countless complicated patterns engraved on it. There were people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns. If one looked closely, they would realize that the people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns seemed to have come alive in an instant. On both sides of the door, there were two monsters that looked like a dragon or a flying dragon or a snake guarding it. They emitted a terrifying aura from their bodies. The door was ajar, as though it would open with a touch. Waves of mysterious black mist escaped from the crack of the door, emitting an aura that made one feel relaxed and happy. What kind of immortal beasts are these? The people who had gathered here were basically a group of grassroots prodigies. They were already nearby and had rushed over as soon as they could. At this moment, when the group of prodigies looked at the two monsters, their eyes were filled with confusion. This was because this was the first time that they had seen such monsters. The two monsters looked extremely ferocious. They had sharp fangs and saliva that constantly dripped from their mouths. Their triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, they were guarding in front of the door, glaring at the group of prodigies. The chains that were as thick as an adult man's waist were pulled taut by them.
It was as though they would have pounced on the group of prodigies if it were not for the chains restraining them.
It seems that God's secret treasure is behind this door. A young prodigy mumbled to himself. This place will open in a month? Many people's eyes lit up. Didn't you guys notice that? This door is ajar? Maybe we can just push the door open and go in now. A middle-aged prodigy looked at the ajar door in the distance with bright eyes.
Then, he could not hold it in any longer. With a flash of his body, he dashed toward the ajar door as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning.
What happened next was an unforgettable scene for everyone present.
Just as the middle-aged man arrived near the unlatched door, one of the monsters abruptly opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful burst of energy.
Roar! Along with the earth-shaking roar of a beast, a terrifying power, like a world-destroying light, landed on the middle-aged genius. Before that happened, the middle-aged heaven's favorite reacted in time.
However, even though he defended with all his might, under the impact of the destructive light, he still turned into a bloody mist.
Not even a speck of dust was left behind. A moment later, a damaged storage ring appeared before everyone's eyes. The middle-aged prodigy's defensive royal-grade celestial weapon and the defensive royal-grade celestial weapon were destroyed by the force.
This is the power of an immortal emperor?
Many people were shocked as they looked at the monster that had attacked. Their hearts trembled. No one had expected the monster to be able to display such powerful strength. The monster's power was not something they could withstand. The monster's attack contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial emperor. Moreover, apart from the celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial emperor, it also contained the terrifying aura of a law.
Even the most outstanding prodigy from a grade 1 force might not be able to withstand that monster.
A grassroots prodigy gulped as he spoke in a trembling voice. That's Bailey Hong Fei. Soon after, many people noticed that Bailey Hong Fei from the Bailey clan had arrived. Behind him were 5 or 6 people. Clearly, they were all geniuses from the Bailey clan. Brother Hong Fei, what's that celestial beast? When the people from the Bailey clan arrived, a pretty girl behind Bailey Hong Fei looked curiously at the two monsters guarding the door. The grassroots prodigies present on the scene immediately shifted their attention to Bailey Hong Fei. Bailey Hong Fei was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan. Rumor had it that he was extremely knowledgeable. If I'm not mistaken, those aren't celestial beasts but quasi-divine beasts. At this moment, Bailey Hong Fei turned to the two monstrous beasts guarding the entrance and spoke with a grim expression on his face. Quasi-divine beasts? Upon hearing Bailey Hong Fei's words, although it was the first time the prodigies present on the scene had heard of quasi-divine beasts, they knew what divine beasts were. Divine beasts were existences that possessed godlike strength when they reached adulthood. They were even more powerful than celestial beasts. After all, no matter how powerful a celestial beast's bloodline was, it was still a 10-direction celestial emperor. If they wanted to advance further, they could only rely on themselves like humans. Although quasi-divine beasts were not true celestial beasts, they were not true celestial beasts. However, they were definitely more terrifying than celestial beasts. Brother Hong Fei, does that mean quasi-divine beasts are above celestial beasts and are between top celestial beasts and divine beasts? Another male disciple of the Bailey clan asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Bailey Hong Fei nodded. If I'm not mistaken, these quasi-divine beasts are Ning dragons. They're divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. Quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts? They were not afraid of celestial beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. However, the thought of quasi-divine beasts sent chills down the spines of the prodigies present on the scene. Brother Hong Fei, the door behind the Ning dragons seems to be ajar. The female disciple from the Bailey clan who had spoken earlier said. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hong Fei said, "It's normal. Every time God's secret treasure opens, all the prodigies in the genius secret realm are notified to gather at the entrance a month in advance. That's when they can enter God's secret treasure. However, if they want to enter God's secret treasure, they'll have to pass the test first. It seems like these two Ning dragons are the test for God's secret treasure this time. However, it's not realistic to enter God's secret treasure right under their noses." At the very least, Bailey Hong Fei did not think he had the ability to enter God's secret treasure under the watchful eyes of the Ning dragons. Although the two Ning dragons weren't fully grown, the chi they exuded had clearly surpassed the chi of celestial lords. The two Ning dragons were celestial emperors. Moreover, the profundities they had mastered were not weak. Does this mean we'll be able to enter God's secret treasure in advance if we pass the test? Another disciple from the Bailey clan asked. That's right. Bailey Hong Fei nodded. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for a month. At that time, the two Ning dragons will leave. Brother Hong Fei, how long will we be able to stay in God's secret treasure after the Ning dragons leave? 3 days. When the other prodigies overheard the conversation between Bailey Hong Fei and the Bailey clan's disciple, they were stunned. If they did not enter God's secret treasure in advance, they would only be able to stay in God's secret treasure for 3 days. 3 days? Isn't that too little? As for the disciples of the Bailey clan who had just found out about this, they were all stunned. At the same time, they felt that the time was too short. It's always been like this. Bailey Hong Fei shook his head and said, God's secret treasure is a ruin in a realm of gods. If we're lucky, we might be able to find a divine artifact in there. Do you think we'll be able to stay in there until the genius secret realm opens? That's not realistic. Indeed, many people thought they would be able to stay in God's secret treasure until the genius secret realm opened. They did not expect they would only be able to stay in there for 3 days. What can we do in just 3 days? How lucky must we be to obtain a divine artifact in such a short time? It seems like we'll only be able to stay in God's secret treasure if we pass the Ning Dragon's test. Pass the Ning Dragon's test? Why don't you try? Can't you see Bailey Hong Fei doesn't intend to force his way in? In my opinion, we'll die if we try. Just as the group of grassroots prodigies were feeling a little depressed, another group of people came over. It's the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Many people recognized the group of old men from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They were led by Yun Yi, the strongest young prodigy in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yun Yi, I heard that you didn't even greet Duan Ling Tian and Huan before running away. Bailey Hong Fei looked at Yun Yi and said mockingly, What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge your junior brother Yun Xiao? Bailey Hong Fei. Yun Ye's expression darkened when he heard Bailey Hong Fei's words and saw the mocking gazes directed at him from the surroundings. He knew Bailey Hong Fei must have found out about what had happened outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda. If Bailey Hong Fei found out who leaked the news, he would not let the culprit go. What do you mean? Many grassroots prodigies did not know what Bailey Hong Fei and Yun Yi were talking about. However, after listening to their explanations, they finally understood what Bailey Hong Fei and Yun Yi were talking about. Immediately, they looked at Yun Yi with ridicule in their eyes. After a while, the people from the Profound Sky Dao sect arrived as well. After that, a few people from Grade 1 forces such as the Tuoba clan, the Great Dragon Battle sect, and the Profound Cat clan arrived as well. Currently, there were 6 people from Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Only 2 people from the remaining Grade 1 forces were missing. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the Ancient Phoenix Clan. There were a total of 8 Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Among them, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the Bailey Clan were the strongest.
The other 5 forces had always worked together to avoid being swallowed up by the other 3 forces.
Chapter 32-37. The ancient Phoenix clan is here as well.
Soon, the group of people guarding the entrance of God's secret treasure saw another group of people, led by a woman, walking towards them in an imposing manner. The woman in the lead was dressed in a purplish-red robe. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. She was none other than the number 1 prodigy of the ancient Phoenix clan, Xueqi. Qi. When Bailey Hongfei saw Xueqi, he stepped forward and greeted her with a warm smile. However, Xueqi ignored him. Bailey Hongfei, don't call me by my name. If you want to call me by my full name, please. Bailey Hongfei had been pursuing her relentlessly for 100 years. Even though she had rejected him verbally, he still did not give up. She felt helpless about this. In terms of strength, Bailey Hongfei was on par with her. She could not use force. As for soft tactics, she did not know how to use force. Even if she used force, Bailey Hongfei would only push his luck. She's Xueqi of the ancient Phoenix clan? I heard that she's not only the number 1 prodigy of the ancient Phoenix clan, but she's also the most beautiful woman in the clan. The most beautiful woman in the ancient Phoenix clan? If I hadn't met Huan I would have thought that she's unrivaled. However, after meeting Huan I feel that she's very ordinary.
I agree.
After Xueqi appeared, many grassroots prodigies began to whisper among themselves. Some of them had seen Huan before, and they were not stingy with their praise for her. Although Xueqi was pretty, she was still far from being comparable to Huan. Women love to be beautiful. This was especially true for women who had a foundation in beauty. A group of grassroots geniuses were whispering there. Although their voices weren't loud, but with Xueqi's hearing, how could she not hear it? Instantly, her expression turned ugly. Since Xueqi could hear them, Bailey Hongfei could hear them as well. When he saw Xueqi's expression turning ugly, he glared at the grassroots prodigies who were gossiping. When the grassroots prodigies saw Bailey Hongfei glaring at them, they immediately shut their mouths. After all, they could not afford to offend the number 1 prodigy of the Bailey clan. What a beautiful woman! While Bailey Hongfei was glaring at the group of grassroots prodigies to shut them up, the female disciple from the Bailey clan exclaimed in shock as she gazed into the distance. What's going on? Hearing this, everyone's gazes turned to look at him. 2 figures were flying over from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a beautiful woman in white. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his temperament was outstanding. The woman held the young man's hand and stood next to him like a golden couple. It's Duan Lingtian and Huan They're here. Many of the Sky Prides present had seen Duan Lingtian and Huan before, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the grassroots prodigies were grinning from ear to ear. After all, Duan Lingtian and Huan were also grassroots prodigies. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian and Huan that we were able to open God's secret treasure. A grassroots prodigy sighed. That's only natural. If it weren't for them breaking 3 records, we wouldn't have been able to open God's secret treasure. The former's words received the approval of the group of grassroots prodigies. Meanwhile, Yun Yi, the number 1 prodigy of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had an unsightly expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan from afar. However, he only glanced at them briefly before he averted his gaze. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huan would stare at him. So many people? When Duan Lingtian saw the crowd, he knew he and Huan had arrived late. Duan Lingtian, I'm Xueqi. When Xueqi saw Duan Lingtian and Huan she withdrew her jealous gaze from Huan and looked at Duan Lingtian with a charming smile on her face. The ancient Phoenix clan invites you to join us. As long as you join the ancient Phoenix clan, we'll do our best to nurture you. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that as long as you join the ancient Phoenix clan, the treatment you'll receive won't be any worse than mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived, Xueqi extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the ancient Phoenix clan. Duan Lingtian,
I'm Bailey Hongfei. The Bailey clan welcomes you to join us. Although Bailey Hongfei was pursuing Feng Qi, he decided to put aside his feelings for Duanling Tian when he saw Duanling Tian. He decided to fight for Duanling Tian on behalf of the Bailey clan and the ancient Phoenix clan. Then he looked at Huan and said with a smile, "Of course, the Bailey clan welcomes Miss Huan as well. As long as the two of you join the Bailey clan, I can assure you that in the future, the treatment you'll receive in the Bailey clan will be better than mine." Bailey Hongfei made a solemn vow. "Brother Ling Tian, Miss Huan the mysterious Tian Dao sect welcomes you to join us." Yi Wu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the mysterious Tian Dao sect, stepped forward and invited Duanling Tian and Huan to join the mysterious Tian Dao sect. "Little sister Huan you're so beautiful."
An enchanting woman in red stepped forward and smiled at Huan
"Brother Ling Tian is really lucky to have found a partner like you." She glanced at Duanling Tian cautiously as her cheeks flushed red. She did not know how to react to Duanling Tian's words. "Although our Tuoba clan is inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, as long as the two of you join us, I, Tuoba Hong, can represent my father, the current patriarch of the Tuoba clan, and promise that as long as the two of you join us, our Tuoba clan will not mistreat you."
The woman in red was none other than Tuoba Hong, the daughter of the current clan leader of the Tuoba clan.
She was also the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Tuoba clan. Of course, she was much weaker than Feng Qi, Bailey Hongfei, and Yi Wu Dao. For this reason, she wanted Duanling Tian and Huan to join the Tuoba clan. That way, her father would no longer have to worry about the Tuoba clan's future. "I'm Yuan Zhu from the Great Dragon Battle Sect. The Great Dragon Battle Sect welcomes the two of you." Yuan Zhu, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Great Dragon Battle Sect, stepped forward and extended an invitation to Duanling Tian and Huan "If the two of you join the Great Dragon Battle Sect, you'll have priority in using all of the sect's resources." The 4 Grade 1 forces also extended an invitation to Duanling Tian and Huan The grassroots prodigies were, naturally, envious when they saw this. However, they knew Duanling Tian and Huan deserved this treatment. After all, their performance in the Genius Secret Realm had surpassed the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Currently, only the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, and the Profound Cat Clan did not extend an invitation to Duanling Tian and Huan The Thousand Hands Devil Sect did not extend an invitation to Duanling Tian and Huan since they knew it was impossible for Duanling Tian and Huan to join the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Even if they extended an invitation to them, they would only be humiliating themselves. On the other hand, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan frowned slightly as they looked at Huan with a skeptical expression on their faces. They could sense the aura of their clan's nemesis, the Phantom Fox Clan, on Huan However, they were certain Huan was not a Phantom Fox. Moreover, the young man had broken the record left behind by the Profound Cat Clan's ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After all, the ancestor of the Profound Cat Clan was still a pillar of the Profound Cat Clan to this day. Normally, when they saw the old ancestor of the Profound Cat Clan, it was as though they were on a pilgrimage. However, when they entered the Genius Secret Realm, they saw with their own eyes that Huan had broken the record set by their old ancestor in the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. Moreover, he broke the record set by the ancestor of the Profound Cat Clan 100,000 years ago in a crushing manner. "Gentlemen, I'm Yu Tian Xing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Tai E progeny." At this moment, Yu Tian Xing stepped forward and looked at Duanling Tian and Huan with a smile on his face. Many people wondered why the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had not made a move yet. "On behalf of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I'd like to invite both of you to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. As long as both of you join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I can guarantee that the Thousand Hands Devil Sect won't dare to do anything to you in the future." Unlike the others, Yu Tian Xing didn't offer any extravagant conditions. Instead, he only expressed one thing. If Duanling Tian and Huan joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would protect them from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Swoosh! Upon hearing Yu Tian Xing's words, Yun Ye's expression changed drastically.
The expressions of the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect behind him changed as well. However, they knew Yu Tianxing was qualified to say such words. After all, the Thousand Hands Devil sect did not dare to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. The ancient Phoenix clan won't let the Thousand Hands Devil sect harm you as well.
Feng Qi chimed in. The Bailey clan will definitely protect you. Bai Li Hong chimed in.
Earlier they had forgotten about Duan Ling Tian killing Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. The Tuoba clan isn't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
Tuoba Hong chimed in.
The Great Dragon Battle sect is willing to fight the Thousand Hands Devil sect for both of you.
Yuan Zhu chimed in.
If the Thousand Hands Devil sect dares to harm you, not only will the Profound Heavenly Dao sect not allow it, but I, Yiwu Dao, won't allow it as well. If the Thousand Hands Devil sect dares to harm you, I, Yiwu Dao, will kill one of their prodigies. Yiwu Dao's cold gaze swept across the group of prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, causing their expressions to turn even more unsightly. Then the top prodigies from the Grade 1 forces turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Huan waiting for their response.
It's Su Li. Su Li is here.
At this moment, a few of the prodigies noticed a black figure flying toward them on a sword in the distance. It was at this moment that a few of them noticed Duan Ling Tian's figure flying toward them on a sword.
Swoosh!
A majestic blood-red sword tore through the air.
Chapter 32-38. Su Li.
Upon hearing the voice, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but turn around and look curiously into the distance. Su Li was the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Before he entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda and ascended the Peak of Gravity again after 8 years of closed-door cultivation, Su Li was ranked first in both places. Most importantly, Su Li was not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with Su Li's name. Back then in his hometown in the Saint Region realm, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Genius camp, the young man who became his best friend was also called Su Li. Before he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had regarded Su Li as his best friend. He had met Su Li a few times, but Su Li's growth had exceeded his expectations. After he ascended to the Devata realms, he no longer heard about Su Li. He's Su Li? The new prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who's even stronger than Yu Tianxing?
Yu Tianxing is a thing of the past.
Su Li is the current #1 prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li will lead a new era in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect.
Everyone's eyes were trained on Su Li.
Even Feng Qi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, had a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw Su Li.
Upon seeing this, Bailey Hong Fei frowned slightly.
A hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Su Li. Su Li, the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, including Yu Tianxing, had mixed feelings when they saw Su Li. After all, Su Li had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect later than them, and yet, he had surpassed them. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Su Li also landed among the crowd. Finally, his gaze locked onto a purple figure. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was also staring at Su Li. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li swooped down on his sword, whereas Duan Ling Tian soared up into the sky and flashed swiftly towards Su Li. Huan was the only one who stood there with a confused look on her face.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stood facing each other less than 10 meters away from each other.
What's going on? Don't tell me the two most outstanding geniuses in the Genius Secret Realm are going to spar with each other? Is there going to be a good show? All the geniuses present thought that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were standing opposite each other in a confrontation. Only Huan could clearly feel the joy in her big brother Duan Ling Tian's heart when he left her. It was as if the black-clothed young man made him overflow with joy from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's actions caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li stepped into the air and hugged each other in the blink of an eye. Their hands were constantly patting each other's back as they revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. Even the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had never seen Su Li, the widely acknowledged cold-faced sword celestial, smile. They know each other? At this moment, seeing the scene before them, it was not difficult for the people present to guess this. Perhaps it was not as simple as just knowing each other. Duan Lingtian and Su Li continued to pat each other's back as they hugged each other. They could feel the joy in each other's hearts. At this moment, neither of them spoke a word. Although they did not speak, they could understand each other's feelings. It had been too long since they last saw each other. It had been about 200 years, right? When they first met, they were only in their teens. The last time they met, they were only a few decades old, not even 100 years old. It could be said that this was the longest time they had been apart. Duan Lingtian, when I first saw your name on the peak of gravity ranking, I wondered if it was you. However, after thinking about it, I didn't think it was possible. After a long time, Duan Lingtian and Su Li finally parted ways. How dare you? I've been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Although I've seen your name in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity rankings, I've only thought of you. I didn't even dare to think it was you. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bright smile on his face. Although he and Su Li did not spend much time together, their friendship was unbreakable. It's mainly because you're too outstanding. Ever since we met in the Iron Blood Genius Camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you've surprised me too much, Su Li said with a sigh. Su Li sighed and said, "That's why I'm here today. I'm also thinking, maybe your achievements are still higher than mine." It seems like I'm right. Although it was obvious Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect you to come to a Devata realm and become a prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it after we leave the Genius Secret Realm. Su Li smiled. All right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed he and Su Li were the center of attention. He nodded at Su Li before he walked over to Huan Er's side. Huan Er, this is Su Li. He's a good friend of mine. Duan Lingtian walked up to Huan Er and introduced her to Su Li with a smile on his face. He did not know why he was so eager to share his joy with Huan Er after reuniting with Su Li. You must be Miss Huan Er, right? You're indeed as peerless as the rumors say. Su Li glanced at Huan Er before he winked at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to glare at him. Big brother Su Li, Huan Er greeted Su Li with a smile. Big brother? Su Li was taken aback. Then he said awkwardly, actually, I'm only slightly over 200 years old. What? Do you think I'm being taken advantage of by calling you big brother? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Huan Er isn't even 200 years old yet. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Su Li thought Huan Er was older than him. Not even 200 years old? Duan Lingtian's words shocked Su Li and the other prodigies present on the scene. They did not expect there would be someone younger than Su Li among the prodigies who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, this young woman who was not even 200 years old had broken the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formations record. Senior brother Su Li, are you acquainted with Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect stepped forward and asked curiously, as far as I know, Senior brother Su Li, ever since you came to the Jade Emperor Heaven with Senior Uncle Dugu, you've never left the sect. This is your first time leaving the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect since the Genius Secret Realm opened. The young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was confused. Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine from the mundane realm. Su Li smiled. Duan Lingtian, this is senior brother Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow the Arch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. At the same time, Su Li introduced the young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also greeted the young prodigy. Su Li, since you're acquainted with Duan Lingtian, why don't you bring him to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Gong Sun Jing said to Su Li after greeting Duan Lingtian warmly. Although Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine, I respect his decision. Regardless of whether he chooses the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect or not, our friendship remains the same. Su Li shook his head. Initially, when Su Li had shown his close relationship with Duan Lingtian, the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces thought they had no chance of winning. However, when they heard Su Li's words, their eyes lit up again. Apart from Gong Sun Jing, the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, including Yu Tianxing, frowned slightly upon hearing Su Li's words. In their opinion, since Su Li was close to Duanling Tian, it was almost certain that Duanling Tian and Huan would join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. They did not expect Su Li to have no intention of inviting Duanling Tian and Huan to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li, Yu Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Su Li before he said in a deep voice, "Even if senior uncle Duanling Tian is here, he would definitely want you to invite Duanling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect." Su Li glanced at Yu Tianxing indifferently. "Yu Tianxing, I know what you're thinking. However, I believe the progeny leader will respect my decision." The progeny leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's shadow support progeny was Dugu Zue. He was the one who brought Su Li to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect from the Jade Emperor Heaven. The senior uncle Dugu that Yu Tianxing and Gong Sun Jing were referring to was Dugu Zue. Yu Tianxing naturally knew Su Li was telling the truth. The progeny leader of the shadow support progeny treated Su Li like a treasure. How could he be displeased with Su Li? "Su Li, the sect leader treats you well, right? It's your duty to recruit talents for the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, right?" When Yu Tianxing saw it was useless to bring up Dugu Zue, he brought up his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Ever since Su Li joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, had taken good care of Su Li. Upon hearing Yu Tianxing's words, Su Li frowned slightly. Then, he glanced at Duanling Tian and did not look at Yu Tianxing. "Su Li, Huan and I will join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "Duanling Tian, there's no need for you to." Su Li thought Duanling Tian had decided to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect because of him. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Duanling Tian. "Huan and I originally planned to join a Grade 1 force. Since you're in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, we'll join in the fun." Duanling Tian was telling the truth. Why did he want to enter the genius secret realm? He wanted to join one of the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, the Bailey Clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Among the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was undoubtedly his first choice. Chapter 32-39. Duanling Tian's words extinguished the hope in the hearts of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Even so, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the choice was in Duanling Tian's hands. Moreover, with their strength, it was impossible for them to force Duanling Tian to submit to them. If they could suppress Duanling Tian, they would not have taken the initiative to invite Duanling Tian to join their forces. It was due to Duanling Tian's strength and innate talent that they were willing to put aside their pride and invite Duanling Tian to join their forces. "Su Li, you said you and Duanling Tian are good friends in the mundane realm. Don't tell me he's about the same age as you?" Gong Sun Jing, a prodigy from the Yellow the Arch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, asked curiously as he looked at Su Li. "That's right." Su Li nodded. "Duanling Tian and I are about the same age. If we're to be exact, he's slightly younger than me." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Duanling Tian was about the same age as Su Li? In fact, he was even younger than Su Li? Upon hearing Su Li's words, the corner of Yu Tianxing's mouth twitched. He did not expect the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would have such a monstrous genius like Su Li and Duanling Tian, who was even more monstrous than Su Li. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces who had invited Duanling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect looked at the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect with envy. "What's the situation now?" Su Li asked as he looked at Gong Sun Jing. "I don't know. We just arrived as well," Gong Sun Jing replied. At the same time, the prodigies present on the scene shifted their attention to the door guarded by the 2 Ning dragons. Ning dragons. Feng Qi-Qi's expression changed drastically. As the most outstanding prodigy among the younger generation in the Ancient Phoenix Clan, it was only natural that she recognized the Ning dragons. Earlier, a relatively strong grassroots prodigy tried to force his way in, but he was killed by one of the Ning dragons, Bailey Hongfei said. Bailey Hongfei said. Although these two Ning dragons haven't reached adulthood, their strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Feng Qi said solemnly. Not weaker than an ordinary immortal emperor? Hearing Feng Qi's words, the faces of the group, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly solemn. If I use the space law's teleportation profundity, will I be able to enter? A sky pride from the mysterious heavenly Dao sect asked curiously. The sky pride from the profound sky Dao sect was a sky pride who had comprehended the law of space. Furthermore, he had also comprehended the profound meaning of teleportation to minor accomplishment. With a single teleportation, he could teleport 10,000 meters away. You can try. Feng Qi said faintly, but there was some ridicule in her eyes. The sky pride of the mysterious heavenly Dao sect frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he still gave it a try.
However, when he disappeared on the spot, he reappeared on the head of the Ning dragon instead of beside the ajar door.
Roar! At the same time, the Ning dragon opened its mouth and attacked the profound heavenly Dao sect's prodigy. Oh no! The expression of the profound heavenly Dao sect's prodigy changed drastically. He wanted to teleport back, but he discovered that the space he was in seemed to be affected by some kind of power. He could not teleport at all. Boom! The Ning dragon shot out a beam of destructive energy from its mouth and killed the profound heavenly Dao sect's prodigy in an instant, leaving behind a broken spatial ring. As for the defensive immortal equipment on his body, it was reduced to dust by the Ning dragon's attack. Feng Qi. Yi Wu Dao, the #1 sky pride of the profound heavenly Dao sect's younger generation, glared at Feng Qi when he saw one of his junior brothers die just like that. You knew all along, didn't you? The Ning dragon's innate ability is to affect space. It's impossible to teleport in front of it. In fact, it can even affect space with just a thought and prevent you from teleporting, Feng Qi said faintly. Feng Qi said faintly. Her words were undoubtedly a reply to Yi Wu Dao.
Indeed, she had long known that this would be the result.
Yi Wu Dao flew into a rage. Why didn't you warn him? Why did you let him try? Are you trying to harm him? I only wanted him to try and see if the two Ning dragons had really reached the level of a celestial emperor. Only Ning dragons with the strength of a celestial emperor or above can control space.
Feng Qi shrugged and said, Now, his death proves that the two Ning dragons did indeed have the strength of a celestial emperor and were not bluffing.
Feng Qi's words sent chills down the spines of many people.
She had asked the profound heavenly Dao sect's prodigy to risk his life just to see if the Ning dragons had the strength of a celestial emperor.
Feng Qi, I'll remember this. Yi Wu Dao looked at Feng Qi deeply, but he did not make a move. He knew that he was no match for Feng Qi. Even if he made a move, he would not benefit from it. In the future, the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan should be careful when they go out. Yi Wu Dao glanced at the people behind Feng Qi and smiled. Although he was smiling, his smile was uglier than crying. The expressions of the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan changed when they heard Yi Wu Dao's words. Yi Wu Dao, if you want the profound heavenly Dao sect to expel you and the ancient Phoenix clan to hunt you down, you can try. Feng Qi sneered. Yi Wu Dao's expression darkened when he heard Feng Qi's words. This was the confidence of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although the profound heavenly Dao sect was a grade 1 force, its strength was inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan. If the ancient Phoenix clan wanted to expel him, the profound heavenly Dao sect would have no choice but to do so. It seems like we'll have to wait for another month before we enter. Many prodigies shook their heads and sighed when they saw the two Ning dragons guarding the entrance to God's secret treasure. The others, including Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he knew he was no match for the two Ning dragons. It seems like we can only wait. Duan Lingtian and Suli looked at each other. They could see the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Suli, since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me what happened to you after we parted ways? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he led Huan and Suli to the side, away from the other prodigies. Just as Suli was about to speak, Huan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, I just communicated with the two Ning dragons through voice transmission. They'll allow me to enter. However, I can only bring 3 people with me.
Huan Er's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Huan Er, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian asked in shock.
Yes.
Huan Er nodded. Why are they willing? Duan Lingtian asked again.
I negotiated with them.
As long as they're willing to let us in, I'll help them leave the genius secret realm. A hint of pity flashed in Huan Er's eyes as she continued to say, they're very pitiful. They were captured and brought here a long time ago. Moreover, the person who captured them has restricted their growth.
Bring them out.
Duan Lingtian was stunned.
Huan Er, are you sure you can do that?
No problem, Brother Lingtian, Huan Er said with a smile. Huan Er smiled and said, I'll use an illusion to conceal them. Then, I'll let them enter my small world and bring them out. However, although I negotiated with them, they were only willing to let me bring 3 people in. Duan Lingtian nodded.
You want them to enter your little world?
Duan Lingtian frowned before he said, no.
It's too dangerous.
If you want them to enter your little world, let them enter my little world instead. Although the little world could not be destroyed, it was still possible for a powerful being to cause trouble in it. Duan Lingtian did not want Huan Er to take the risk. Brother Lingtian, don't worry.
They won't hurt me.
They won't be willing to enter your little world because they don't trust humans, Huan Er said. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Huan Er's reassurance, Duan Lingtian gradually relaxed.
Did you take the initiative to negotiate with them? Or did they look for you?
Duan Lingtian asked.
They looked for me.
They recognized me as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Moreover, they said their clan's ancestor had a close relationship with us 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes a long time ago. All of this is recorded in my inherited memories, Huan Er said.
Duan Lingtian was relieved.
Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huan Er's words. After all, Huan Er's inherited memories would not lie.
You can bring 3 people with you? Does this mean we can bring 1 more person with us?
Duan Lingtian asked.
Yes.
Huan Er nodded. Brother Lingtian, you can decide who you want to bring.
I don't know any of them.
If you don't want to bring anyone with you, you don't have to.
Su Li, who do you think we should bring?
Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and asked. Of course, we can only bring people from the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect. I only know Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow the Arch progeny. I'm not familiar with the others. The Yellow the Arch progeny is closer to the Shadow Support progeny. Most importantly, the progeny leader of the Yellow the Arch progeny, Gong Sun Jing's grandfather, is extremely powerful. I suspect he's one of the titled celestial emperors in the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li said. If you bring him with you, you'll owe him a favor. After all, you and Huan Er will be entering the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect soon. Of course, this is only my suggestion, Su Li said.
In that case, let's bring him with us.
Duan Lingtian said, call him.
Let's go.
However, don't tell him the truth. I don't want him to know why we're allowed to enter the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian reminded Su Li, understood. When Su Li told Gong Sun Jing about this, Gong Sun Jing's eyes lit up. He was even a little overjoyed. Su Li, is what you said true? You can choose not to believe me. We're going in now.
Chapter 3240.
Gong Sun Jing. No wonder his name sounds familiar. As it turns out, he's acquainted with someone with the same name. When Su Li had introduced Gong Sun Jing to Duan Lingtian, he had thought Gong Sun Jing's name sounded familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, now that he was walking toward the 2 Ning dragons with Su Li and Huan Er, he finally recalled what he had done. Previously, when he was still in the profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven southern heaven territory, he had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and killed Gong Sun Jing, a disciple from the azure green mansion. When they were halfway there, Gong Sun Jing, the prodigy from the Yellow the Arch progeny of the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect, joined Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan Er. After all, Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan Er were more talented and stronger than him. If they were not confident, why would they take the risk?
For this reason, Gong Sunjing was not worried at all. What are they trying to do? As Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan approached the Ning dragons, many prodigies noticed them. They want to enter God's secret treasure? Aren't they afraid of dying? Everyone, be it grassroots prodigies or prodigies from Grade 1 forces, felt anxious when they saw Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan walking toward the Ning dragons. In their opinion, if Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan dared to approach the Ning dragons, they would definitely die. They're seeking death. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yun Yi, gloated when they saw Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan walking toward the Ning dragons. Su Li, what are you doing? The expressions of Yu Tianxing and the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect changed drastically. Yu Tianxing could not help but shout at Su Li. Although Su Li and Duan Lingtian were dead, he was still the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, his pride made it impossible for him to feel at ease. Moreover, Su Li and Duan Lingtian's existence greatly affected the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Since he was devoted to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he could not bear to watch Su Li and Duan Lingtian die. He could see it now. Gong Sunjing was most likely called over by Su Li. After all, Gong Sunjing had been chatting with them earlier. However, facing Yu Tianxing's rebuke, Su Li only turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. After that, he walked towards the two Ning dragons with Duan Lingtian, getting closer and closer. Seeing the four of them getting closer and closer to the Ning dragon, the group of Sky Prides felt that the four of them would definitely die. However, what happened next shocked them so much that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. As Duan Lingtian and the other three approached the Ning dragons didn't seem to notice them at all. They continued to walk in the air above their heads until they reached the unlatched door, pushed it open and walked in. It's actually possible? Gong Sunjing was slightly frightened when he walked above the Ning dragons. When he saw the Ning dragons had no intention of attacking them, he sighed in relief. Then, he followed Su Li and Duan Lingtian through the door. After the four of them entered, the door was left ajar as though it was waiting for them to enter. Behind the door was a boundless gray world, and it was utterly impossible to see clearly. Duan Lingtian's group of four had really concealed themselves within the gray world and vanished before everyone's eyes. What's going on? Are the two Ning dragons blind? How did they get in? Did they use some kind of trick? It feels like the Ning dragons didn't notice them at all. The group of Sky Prides outside the door was stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and the other three's figures disappear behind the door. Even the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces were dumbfounded. What's going on? Bailey Hongfei's face was filled with disbelief. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it was possible for someone to enter the door that was guarded by the Ning dragons. Is it possible that the Ning dragons have stopped attacking the intruders? A grassroots prodigy hesitated for a moment before he cautiously approached the Ning dragons. However, as soon as he entered the Ning dragons' range, he was killed by the Ning dragons. At this moment, the group of Sky Prides finally regained their senses. It was not that the Ning dragons had stopped attacking, but Duan Lingtian and the other three had used some kind of trick to prevent the Ning dragons from attacking them. After a while, many people tried to probe the Ning dragons using various methods such as concealment celestial talismans and concealment celestial talismans. However, none of them worked. Feng Qi even took out an invisibility talisman that ordinary celestial emperors would not be able to see through. However, Feng Qi also suffered minor injuries as a result. How did Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and the others enter the door? Why didn't they bring us with them? The young prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were slightly displeased. They might not be able to bring so many people with them. Yu Tianxing said indifferently, even though I don't have much interaction with Su Li, he's definitely not the kind of person who would disregard us. If he was a selfish person, my uncle wouldn't have thought so highly of him. Think about it. If he really doesn't want to bring anyone with him, why would he bring Gong Sunjing with him? Just because Gong Sunjing is an acquaintance of his? Yu Tianxing replied with a question. But why would he bring Gong Sunjing with him instead of you, senior brother Tianxing? Does he think you're inferior to Gong Sunjing? senior brother Tian Xing? He Zhan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Clear Lu progeny, said in a deep voice. He has his reasons, right? Yu Tianxing said. Meanwhile, after Duanling Tian and the others passed through the door, they continued walking for a while before they discovered they were still shrouded in fog. Finally, under the guidance of the faint light in front of them, they entered a vast world. However, the vast world was in ruins. Heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and there were ruins everywhere. Not a single thing was intact. So this is the ruins of the realms of gods? Duanling Tian could feel the pure heaven and earth spirit energy shrouding him. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was not as majestic as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. However, it felt like it was of a higher level. Brother Ling Tian, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is different, Huan said to Duanling Tian. While Duanling Tian noticed the difference in the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huan also noticed the difference. At the same time, both Su Li and Gong Sun Jing were shocked. After about 15 minutes, the four of them finally regained their senses. Duanling Tian, Su Li, since we're here, let's split up and search for our own fortuitous encounters, Gong Sun Jing said. Gong Sun Jing bid farewell to Duanling Tian and Su Li before he prepared to leave. Gong Sun Jing knew there was no danger in the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, when the realms of gods were destroyed, the formations and life forms in the realms of gods were destroyed as well. Su Li frowned slightly when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, Gong Sun Jing left. Gong Sun Jing must be worried that he won't be able to obtain anything if he stays with us. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. He's too narrow-minded. Su Li shook his head. Let's go. Duanling Tian beckoned to Huan and Su Li. Then, the three of them began to wander aimlessly in the ruins of the realms of gods. Naturally, Su Li was just wandering aimlessly. However, that was not the case for Duanling Tian. Let's continue for another 1,000 meters. The voice of Huang the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, rang in Duanling Tian's mind. It was none other than Huang In the end, Duanling Tian came to a halt above the ruins of a palace. Naturally, he was able to tell the ruins belonged to a palace because some of the things that had collapsed were part of the palace. Su Li was taken aback by Duanling Tian's sudden halt. Su Li, go and take a look at that spot. Duanling Tian pointed at a spot on the side of the ruins and said to Su Li, there should be a sword 30 meters down there. A sword? Although Su Li did not know how Duanling Tian knew there was a sword there, his eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's words. A sword in the ruins of a realms of gods was definitely not an ordinary sword. Even if it was not a divine weapon, it was most likely an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Swoosh. Although Su Li had not seen Duanling Tian for many years, he still trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally. After all, he did not think it was strange for Duanling Tian to do something miraculous. Initially, he did not have any hopes of entering the realms of gods. However, the woman beside Duanling Tian had brought them in with just a few words. Boom. Rumble. Su Li transformed into a sword at the location Duanling Tian pointed at and directly charged in, opening a path in the ruins. Naturally, he caused a huge commotion. Very soon, Su Li returned. In his hand was a strange sword. With the center of the sword as the center, half of it was black and the other half was blood red, revealing an evil aura. This is a mediocre Devata artifact. However, its soul has been destroyed. With his strength, the power he can unleash is only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huang voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. However, if he fights an emperor-grade celestial sword, he'll be able to cut it in half. When he becomes a celestial emperor, he'll be able to unleash the power of a divine weapon even without its soul. Huang continued to speak. Duanling Tian relayed Huang words to Su Li. A mediocre Devata artifact? Long before Duanling Tian spoke, Su Li had already flipped through the divine sword in his hand, and he was slightly reluctant to part with it. However, when he heard Duanling Tian's words, he handed the divine sword back to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you're the one who discovered this sword. Here, take it. Take it. Why are you being so polite with me? However, Duan Ling Tian did not take the divine sword. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Both of us won't lack divine weapons if we continue on our journey." Chapter 32-41. Earlier, Xueqi did not think much of it before he found the divine sword in his possession.
However, now that he had found such a divine sword according to Duan Ling Tian's instructions, he was terrified when he thought about it.
The divine weapon in my possession has an artifact soul. It can sense the presence of other divine weapons in this realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile.
Naturally, there was no need for him to hide this matter from Xueqi since he knew Xueqi would not harm him.
If Xueqi was the kind of person who would harm him, Xueqi would not have sacrificed his own future in the Crimson Firmament Kingdom's royal city because he did not want to help others kill him. An artifact soul? Xueqi was shocked. He knew what an artifact soul meant.
A divine weapon with an artifact soul was much more powerful than an ordinary divine weapon.
Duan Lingtian, I thought I was lucky. However, it seems like my luck is nothing compared to yours. Xueqi sighed. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he continued to explore the ruins of the realm of gods with Xueqi and Huan Er. Huan Er, I remember they said the two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. How did you communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's words reminded Xueqi of this matter. He looked at Huan Er curiously. It was common knowledge that celestial beasts without intelligence would not be able to communicate with humans. They would attack humans as soon as they saw them. It was the same for quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. Brother Ling Tian, Huan Er explained. To a certain extent, the Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. They can't communicate with humans since they don't understand the human language. Furthermore, the Ning dragons are born with a deep hatred for humans. That's because they've been enslaved by human experts for generations. Because of this, as long as the Ning dragons see humans, their first thought is to kill them. Humans can't communicate with them, so as time goes by, they naturally think that the Ning dragons have no intelligence. In fact, the Ning dragon is a quasi-divine beast, and it's comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor when it reaches adulthood. How can such a creature not have any intelligence? If they don't have intelligence, how can they comprehend the profundities of the laws? After listening to Huan Er, Duan Ling Tian agreed. If the Ning dragon didn't have intelligence, it wouldn't have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law. Could it be that he had to rely on his instincts to comprehend? In his memory, none of the immortal beasts that he knew had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but none of them had any intelligence. Even if they did, they would most likely lose their sentience after comprehending the profundities of the laws. I see. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and so did Xueqi. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Duan Lingtian, now that you've helped me find a god artifact, I'd like to have a look around so I won't be leaving with you and Huan Er. Xueqi suddenly said to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the reason he chose to leave was because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would give him another divine weapon later on.
Although he would be able to obtain a lot of god artifacts if he followed Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian.
All right. How could Duan Ling Tian not know Xueqi's thoughts? For this reason, he did not try to persuade Xueqi to stay. However, before Xueqi left, he exchanged soul pearls with Xueqi so that they could communicate more easily. Moreover, in the ruins of the realms of gods, his only advantage was to look for god artifacts. He had no other advantage over god artifacts. Perhaps, Xueqi would be able to find other fortuitous encounters after they left. The two Ning dragons guarded the entrance of God's secret treasure. Although the other prodigies were envious, none of them dared to approach it. It's been half a month since Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the realms of gods. Even if there's anything good, I'm afraid they've already taken everything away, right? A grassroots prodigy said with a frown on his face. His eyes were filled with jealousy.
However, as soon as he spoke, he was refuted by a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect.
Impossible. Do you know how big the realms of gods are? Even if the realms of gods are in ruins,
It's impossible for them to search the entire realms of gods in just a month. If they search the realms of gods at the same time, they won't even be able to search 1,000th of the realms of gods. The other prodigies from the Grade 1 forces agreed with the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Upon hearing this, the grassroots prodigies who did not know much about the realms of gods heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. It won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first. Although it won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first, they have an extra month. Unless they're extremely unlucky, they'll definitely obtain more treasures than us. Many grassroots prodigies could not help but feel jealous when they thought about Duanling Tian and the others who entered the realms of gods first. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today, God's secret treasure will be opened to us. We have to make good use of the 3 days. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain anything. I've already prepared to enter the realms of gods for 3 days. I don't think it's realistic for us to search for divine weapons. The realms of gods have been turned into ruins. Even if there are divine weapons in the realms of gods, most of them would have been taken away by the seniors who entered the realms of gods. Indeed. This isn't the first time God's secret treasure has been opened in the genius secret realm. As the group of sky prides waited, the Ning dragon that was guarding the door finally made its move. The 2 Ning dragons ran in different directions. Although the chains on their bodies were still connected to the door was completely exposed in front of the group of sky prides. These 2 Ning dragons. Aren't they leaving? Even if they run to the side, they can still attack us. These 2 Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. If they attack us, we'll definitely die. Even after the 2 Ning dragons ran to the side, the prodigies standing outside the realms of gods looked at each other. None of them made a move for a long time. In the end, Feng Qi of the ancient Phoenix clan took the lead and led the prodigies from the ancient Phoenix clan to the door of God's secret treasure. The prodigies present on the scene heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Qi and the others entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. Naturally, some of them could not help but feel puzzled. Didn't they say the Ning dragons have no intelligence? How did they know to move aside and let us in? Do these 2 Ning dragons really have no intelligence? Why do I find it hard to believe? I don't think they're without intelligence either. As the prodigies discussed among themselves, Bailey Hongfei led the people from the Bailey clan into the realms of God's secret treasure. After that, the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, led by Yu Tianxing, also entered the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. At this moment, many grassroots prodigies flew into the realms of God's secret treasure as well. Those who were watching from the sidelines were eager to make a move when they saw so many people entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. After the prodigies from the profound Heavenly Tao sect entered the realms of God's secret treasure, Yun Yi led the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the realms of God's secret treasure as well. There were many grassroots prodigies following them as well. However, when the group of elites from the Thousand Hands Devil sect arrived at the entrance of God's secret treasure between the 2 Ning dragons, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Roar! The 2 Ning dragons roared as they opened their mouths and spat out 2 rays of destructive energy. In just a blink of an eye, all the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yun Yi, were annihilated. A few grassroots prodigies who were close to them were killed as well. As for the other prodigies outside the realms of God's secret treasure, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly entered the realms of God's secret treasure. What's going on? The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect are dead? The grassroots prodigies and the prodigies from the profound Cat clan, who had not entered the realms of God's secret treasure in time, began to hesitate when they saw the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated. Nobody made a move even after a long time had passed. After killing the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the 2 Ning dragons seemed to have returned to their usual lazy state. Why did they kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's right. It's strange. They didn't make a move when the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces entered the realms of God's secret treasure, but they killed the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Why do I feel like they did it on purpose? Could it be because of Duanling Tian? That's right. Duanling Tian and the woman next to him had killed Yun Shao, the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They had become a thorn in the side of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on the fact that they were able to enter the realms of God's secret treasure in advance, it's possible that they had something to do with this.
What do you mean?
Don't tell me they had an agreement with the Ning dragons to allow them to enter the realms of God's secret treasure before instructing the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's impossible. Those two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence.
Do you still think they have no intelligence?
After the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated, no one dared to enter the realms of God's secret treasure for half an hour. In the end, a grassroots prodigy mustered up his courage and entered the realms of God's secret treasure. From the beginning until the end, the two Ning dragons did not even look at him. Since someone had taken the lead, many people followed suit. The prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan followed suit. When the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan entered the realms of God's secret treasure without being attacked by the Ning dragons, they heaved a sigh of relief. Why did the Ning dragons only kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional?
It would be fine if it was a coincidence.
However, if it was intentional, did it have something to do with Duanling Tian and the woman next to him?
Chapter 32-42. God's Secret Treasure.
The ruins of the realms of gods were bustling with noise and excitement as the group of prodigies entered the ruins. However, no one lingered at the entrance of the realms of gods. Instead, they left the place because they were certain that even if there were any treasures there, they would have already been looted by the people who had entered the ruins. They only had 3 days, so they could not afford to waste any more time here. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods is indeed extraordinary.
However, isn't it a little too thin?
I don't think cultivating here is any better than cultivating outside.
Many of the prodigies noticed this. As expected, rumors can't be trusted.
There might be fortuitous encounters like divine weapons in the ruins of the realms of gods, but there's no need for us to waste our time cultivating here.
Let's look around and see if we can find any divine weapons.
The ruins of the realms of gods in God's secret treasure were rumored to be a holy land for cultivation. However, after entering the realms of gods, they discovered that it was nothing special. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is higher than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Jade Emperor heaven.
However, isn't it a little too thin?
Senior brother Tian Xing, didn't you say this is a holy land for cultivation?
The situation here is different from the records in the sect.
He Zhan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's clear sable progeny, asked Yu Tianxing with a slight frown on his face.
It's indeed different. Yu Tianxing nodded.
Moreover, it's very different from what the rumors say. Perhaps the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods will dissipate as time passes. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing and He Zhan.
Naturally, they shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing.
The only ones who had different thoughts were Su Li and Gong Sun Jing, the other two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect.
What's going on?
It's only been a month, but the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of God's ruins is getting thinner and thinner. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is at least 100 times thinner than when I first came here.
Gong Sun Jing frowned as he looked at the ruins of the realms of gods. He had already been here for a month.
However, during this 1 month, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this place was constantly changing. In the beginning, it was very dense, but later on, it began to thin.
The further it went, the more exaggerated it became. Even though the realms of gods were in ruins now, it was still unimaginably huge.
However, in the short span of a month, more than 99% of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had disappeared. Could it be that we came in early and disrupted the order of the spiritual energy here?
While Gong Sun Jing was puzzled, Su Li was also puzzled.
However, Su Li would never have guessed that the reason the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods underwent such a drastic change in just a month was none other than his friend, Duanling Tian. In the ruins of a realm of gods, in a bottomless abyss, a white ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun was particularly eye-catching in the dark abyss.
A woman sat cross-legged on one side of the white ball of light.
Although she was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate,
The spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not directly flow into her body. Instead, it first flowed into the white ball of light, and then through the white ball of light, strands of milky white energy extended out like silk from a cocoon and entered her body. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see a purple figure sitting cross-legged in the void within the white light ball. His entire body was enveloped by the white light ball, the main branch of the divine tree of life. It has merged with the dilapidated divine tree of life in this realm of gods. After absorbing almost all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm of gods, it has grown into a towering tree. Duan Lingtian looked into his little world and saw that the main branch of the divine tree of life had grown into a towering tree. In the center of his small world, the main branch of the divine tree of life, which was originally like a small tree, had now grown into a towering tree, and exuded bursts of vitality all over its body. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's little world was filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. A hint of shock could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice as it said, I'm afraid you're the first person in history to possess 99 heavenly veins, obtain the main branch of the divine tree of life, gather the 5 divine elements, and enter a realm of gods. You gave the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. However, you obtained the world-cleansing divine water from the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water this time is in the 5th form. The chaos divine earth's voice grew louder and louder as it spoke. If it weren't for the world-cleansing divine water, my little world wouldn't have been able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh with emotion. Before he entered the ruins of a realm of gods, he did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. After entering the ruins of a realm of gods, all he wanted was to find a few more divine weapons with Huang Er's help. He did not expect to find the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods under the guidance of the main branch of the divine tree of life in his little world. There was a divine tree of life in every realm of gods. Usually, the divine tree of life would not survive the destruction of a realm of gods. However, the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods had survived due to the presence of the world-cleansing divine water. The price for its survival was that the world-cleansing divine water had reverted from the 9th form to the 6th form. The 9th form of the world-cleansing divine water was enough for one of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse. The divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods was the first to become a supreme powerhouse. However, just as it was about to become a supreme powerhouse, the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods was killed by another supreme powerhouse, destroying the core of the realm of gods. The moment the core of the realm of gods was destroyed, the divine tree of life's intelligence was destroyed. Although the 9th form of the world-cleansing divine water managed to retain its intelligence, it reverted to the 5th form of the world-cleansing divine water to prolong the life of the divine tree of life. It had been guarding the divine tree of life until it met Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had 99 heavenly veins and the main branch of the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master. Apart from the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth, he also had the 1st form clear heavens divine wood. Under the guidance of the 5th form world-cleansing divine water, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods merged with the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. 5 divine elements. Gather. 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation. Under the guidance of the 5th form world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world worked together to form a formation. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the formation. However, when all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods was absorbed by the formation and entered his little world, he realized something was amiss. That array formation was definitely a heaven-defying array. As the formation was activated, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body underwent transformations one after another. In the end, all of them entered the 6th form. The world-cleansing divine water that caused all these transformations had the least progress. The clear heavens divine wood had the most progress. It had transformed from the 1st form to the 6th form. Sister water, when will I be able to transform to the 7th form? When the clear heavens divine wood had first awakened its intelligence, it had discovered that it was the world-cleansing divine water that was guiding it. For this reason, The world-cleansing divine water was the closest person to the clear heaven's divine wood. Little Sister Mu, the 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation is already the best we can do to help the 5 divine elements evolve to the 6th form. We'll have to think of other ways to evolve to the 6th form. Just like the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water had a feminine voice. However, unlike the feminine voice of the world-cleansing divine water, the clear heaven's divine wood's voice sounded like that of a little girl.
Is that so?
The clear heaven's divine wood was slightly disappointed. Little girl, you're not satisfied with transforming from the 1st form to the 6th form in just a year? The chaos divine earth said to the clear heaven's divine wood. However, its childish voice did not sound like it was lecturing at all. Little brother too, you sound so obedient. When we transform in the future, you'll have to let me pinch your cute little cheeks. The clear heaven's divine wood said with a smile. How many times do I have to say this? I'm not little brother too. How long has it been since you gained sentience, and how long has it been since I gained sentience? You have to call me big brother, all right? The chaos divine earth said anxiously. Initially, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame did not pay much attention to it. However, the world-cleansing divine water had helped it transform to the 6th form in such a short time. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had gained sentience much earlier than the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal. Naturally, it did not dare to act impudently in front of it. However, the clear heaven's divine wood, who had just gained sentience, actually wanted to ride on its head and ask it to address it as big sister? With your childish voice, you want to be my big brother? Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 32-43. Currently, the 5 divine elements had left Duan Lingtian's body and were in his little world. Apart from becoming stronger, the 5 divine elements would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. When the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth were in their 3rd forms, they could help Duan Lingtian improve his strength. Now that they had entered their 6th forms, it was only natural that they would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. It's good that these fellows are in my little world. I can seal it with just a thought so they can't see what I'm doing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth had greatly improved his strength. However, sometimes he felt like he had no privacy in front of the 3 of them. Fortunately, his wives were not by his side. Otherwise, he would have to be careful when he was being intimate with them. Now that they had entered the small world in his body, even if his wife was by his side and they wanted to be intimate, he could close the small world in his body with a thought and not let them see what was happening outside. They're really 2 children, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that both the chaos divine earth and the clear heavens divine would had childish voices and childish personalities. They were like 2 children who had yet to grow up. The primal chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the world-cleansing divine water in his body sounded like adults, and their personalities were mature. Perhaps the 5 divine elements' voices are related to their personalities as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Based on my calculations, the prodigies outside should have entered the little world by now. I only have 2 more days before I leave the ruins of the realms of gods. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stood up and hovered in the air. At the same time, the white light around his body entered his body and entered his little world as well. The little world has absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. When the white light around him disappeared, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. However, he discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy was less than 1% of what it was a month ago. Brother Lingtian, Huan called out. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the white light around him, Huan who was sitting cross-legged in the void next to him, opened her eyes. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huan could no longer rely on it to cultivate. Even with her high innate talent, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of realms of gods would not be able to provide her with much help. Huan it's time we leave this place. Let's look around and see if we can find a few more divine weapons in the ruins. Duan Lingtian. A month ago, after helping Xueqi find the mediocre-grade divine sword, Duan Tian and Huan had only found 3 divine weapons. Now that they had 2 days left, Duan Tian planned to explore the ruins of the realms of gods. All right. Huan nodded before she and Duan Tian rose into the air and left the bottomless abyss. At the same time, a group of people stood at the bottom of the abyss. A few figures were standing outside the bottomless abyss. They were the 3 sky prides from the profound cat clan. They were frowning as they looked at the bottomless abyss. The light in the depths of the abyss is gone? That must be a treasure. Did someone beat us to it? I think so. The 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan had just arrived and were about to explore the depths of the abyss when they discovered that the light in the depths of the abyss had disappeared. Someone's coming out. Kill them and take the treasure away. The 3 prodigies exchanged a look before they gathered their strength and launched their attacks. Energies of different colors shot out of their bodies and blasted into the abyss. Boom! Rumble! The 3 prodigies that contained the power of different laws crashed into the abyss, accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises. Is he dead? The 3 prodigies no longer concealed themselves and flew into the air above the abyss. However, their expressions changed drastically in the next moment. In their field of vision, an earthy yellow light barrier appeared. Most importantly, this light barrier, which was clearly covered with many scars, was actually being repaired by a green energy that flowed like water. The law of earth? The law of wood? The 3 prodigies could sense the aura of the law of earth and the law of wood on the light shield. Is this a joint defensive technique of 2 prodigies who have comprehended these 2 prodigies' laws? The same thought appeared in the minds of the 3 prodigies. I've never heard of a prodigy from a grade 1 force with such a technique. Could it be a grassroots prodigy? The 3 prodigies looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the khaki-colored light shield disappeared, and 2 figures appeared before them. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the 2 figures. Duan Tian? Huan. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the first people to enter the abyss would be these 2 people. The 2 prodigies were so strong that they could be ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies from grade 1 forces. Duan Tian, in particular, was ranked first among the prodigies. Huan was second only to Xueqi. I was wondering who's so bold as to attack us. So, it's the prodigies from the profound cat clan. At this moment, Duan Tian and Huan arose into the air and stared at the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan intently. Duan Tian, it's a misunderstanding. The 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan shook their heads and waved their hands apologetically when they saw Duan Tian and Huan. A misunderstanding? Duan Tian smiled faintly. Didn't you use all your strength to attack me earlier? How about this? I'll only use 50% of my strength to attack you. If you can stop me, I'll let this matter rest. Duan Tian said. The 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Tian's words. Although Duan Tian was strong, they were confident they could stop him if he only used 50% of his strength. However, they regretted their decision as soon as Duan Tian made his move. Bas, 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 bas. 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial tiers. They did not contain any profundities, but they were shrouded in a peculiar 5-colored energy. Gold, green, blue, red, and khaki-colored. The energy contained the profound aura of the 5 elemental laws. Not only did the 9-dimensional profundities cut off the escape route of the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan, but they were also easily killed. Even their purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons could not withstand a single blow from Duan Tian's dimensional profundities. When the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan died, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before they were killed, they only had one thought in their mind. How did Duan Tian combine the 5 elemental laws and the law of space to fight his enemy? It was common knowledge that even if one had comprehended many types of laws, one could only use one type of law to attack. After all, one's celestial origin energy could only be fused with one's fundamental profundity. Once one had fused with a law's fundamental profundity, one would not be able to fuse with another law's fundamental profundity. The three of you didn't die in vain after being killed by a sixth-form divine elemental spirit. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three prodigies from the profound cat clan indifferently before he waved his hand and put away their spatial rings and celestial weapons. Then, he teleported away with Huan and disappeared from the area. Brother Lingtian, have you had a breakthrough in your cultivation base? Huan asked curiously. Based on what she knew, she had become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord during her 8 years of closed-door cultivation. However, Ling Tian was still a 1 basic celestial lord. During those 8 years, Ling Tian had been comprehending the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'm a 3-talent celestial lord now. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. I've broken through 2 levels.
However, I managed to break through 2 levels in just 2 months because I acted as a medium for my little world to absorb the remnant of a realm of gods.
I won't have such an opportunity again in the future. For Duan Ling Tian, breaking through from a 1 basic celestial lord to a 3-talent celestial lord in just 1 month was only so. The biggest improvement in his strength was the power granted to him by the 6th-form divine elemental spirits. The power granted to him by the 5 divine elemental spirits did not require his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the profundities of the laws of the 5 elements.
When he cast the law of space, the 5 elements' power would be boosted with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity.
Brother Ling Tian, since your little world has absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods, it won't take long for you to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord, Huan said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After all, Huan knew about Duan Lingtian's current situation. After all, Duan Lingtian had told her about it. It'll take some time. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. His greatest gain from entering God's secret treasure was that the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body had merged with the divine tree of life in this realm of gods. He had obtained the world-cleansing divine water that protected the divine tree of life. With the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elemental spirits in his body had transformed into the 6th form. Most importantly, it was the world-cleansing divine water.
With the help of the other 5 divine elemental spirits, the world-cleansing divine water had formed a heaven-defying formation that transported 99% of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods into his little world.
Chapter 32-44. Based on what the world-cleansing divine water said, apart from me, there's no one who's not a supreme expert whose little world is filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Even the godly existences in the realms of gods aren't able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian realized his situation was unique when he listened to the world-cleansing divine water. Apart from the supreme experts, no one could compare to him in certain aspects.
In the future, not only will I be able to cultivate with the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but so will Huan. The fortuitous encounter Duan Ling Tian obtained this time was not only beneficial to him, but it was also beneficial to Huan.
Huan, how are you going to help the 2 Ning dragons? Duan Ling Tian asked when he remembered they would be leaving in 2 days. Brother Ling Tian, we'll leave in advance. However, we won't be able to break the chains on them with brute force. We'll have to use divine weapons to break them, Huan replied. All right. We'll leave when the time is right. Duan Ling Tian was grateful to the 2 Ning dragons.
After all, he would not have had this fortuitous encounter if the 2 Ning dragons had not allowed him to enter the realms of gods in advance.
Ning dragons? The world-cleansing divine water's gentle voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little Tian, you can let them enter your little world. They'll be your guardian divine beasts. Sister Water, the problem is they don't want to enter my little world. They only want to trust me. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Don't worry. I'll communicate with them when the time comes. It's a great opportunity for them to enter your little world. They'd be fools if they refused. The world-cleansing divine water said confidently. They don't seem to understand the human language. Sister Water, can you communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian asked. There are only a few languages in this world that I don't know. Sometimes, after living for a long time, it's only natural that I know more, the world-cleansing divine water replied. When the world-cleansing divine water said this, It was obvious that it was proud of itself. That would be best. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was worried about letting the two Ning dragons into Huan Er's little world, but he was not worried about them entering his little world. Putting aside the fact that the two Ning dragons wouldn't be able to destroy his current miniature world, the existence of the 5 divine elements would be enough to protect his miniature world and prevent the two Ning dragons from destroying it. Huan Er, let's walk around for one more day. We'll leave on the last day. Duan Ling Tian said. In the next day, with Huang Er's help, Duan Ling Tian managed to find another 2 Devata weapons. However, from the beginning until now, the Devata weapons he found were basically primitive and mediocre Devata weapons. Duan Ling Tian only managed to find one prominent divine weapon. It was a white ribbon. As soon as he obtained it, he gave it to Huan Er. Huan Er, let's go out first. Due to the matter with the Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er left the ruins of the realms of gods early and returned to the outside world. When the two Ning dragons saw Huan Er, a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. At this moment, they did not seem to have lost their intelligence at all. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the two Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and undid the chains binding the Ning dragons. At the same time, Huan Er cast the beast form technique on the two Ning dragons in an attempt to lure them into her little world. However, the two Ning dragons ignored her. In the end, the two Ning dragons entered Ling Tian's little world. Big brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Huan Er asked in confusion. Big sister Xueqi let them into my little world. Furthermore, after they entered my little world, they seemed to like staying in there. Duan Ling Tian looked into his little world as he replied to Huan Er. After entering his little world, the two Ning dragons seemed to have regained their freedom. They flew around freely. Duan Ling Tian could sense their joy even though they were separated by the little world. Little Tian, I'm communicating with them and asking them to acknowledge you as their master. If they're willing to acknowledge you as their master, they'll be a great help to you before you become a god. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Ling Tian, with the environment in your little world, it's only a matter of time before they break through and become 10 directions celestial emperors. Moreover, they'll be able to comprehend profundities very quickly in your little world as well. The world-cleansing divine water said, how do I get them to acknowledge me as their master? Is it reliable? Duan Ling Tian asked. He did not want to have 2 ticking time bombs by his side. You don't have to worry about that. If they're willing, I have ways to restrain them so they won't dare to betray you. The world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'll do as you say, Sister Water. Huan Er, there's still time. Let's go in and take a look around. When Duan Ling Tian recalled there was still a day before the door would close, he beckoned Huan Er to go in again. In the end, they came out with the others. Naturally, they could stay in the little world. However, if they stayed in the little world, they would not be able to leave unless the spatial tunnel between the genius secret realm and the realm of gods was reopened. Moreover, it would take a long time to reopen the spatial tunnel. Nobody wanted to stay in the little world. Not only would they be lonely in the little world, but they would also be completely isolated from the outside world. What was the point of finding more divine weapons? Duan Ling Tian, how's your harvest? Su Li asked Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he asked, what about you? I've been in the little world for more than a month. Apart from the mediocre divine sword you helped me find, I only managed to find a primitive divine sword. Su Li shook his head. I did find some other things, but they're nothing compared to the divine weapons I found. Why aren't the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect here? Are they not coming out?
Some of the prodigies who had entered God's secret treasure earlier, and did not see the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect being killed by the Ning dragons, looked at the prodigies in the surroundings.
The people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect have been killed by the Ning dragons. Soon after, a prodigy who had entered the little world reported. They were killed by the Ning dragons? Didn't the door of God's secret treasure open? Why did the Ning dragons attack them?
Many of the prodigies were stunned.
Are they stupid enough to attack the Ning dragons?
I don't think so.
Some of them suspected that the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect had offended the Ning dragons.
However, most of them did not think the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were that stupid.
They didn't provoke the Ning dragons. They merely wanted to enter the little world. However, the Ning dragons suddenly attacked and killed them. I wonder if they were unlucky or if someone had asked the Ning dragons to help them. A prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan when he spoke.
Asked the Ning dragons to help them?
You're dreaming. That's right. Who would be able to get the Ning dragons to help them?
Many of the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan retorted. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan did not stop there. He continued to say, "Did any of you think that someone would be able to enter God's secret treasure before the Ning dragons? If someone can get special treatment from the Ning dragons, what's so difficult about getting the Ning dragons to help them?" When the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan mentioned this, many people fell silent. Many of them instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, Huan Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing.
What?
Do you think we were the ones who asked the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the young prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan looking at him and Huan meaningfully. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan ignored him. Do you think I, Duan Lingtian, would need the Ning dragons to kill those trash from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand. A spatial tear appeared beside the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan.
Wang.
In the next instant, a cross-dimensional slash prodigy shot out and severed the prodigy's arm. Brother Lingtian, I was the one who asked the Ning dragons to kill the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After Duan Lingtian severed the prodigy's arm, Huan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he replied awkwardly through voice transmission. I'm sorry for the prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. Although Duan Lingtian said this through voice transmission, he maintained a cold expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to make an enemy out of the Profound Cat Clan? The strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Cat Clan, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe, glared at Duan Lingtian.
Profound Cat Clan? How arrogant!
Gong Sun Jing stepped forward and sneered as he looked at the blood-clad young man. Xiankong, if you have a problem with Duan Lingtian, you can come out and fight Duan Lingtian or ask your father to come to the Yellow the Arch progeny to look for my grandfather. Xiankong's expression changed when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words.
Ask him to fight Duan Lingtian?
Would that not be seeking death? As for asking his father to visit the leader of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Even the old ancestor of the Profound Cat Clan would not dare to challenge the leader of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, let alone his father.
Xiankong is the son of the clan leader of the Profound Cat Clan. He has a bad temper, but his strength is mediocre. Su Li sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He's just a clown.
Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Xiankong indifferently. Xiankong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Gong Sun Jing and Duan Lingtian, but he did not say anything. In terms of strength, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of background, Duan Lingtian had the support of the Yellow the Arch clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. This Su Li is quite cunning. Yu Tianxing narrowed his eyes when he saw Gong Sun Jing standing up for Duan Lingtian. He finally understood why Su Li wanted to enter God's secret treasure with Gong Sun Jing.
Chapter 32-45.
Where are the two Ning dragons? After the door to God's secret treasure was closed, many people finally realized the two Ning dragons were gone. Only 2 broken chains were left. Soon after, the door of God's secret treasure, together with the 2 broken chains, turned into shadows in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they disappeared completely into the void. Where are Junior Brother Yu, Junior Brother Lang, and Junior Brother Wang? Xiankong, the strongest young prodigy in the Profound Cat Clan, finally confirmed that 3 prodigies were missing from the Profound Cat Clan. As long as the others entered God's secret treasure, they would come out unscathed. However, the Profound Cat Clan was missing 3 prodigies. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan must have died in God's secret treasure. Otherwise they would have come out with them.
For this reason, Xian Kong specially checked their soul pearls in their spatial rings. Sure enough, he noticed that their soul pearls had shattered. It's impossible for there to be anything in the ruins of the realms of gods that could harm my 3 junior brothers. Therefore, there's only one possibility. My 3 junior brothers were killed by one of these people. With this thought in mind, Xian Kong's expression turned cold as he looked at the prodigies present on the scene. Everyone, did anyone see anyone from the profound cat clan being killed by someone else? Xian Kong asked the prodigies present on the scene. If anyone saw anyone, please inform me through voice transmission. The profound cat clan will definitely reward you handsomely. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies also noticed the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan were missing. The 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan died in God's secret treasure? There's no threat in God's secret treasure. Unless they don't want to come out, they must have been killed by someone else. I wonder who killed the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan. The group of prodigies discussed among themselves curiously. When I was in God's secret treasure, I happened to encounter 3 rats who were hiding in the dark and attacked me. However, they all died in the end. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Xian Kong indifferently. Swoosh. Xian Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It's you. Why did you kill a member of my profound cat clan? Xian Kong glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a grim voice. So you're from the profound cat clan? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. Is it really a cat? Why do I feel like he's more like a rat, hiding in the dark to ambush us? Impressive. Impossible. Xian Kong said in a low voice, if they see you, they'll absolutely not attack you. Xian Kong originally wanted to say that he didn't dare to attack Duan Lingtian, but when he thought of how embarrassing that would be, he changed his words in time. If they didn't attack me, why would I kill them? Duan Lingtian smiled. You should know that I, Duan Lingtian, have no enmity with your profound cat clan. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are talented and have a high level of comprehension. However, if you can't grow, no matter how talented you are, no matter how high your comprehension is, it will all be in vain. A cold light flashed in Xian Kong's eyes, and his tone carried a threatening tone. Xian Kong, you don't have to worry about that. Gong Sun Jing said with a sneer. Whether Duan Lingtian can grow or not, it's not up to the profound cat clan to decide. Let's go. Xian Kong's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Gong Sun Jing. However, he did not say anything. After all, he was in a disadvantageous position. His strength and background were inferior to Gong Sun Jing's. If he continued to stay, he would only become a laughingstock. Any grassroots prodigies who made it onto the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking and wished to join the Profound Cat Clan can follow me. Xian Kong, who was leading the remaining prodigies of the Profound Cat Clan away, turned around and looked at the scattered grassroots prodigies before he left. Many grassroots prodigies who made it onto the ranking were tempted when the leaders of the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect opened their mouths to recruit as well. The prodigies who were tempted by the Profound Cat Clan decided to stay. After all, it would be embarrassing for them to leave with the Profound Cat Clan. After all, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan had fled with their tails between their legs. Following that, the leaders of the Profound Heavenly Dao sect, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the Bailey Clan, Yiwu Dao, Feng Chi Chi, and Bailey Hongfei also opened their mouths to recruit as well. However, compared to the Tuoba Clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, these 3 forces had higher requirements to recruit as well. Those who made it into the top 20 in the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking and the top 10 in the other rankings can join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At the same time, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect opened his mouth to recruit as well. Duan Lingtian, let's continue to stroll around. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. While Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was recruiting prodigies, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, and Huan Er left. Gong Sun Jing also left with them. Hey, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, wait for me. At this moment, Gong Sun Jing was no longer with Yu Tianxing and the others. He had already considered himself a member of Duan Lingtian's group. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the entrance to the genius secret realm to open. After leaving God's secret treasure, Duanling Tian, Huan Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing had also explored the genius secret realm. Although they had obtained some treasures, they were nothing compared to what they had obtained in God's secret treasure. The entrance to the genius secret realm opened as scheduled. Duanling Tian and Huan followed Su Li and Gong Sun Jing back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. As one of the 3 top Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate was located above a sea of clouds. It was vast and majestic.
Each of the floating islands had a mountain peak that was as sharp as a sword that pointed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of these floating islands, and they looked incredibly sharp. However, at the center of the floating islands, there were 10 islands that were relatively larger. They were the locations of the 10 main branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Those 10 floating islands are where the progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are located. As for the other floating islands, most of them are there to protect the Grand Sect. Gong Sun Jing pointed at the 10 floating islands in the distance that were different from the other floating islands and explained to Duanling Tian. The 10,000 floating islands are there for the sake of protecting the Grand Sect?
Duanling Tian was surprised. Even if several titled celestial emperors join forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the Grand Sect, right?
Duanling Tian, you're wrong, Gong Sun Jing said with a smile. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has declined, our ancestor paid a huge price to build the sect guarding Grand Formation. Let alone a few titled celestial emperors, even a few hundred titled celestial emperors wouldn't be able to break through the Grand Formation. Even 100 titled celestial emperors couldn't break through the barrier. At this moment, Duanling Tian was truly shocked. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have hundreds of titled celestial emperors. Even the sect protecting Grand Array and clan protecting Grand Array of the heaven-level forces, which are known to be second only to the Heavenly Emperor's forces, are probably not as good as this. Duanling Tian sighed. Duanling Tian, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's sect guarding Grand Formation is built based on the sect guarding Grand Formations of Heaven-grade sects. After all, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was once a Heaven-grade sect. A hint of yearning could be seen in Gong Sun Jing's eyes as he said, I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect will be able to return to its peak one day.
A celestial sect? Duanling Tian was shocked. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a Heaven-grade sect?
After all, Heaven-grade forces were second only to Heavenly Emperor's forces in the Devata realms.
They had countless titled celestial emperors.
In terms of the number of titled celestial emperors, it was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor's forces.
Yes. Gong Sun Jing nodded. Since you're about to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, you can go to the library to look for records of our sect's history.
Yes.
Duanling Tian nodded. Then he looked at the 10 main peaks and asked, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has 10 main progenies. Currently, I only know that Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow Yuan progeny, and Yu Tianxing is from the Tai Yi progeny. What are the other progenies?
The 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are the Shen Yuan progeny, Zhan Lu progeny, Crimson Sky progeny, Taiya progeny, Seven Stars Dragon Abyss. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Duanling Tian.
Next, is it Ganjiang, Mo Xie, Yu Chong, Chun Jun and Cheng Ying?
You know?
Gong Sun Jing was taken aback. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. How could he not know?
The 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth in his past life.
Previously, he had heard that Yu Tianxing was from the Tai Yi progeny.
However, when he learned that Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny, and Gong Sun Jing was from the Yellow Yuan progeny, he found the names familiar.
At this moment, he finally understood why he found the names familiar.
As it turned out, they were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth.
It seems like the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is related to Yan Huang realm as well. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Earth was also known as the Yan Huang planet.
Most of the cultivation legacies in the Yan Huang realm originated from the Yan Huang planet. Where should we go first?
Duanling Tian asked Su Li and Gong Sun Jing. Now that he had arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he should have a place to stay, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when I left. Let's look for him first, Gong Sunjing said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader is very curious about you. You've broken his records in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity. The sect leader has always treasured talents. He won't mistreat you since you've joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Just like how the sect leader took care of Xueqi when he was born.
A hint of admiration appeared in Gong Sunjing's eyes when he mentioned the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect.
Chapter 32-46. Tai Peak was one of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Tai Peak was where the Tai progeny, one of the 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, was located. Upon entering Tai Peak, Duan Ling Tian could feel the dense heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. It was much denser than the heaven and earth spirit energy he had encountered in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth energy in the ruins of the realms of gods, which was also the heaven and earth energy in Little World. Senior Gong Sun Jing. Senior Gong Sun Jing. After entering Tai Peak, Duan Ling Tian saw many disciples patrolling on their flying swords. All of them bowed at Gong Sun Jing. It was obvious they did not know Xueqi at all. Xueqi, I told you to come out more often.
Look, these brats don't even know you, the prodigy from the Shadow Support progeny who defeated Yu Tianxing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Taya progeny.
After the patrolling disciples left, Gong Sun Jing looked at Xueqi and mocked him. Xueqi smiled faintly when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words. If he cared about these things, he would not be where he was today. Previously, when he was in Yen Huang realm to accept the legacy left behind by a powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny who had become a god, the remnant consciousness of the powerhouse had set a series of tests for him. Among the tests, there was a test of one's fame and desire. Only those who did not care about fame and could restrain their desires would be able to obtain the legacy. That test alone was enough to stop many people.
Sometimes, Xueqi even thought that if it wasn't for his heart being devoted to the sword and his sword heart being firm like a rock, perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of that expert.
Duan Ling Tian, Huan this is the entrance to Tai Peak. From here on, there's a formation that restricts flying. Let's walk. At this moment, Gong Sun Jing, who was leading the group, landed in front of a mountain gate with a sword-shaped stone tablet. Even titled celestial emperors can't fly here. As they approached the entrance, Duan Ling Tian could feel an oppressive aura in the air. The oppressive aura only disappeared when Duan Ling Tian landed on the ground. Tai Peak. Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the sword-shaped stone tablet. On it were the 3 words Tai Peak. These 3 words exuded a sharp sword aura. It was obvious that they were carved with a sword. Duan Ling Tian met Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Tai progeny, in the main hall of Tai Peak.
In the Genius Secret Realm, the record of the Peak of Gravity and the Array Spirit Pagoda that lasted for nearly 20,000 years was set by Yu Jiancheng.
Sect leader. Xueqi and Gong Sun Jing bowed slightly to Yu Jiancheng. Yes. Yu Jiancheng nodded. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and Huan He smiled and asked, You must be Duan Ling Tian and Huan right? Sect Master Yu. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at Yu Jiancheng. As for Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, she merely nodded at Yu Jiancheng as well. However, Yu Jiancheng was not displeased by Huan rudeness. Swoosh.
Without any warning, a grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura appeared in front of Yu Jiancheng and shot toward Duan Ling Tian.
Sect leader. Xueqi and Gong Sun Jing's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect Yu Jiancheng to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. Faced with Yu Jiancheng's attack, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as the space elemental profundity surged out of his body. 9 spatial tiers appeared in front of him. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial tears toward the grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura. The grayish-black sword ray paused in midair for a moment before it continued to move forward as though it was indestructible. What a powerful profundity! When the grayish-black sword ray paused in midair, Duan Ling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Even so, the grayish-black sword ray still managed to break through it. The celestial origin energy contained in the grayish-black sword ray was, at most, at the level of a 5-element celestial lord or a 6-combo celestial lord. However, the law of destruction was extremely powerful.
Whiz, 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 whiz.
The 9 cross-dimensional slash profundities shot toward the grayish-black sword ray that had depleted a portion of its energy. In the end, both of them perished together.
Good technique.
Yu Jiancheng's eyes lit up as he praised Duanling Tian. No wonder you're able to break the 2 records I set in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far greater than mine when I first entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time. But you're not even 300 years old. Yu Jiancheng could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence.
You're flattering me, sect leader Yu.
Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He knew Yu Jiancheng was merely testing him earlier since he did not sense any killing intent from Yu Jiancheng's sword ray at all. Do you want to join any of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? The Tai Yi progeny welcomes you. Yu Jiancheng smiled. Before Duanling Tian could reply, a cold scoff rang in the main hall. Following that, an old and skinny figure appeared in the main hall. The old man was dressed in a loose robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was skinny, but his eyes were bright and piercing.
Grandfather.
Gong Sun Jing bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Progeny Master Gong Sun. Su Li also bowed to the newcomer. The progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny? Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing and Su Li's greeting, Duanling Tian knew the old man was Gong Sun Kong, the progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gong Sun Kong was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Senior Uncle Gong Sun, why are you here? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly as he bowed. It was not difficult for him to figure out Gong Sun Kong was interested in Duanling Tian as well. Not long ago, he had received a message from his nephew, Yu Tianxing, telling him to recruit Duanling Tian as soon as possible so that Duanling Tian could join the Tai Yi progeny. Otherwise, the progeny master of the Yellow the Arch progeny would definitely try to recruit Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was close to Gong Sun Jing. However, he did not expect the old man who had not left Shenyuan Peak for many years would leave Shenyuan Peak and come to Tai Yi Peak for a disciple who had yet to join the sect.
If I didn't come, all the good seedlings would have been taken away by the Tai Yi progeny.
The old man snorted coldly. Jiancheng, brat, your Tai Yi progeny already has Tianxing, but our Yellow the Arch progeny only has Jing a good for nothing. Shouldn't you give the good seedlings to our Yellow the Arch progeny first? The old man said to Yu Jiancheng.
Senior Uncle Gong Sun. Yu Jiancheng was about to say something when an old voice rang in the main hall.
Senior brother Gong Sun, our fish intestine progeny doesn't even have a disciple comparable to your grandson, Gong Sun Jing. Why don't you give the good seedlings to the fish intestine progeny first? Along with the voice, an old woman appeared in the main hall. She was standing straight like a sharp mountain peak. The old woman stared at Gong Sun Kong as soon as she appeared. Duanling Tian, it seems like Yun Yi from the fish intestine progeny has also sent a message to this person. This is the progeny leader of the fish intestine progeny and my grandfather's junior sister, Shiman Wan Wan. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Junior sister Wan Wan, why are you here as well? Gong Sun Kong smiled wryly when he saw Shiman Wan Wan. You haven't left Fish Intestine Peak for more than 1,000 years, right? Senior brother Gong Sun, I'm not asking for much. Between Duanling Tian and Huan I only want one person. Shiman Wan Wan looked at Duanling Tian before she said, I don't ask for Duanling Tian. However, my Fish Intestine Peak wants Huan Shiman Wan Wan's voice was filled with determination. That's not a problem. Gong Sun Kang's eyes brightened. He thought Shiman Wan Wan was going to compete with him for Duanling Tian. However, he did not hesitate when he heard Shiman Wan Wan's words. After all, Duanling Tian was more than enough for the Yellow Yuan progeny.
Senior brother Gong Sun, senior sister Shiman, isn't it a little rude of the two of you not to inform me that you're here?
Another old voice sounded. Soon, a burly middle-aged man walked in from the outside. It's the progeny leader of the Zhanlu progeny, Chongjiu. It seems like Zhan has also sent him a voice transmission. Gong Sun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother, senior sister, our progeny lacks talents like Duan Ling Tian. Since you're not interested in Duan Ling Tian, I'm sure you won't compete with me for him, right? Chongjiu said as he glanced at Gong Sun Kong. Humph. Gong Sun Kong snorted. Junior brother Chongjiu, you've got a good plan. You should be content with what you have. The Zhanlu progeny has Zhan who's better than my grandson, Gong Sun Jing. How dare you compete with me for him? Zhan? Chongjiu shook his head. Senior brother Gong Sun, if you really want to talk about Zhan, how about this? I'll ask Zhan to join the Yellow Yuan progeny, and you won't compete with me for Duan Ling Tian. You. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. Gong Sun Kong was stunned. After a long while he said, it's been so many years, but you're still as shameless as before. As for Gong Sun Jing, he was also dumbfounded when he heard this. If Zhan finds out Master Chongjiu gave him away just like that, I'm afraid he'll vomit blood from anger. Gong Sun Jing said to Duan Ling Tian and Su Li in a soft voice. Swoosh, swoosh. While Gong Sun Jing was whispering to Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, two figures appeared in the main hall like ghosts. It was a handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young woman. Heavens! Even the branch leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and Xie progeny are here? Gong Sun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the two of them. Brother Ling Tian, these two look alike. Chapter 32-47. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Xie progeny are twins. It's only natural that they look alike. Gong Sun Jing explained. That's right, Gong Sun Jing said. Furthermore, although the line masters of the Ganjiang bloodline and Moxie bloodline are all inferior to my grandfather and the sect master individually, if they were to join hands, even my grandfather and the sect master would not be able to gain the slightest advantage against them. After fighting for a long time, they would even be slightly inferior. Gong Sun Jing deliberately lowered his voice as he said, I heard that the last titled celestial emperor who tried to take over the Nando territory was killed by the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Xie progeny. If the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Xie progeny join forces, they're unrivaled in the Nando territory, let alone the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gong Sun Jing said, the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Xie progeny are twins. Not only that, but they've also comprehended the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man and the young woman. It was impossible to tell that these two seemingly harmless young men and women were actually such terrifying figures. After all, they were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Your grandfather should be as strong as a titled celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked Gong Sun Jing through voice transmission. I've heard from my grandfather that he had fought a few titled celestial emperors before. One of them was slightly weaker than him while the others were on par with him. Upon hearing Gong Sun Jing's reply, Duan Lingtian realized that Gong Sun Jing's grandfather and the Xie progeny's grandfather were the strongest. After all, Gong Sun Kang's strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Sect leader Yu is as strong as a titled celestial emperor. If he wants to, he can obtain a title from the title temple at any time. Gong Sun Jing paused for a moment before he continued to say, many years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu fought to a draw. However, I suspect sect leader Yu is slightly stronger than my grandfather. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Apart from that, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had two powerhouses who were as strong as titled celestial emperors. Such a force was only a first-grade force? Even a supreme grade 1 force would only have one or two titled celestial emperors, right? Even if the Thousand Tribulations sword sect isn't as strong as it used to be, it's still not considered a supreme grade 1 force. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of the various forces in the Devata realms, it was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the main hall of the Taya Peak. Following the arrival of the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly fell silent. What? Do the two of you want Duan Lingtian and Huan as well? Gong Sun Kong was the first to speak. While he asked with a wry smile, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian and Huan seniority in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect was lower than his and they had to address him as junior uncle, they were much stronger than him when they joined forces. Junior Uncle Gong's son. I want Huan. The leader of the Moxie bloodline, a beautiful young woman, said to Gong Sun Kong with a faint smile on her face. Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline, on the other hand, said coldly, Duan Lingtian. Forget it, forget it. I didn't expect that even you two little fellows would be interested in those two little fellows. This old lady won't interfere. I won't interfere, Shiman Wan, the leader of the Yuchong bloodline, said with a sigh before she left the main hall. Since you two siblings are here, this old man won't fight with you. Chong Jiu shook his head and smiled before he left as well. Senior brother Feng. Senior sister Yun. Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, greeted the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline with a smile on his face. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline was Zhuge Feng while the leader of the Moxie bloodline was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jian Cheng, you're not going to compete with us, right? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile. Since senior brother Feng and senior sister Yun are here for them, how can I compete with them? Yu Jiancheng smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jiancheng's words, Zhuge Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at Gong Sun Kong, the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, and asked, Junior Uncle Gong Sun, are you really going to compete with us? You're not going to compete with us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline are the only leaders of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. They don't have any disciples, Gong Sun Kong said. It's strange that they don't have any disciples in the Genius Secret Realm. How come they're so well informed? I'm the one who told them. Su Li said. I forgot that the Shadow Support progeny is close to the other two progenies. Gong Sun Jing smiled awkwardly. Su Li, I originally thought that when you brought Gong Sun Jing into God's secret treasure in advance in the Genius Secret Realm, you wanted me to join the Xian Yuan branch. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li, You want me and Huan to join the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline? Duan Lingtian, I asked you to bring Gong Sun Jing with you because I want you to do a favor to the leader of the Yellow the Arch bloodline, Gong Sun Kong. Su Li replied through voice transmission. However, compared to the Yellow the Arch bloodline, the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline are more suitable for you. The leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline specialize in joint attacks. You and Huan can cultivate with them. As for other things, I don't think you need to learn them, right? Moreover, the leaders of the two progenies are very protective of their disciples. If you and Huan become their disciples, nobody will dare to touch you or Huan outside the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, let alone in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Su Li said through voice transmission. Thank you, Su Li. Duan Lingtian could see Su Li's good intentions after listening to Su Li's voice transmission. He sighed inwardly and thanked Su Li. There's no need to thank me. Su Li smiled. He had known Duan Lingtian for many years. He did not expect he would meet Duan Lingtian again in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, he did not expect they would become disciples of the same sect. Since the two of you have taken a liking to them, it's only natural that I don't want to compete with you. I'll let the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline have some vitality. Gong Sun Kong shook his head and left. Since the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline had appeared, they did not compete with the others. Instead, it seemed like the others had given Duan Lingtian and Huan to them. Huan are you willing to join the Moxie bloodline? Although the others had given up, Zhuge Yun still looked at Huan with a smile on her face. Huan was the one involved in this matter. Huan did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to her. Huan come in. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Su Li had made such good arrangements for them,
There was no reason for him to reject Su Li's good intentions.
All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan looked at Zhuge Yun and nodded. Little fellow, you're really lucky. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed.
She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, It's a good thing I'm not a man. Otherwise, I'd be jealous of you.
Who said men have to be jealous of him? Just as Zhuge Yun's voice fell, Zhuge Feng, who was beside her, asked in return. You'll be alone for the rest of your life. Zhuge Yun glared at Zhuge Feng. She was helpless when it came to her twin brother.
She had sent all kinds of beautiful women to her brother's bed, but her brother was not interested in them at all. He was focused on his cultivation. In the end, she felt it was impossible for her to have a sister-in-law in this lifetime.
Duan Lingtian, are you willing to join the Ganjiang progeny?
When Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his cold face eased up and he squeezed out a trace of a smile.
Zhuge Yun was stunned when she saw Zhuge Feng's smile.
As for the others, such as Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Gong Sunjing, and Su Li, they were shocked. The leader of the Ganjiang progeny was as cold as an iceberg, but he was smiling.
Senior, I can join the Ganjiang lineage. However, I already have a master.
Before I get his permission, I don't plan on acknowledging a second master in my life. If you want me to call you master, I'm afraid I can't join the Ganjiang progeny, Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush.
It's just a title. I don't mind. Zhuge Feng shook his head.
A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, not everyone was as principled as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian greets the leader of the Ganjiang progeny. Duan Lingtian bowed at Zhuge Feng when he heard Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again, revealing his fondness for Duan Lingtian, the Ganjiang progeny's disciple. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was no match for Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Usually, Yu Jiancheng would brag about the 2 records he had set in the Genius Secret Realm. Most importantly, he was the one who had set the records for the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda before Yu Jiancheng. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, Zhuge Feng could not help but feel proud.
So what if you, Yu Jiancheng, have broken my records?
Didn't my Ganjiang progeny break your records as well? Although Zhuge Feng appeared cold like an iceberg, he was actually very concerned about some things. Naturally, he was pleased with Duan Lingtian not only because Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jiancheng's records, but also because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability. Similar to Su Li, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old, but he was stronger than Su Li previously. Zhuge Feng was slightly jealous of the leader of the Shadow Support progeny. However, he was no longer jealous now.
Chapter 3248.
With this, Duan Lingtian and Huan joined the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo progeny respectively. Currently, the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo progeny only had 2 members each. In total, they only had 4 members: Duan Lingtian, Huan Zhuge Feng, and Zhuge Yun. Progeny leader, Huan and I would like to make a trip to the spirit overarching heaven. After the 4 of them left Tai A Peak, Duan Lingtian said to Zhuge Feng. It was time for him to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. When he left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would become so strong in just a few decades.
Why are you going to the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously.
We have some grudges to settle,
Duan Lingtian replied.
Grudges?
Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I love to settle grudges.
Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing to do, I'll follow you.
Won't we disturb your cultivation?
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng's words. If he brought them along, it would be as good as bringing 2 super fighters with him. Moreover, these 2 super fighters were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces.
No, we won't, Zhuge Feng replied.
All right.
It's settled then.
We'll accompany you and Huan. Zhuge Yun said excitedly. Speaking of which,
I haven't left the Jade Emperor Heaven for many years. It's been at least 10,000 years, right? The current Zhuge Yun looked like a child when she was excited. She didn't look as mature as Huan Er. As one of the top sects in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect's estate naturally had a transporting formation. Naturally, the transporting formation was not located on any of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect. It was located on another sword peak. With Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun leading the way, it did not take long for them to arrive at the transportation formation in the Devata realms. Greetings, progeny leaders.
The elder of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect, who was in charge of the transporting formation, hurriedly bowed at Zhuge Feng and his sister when he saw them.
The four of us are heading to the spirit overarching heaven, Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect.
She appeared mature and poised in front of the elder.
As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a smile. Duanling Tian, which territory in the spirit overarching heaven are you going to? A transporting formation could precisely send a person to a mansion in a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory. Profound Nether Mansion. Zhuang nodded. Zhuang clan. S. Tian Yun.
He and the Huan's land sect?
Yun nodded. I heard you. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's elder nodded in agreement as he looked at the duo in surprise. He was unfamiliar with the duo.
However, since they were with the progeny leaders of the Gonjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny, he could not afford to offend them. He engraved the faces of the two people in his mind, and decided that no matter what, he would never offend them in the future.
Swoosh!
The transporting formation flashed, and Duanling Tian and the others left the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's estate in the spirit overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. The four of them appeared in one of the profound Nether Mansion's subordinate cities. However, the four of them did not linger in the city. They immediately followed Duanling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion's estate. With their speed, the people from the profound Nether Mansion would not be able to react in time. However, they still triggered the Grand Formation protecting the profound Nether Mansion. When the Grand Formation was activated, the powerhouses of the profound Nether Mansion under the lead of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion flew over. When they saw Duanling Tian and Huan Er, they were stunned. Duanling Tian? The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was stunned. Why, you're back. Although the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion could not see Duanling Tian's cultivation base, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion felt mysterious to him at this moment. The duo standing next to Duanling Tian and Huan Er, in particular, gave the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion an oppressive aura. Yes. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Mansion Master, I'm here to look for seniors. These two are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're the progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Duanling Tian said. In Duanling Tian's opinion, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was unaware of the existence of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect. However, to his surprise, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion's expression changed drastically when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he bowed respectfully at the Zhuge siblings and said, Greetings, progeny leaders. I was unaware of your arrival, progeny leaders. That's why I didn't greet you personally. I apologize for not greeting you, the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion said through voice transmission. Duanling Tian, why didn't you warn me earlier? Mansion Master, do you know about the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Duanling Tian was stunned. How could I not know? The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Devata realms. One of the powerhouses in the sect almost defeated the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The profound Nether Mansion Master said through voice transmission. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect withdrew from the Jade Emperor Heaven and moved to the Nando territory, they're still very powerful. Due to the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, no titled celestial emperors are allowed to enter the Nando territory. Upon hearing the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion's words, Duanling Tian realized the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was very familiar with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The leaders of the 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are all celestial emperors.
Moreover, they're not ordinary celestial emperors. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion continued to say through voice transmission. Why didn't you warn me about the arrival of a celestial emperor? If they blame me, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 1,000 times. Don't worry, mansion master. These two seniors aren't people who care about trivial matters. They won't mind. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and then he said, Mansion master, I came back this time because I intend to make a trip to one of the 10 great clans, the He clan, with Senior. The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He was also the father of the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the clan leader of the He clan.
However, just because Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it did not mean the mansion master of the profound nether mansion was unaware of it.
I'll inform the grand ancestor right away. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion took a deep breath before he sent a message to the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion.
When the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion received the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he hurriedly rushed out to greet the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect.
Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. The old man, the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion, hurriedly greeted the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan a hint of curiosity could be seen in his eyes.
He could tell the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had come with Duan Lingtian and Huan
We're here to join in the fun with Duan Lingtian and Huan Don't mind us. Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. Senior, please bring us to the He clan. Today is the day the clan leader of the He clan dies. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. The old man was, naturally, moved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly led the way to the He clan. Along the way, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, why are you with the 2 Lord Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Senior, after Huan and I went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, we joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. These 2 branch leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect decided to join in the fun with us. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission.
Duan Lingtian, thank you, the old man replied solemnly. If you didn't bring these 2 Lord Celestial Emperors here to avenge my father, I don't know when I'll be able to avenge him.
Now when the old man spoke, he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Father! Duan Lingtian was stunned. I didn't tell you that the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is actually my father.
Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, for this reason, when I took over the position of the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I made a rule stating that the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion must avenge the former imperial tutor.
I knew it would be difficult for me to avenge my father due to my limited innate talent. Therefore, I placed my hopes on the next imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Alas, even after 20,000 years, I didn't see anyone capable of killing the clan leader of the He clan. That is, until you appeared. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. As it turned out, the old man was the son of the imperial tutor of the He clan. Based on this, he could understand the old man's desire to avenge his father. Senior, there's one thing you're wrong about.
Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said through voice transmission. The 2 progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are only here to join in the fun.
Today I, Duan Lingtian, will avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. The clan leader of the He clan might be strong. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, the clan leader of the He clan was far weaker. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man looked at him skeptically. It was obvious he did not believe him. There was a reason he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, it had only been a few decades since Duan Lingtian left the profound nether mansion. It would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian managed to become a basic celestial lord in a few decades. He was still far from being able to kill the clan leader of the He clan. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 3249. A joke. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words.
He did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew it would be more convincing if he were to personally make a move in the He clan. The He clan was one of the top 5th-grade clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was located on a vast plain that was densely packed with buildings. Based on the number of people entering and exiting the He clan's estate, one could tell it was a prosperous clan. However, when Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the outer perimeter of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples.
"Who are you?"
A group of patrolling disciples from the He clan glared at Duan Ling Tian and the others. However, most people's gazes were focused on Huan Er's face. Her face was simply too attractive. The pavilion master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion are here to avenge the death of the patriarch of the He clan. The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and killed one of the patrolling disciples. The remaining disciple's face was pale from fright.
"A celestial lord."
The remaining disciple hastily fled. The old man did not make a move at all.
"Let's wait here for a while,"
the old man said to Duan Ling Tian.
"All right."
Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew the patriarch of the He clan would definitely show himself after the old man's actions. About 15 minutes later.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Accompanied by waves of swift howls of the wind, numerous figures flashed out from the He clan's estate in the distance and flashed towards Duan Ling Tian's group. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man dressed in a robe made of tiger skin. Behind the middle-aged man were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. All of them were glaring fiercely at Duan Ling Tian and the others.
Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun stood at the side.
Although they did not show their emotions, their extraordinary auras made the others' expressions turn solemn. Immortal emperors, even if they just stood there and didn't make a sound, could imperceptibly give immortal sovereigns a sense of oppression. The more powerful an immortal emperor was, the more they would feel this pressure. On the contrary, those below the immortal emperor realm couldn't feel this pressure.
"Seniors, you're not from the Profound Nether Mansion, right?"
The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than He Tian Chun, the patriarch of the He clan. He was the one who had killed the previous imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion.
Now, when He Tian Chun looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, his face was filled with fear.
After all, even the titled Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven Territory would not be able to make him feel so oppressed. At the same time, He Tian Chun sent a message to the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The 10 major clans of the Southern Heaven Territory were somewhat related to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Now, 2 suspected immortal emperors had arrived at the He clan, causing He Tian Chun to feel great pressure. He immediately contacted the Southern Heaven Immortal Lord, wanting him to come over and check if his feeling was correct.
"You don't have to worry about us."
Zhuge Yun glanced at He Tian Chun indifferently and said, "No matter what enmity you have with the Profound Nether Mansion, we won't interfere."
"HM?"
Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression changed drastically.
"Senior, you won't interfere?"
He Tian Chun was skeptical when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. How could they not interfere when they were already here? However, his eyes lit up when he saw the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression. Could it be that these 2 suspected immortal emperors were only here to watch the show? "You're the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion?" He Tian Chun asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man. "Are you the one who killed the disciples of the He clan?"
"That's right.
Not only am I the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion, but I'm also Chong Heng's son." Chong Heng was the name of the previous Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion.
Chong Heng?
Realization dawned on He Tian Chun when he heard the old man's words. "So you're Chong Heng's son." A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of He Tian Chun's mouth.
"Your mother is quite interesting."
Back then, He Tian Chun had sullied Chong Heng's wife, the old man's mother.
"You're seeking death."
The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard He Tian Chun's words. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he attacked He Tian Chun.
Boom, 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 boom.
The 2 of them continued to exchange blows, But it did not take long before He Tian-chun gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the old man.
You're quite strong. Unfortunately, your innate talent is much weaker than your father. If Chongheng didn't die back then, he would have been a titled celestial lord or even stronger by now. He Tian-chun said indifferently. The old man was severely injured, and blood was trickling down the corner of his mouth. However, he still wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and said, "Senior, let me do it."
Duan Ling Tian stood in front of the old man and looked at He Tian-chun indifferently.
There was no emotion on his face. "Who are you?" He Tian-chun asked with a frown on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the current imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Duan Ling Tian replied. "Duan Ling Tian?" He Tian-chun was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Duan Ling Tian. The Duan Ling Tian who performed outstandingly in the middle and upper realms of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Even He Tian-chun, the leader of the He clan, had heard of Duan Ling Tian before. However, he did not think much of Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was merely a junior. Perhaps, after a few thousand years or 10,000 years, Duan Ling Tian would be on par with him. However, the current Duan Ling Tian was still nothing in front of him. He's Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Back then, Duan Ling Tian's name had spread far and wide in the Southern Heaven territory. Even they had heard of him. But didn't they leave the profound nether mansion? I heard they left the profound nether mansion as well. I heard from the Phantom Fox clan. The elders of the He clan whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh!
The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a thin figure appeared in front of everyone like a specter.
However, before the person appeared, both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun raised their eyebrows slightly. The figure of the newcomer appeared.
It was a thin middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous silver robe.
He had a handsome face and a majestic aura, giving people the feeling that all rivers could flow into the sea. "Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. I'm He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan." As soon as the figure appeared, He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, bowed and greeted the figure. "Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." At this time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun also followed suit and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord."
At this moment, even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion bowed and greeted the figure.
Duan Ling Tian and Huan were the only ones who remained silent as they looked at the newcomer calmly. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even look at the figure. "Duan Ling Tian, why aren't you greeting the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord?" He Tian-chun said coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Him." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord indifferently before he shook his head. "He's not worthy of my greeting." He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan thought the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord would fly into a rage and punish Duan Ling Tian after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. However, they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at the young man and woman standing at the side. Xiang Qing Yu, the titled Celestial Lord of the Southern Heaven Territory, greets the two Celestial Emperors. As soon as Xiang Qing Yu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, appeared, he was certain the young man and woman standing before him were Celestial Emperors. He was much stronger than He Tian-chun. For this reason, he was more sensitive to the aura of Celestial Emperors. He was 100% certain the young man and woman were Celestial Emperors. Lord Celestial Emperors? He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan were shocked when they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at Zhuge Feng and Huan. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors." Immediately, He Tian-chun and the others bowed respectfully to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng, especially He Tian-chun, who confirmed his guess. Two Celestial Emperors. Why did they come with the people from the profound nether mansion? He Tian-chun was slightly anxious. It would be strange if the two Celestial Emperors had nothing to do with the people from the profound nether mansion, since it was obvious they had come together. However, one of the Celestial Emperors had said they would not interfere. Celestial Emperors would not lie, right? However, Facing Xiang Qingyu's greeting, Zhuge Feng had no intention of paying attention to him. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, nodded, and didn't pay attention to him anymore. What happened? Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, asked He Tian-chun through voice transmission with a frown on his face. Xiang Qingyu nodded. Since Lord Celestial Emperor has said he won't interfere, naturally, he won't interfere. Is the profound nether mansion going to settle the score with He Tian-chun? Xiang Qingyu asked as he looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man hesitated when he heard Xiang Qingyu's words. If the two celestial emperors did not interfere, how could they settle the score? That's right. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian spoke up for him. We're here to take the life of the clan leader of the He clan. Those who have nothing to do with this matter should step aside and watch the show. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiang Qingyu indifferently. How dare you? He Tian-chun stepped forward as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. He glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian, not only did you not bow to the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, but you even dare to act so presumptuously. Chapter 3250. Noisy. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard He Tian-chun's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out of his body. Swoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and reappeared behind He Tian-chun. Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian drew his bow with both hands as a powerful energy surged out of his hands and shrouded He Tian-chun's body. He Tian-chun did not even have time to react. Bas, 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 bas. In just a blink of an eye, He Tian-chun's body was shredded into pieces by Duan Lingtian's hands. Only a spatial ring and a defensive celestial weapon were left in the void. The elders of the He clan only regained their senses when they saw He Tian-chun's death. Their expressions changed drastically. The clan leader of the He clan, the strongest person in the clan, had died just like that? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? How's this possible? When the group of He clan elders looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides shock and disbelief, their eyes were mixed with waves of extreme terror. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only become famous in the Southern Heaven territory 200 years ago. At that time, he was only a 10-direction celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, in just 200 years, Duan Lingtian had become so strong that he could easily kill He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan. Although He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, was not a titled celestial lord, his strength was close to that of a titled celestial lord. However, he was still killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. He's so strong. Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Initially, he was displeased with the purple-clad young man because of He Tian-chun's words. However, at this moment, he did not dare to utter a single word. After all, it was obvious the purple-clad young man was not any weaker than him. Most importantly, there were two celestial emperors standing next to the purple-clad young man. Although the two celestial emperors had said they would not make a move, who knew if they would make a move or not? Even if the celestial emperors went back on their words, it would not affect their reputations. Duan Lingtian, this name. It's a name. At the same time, Xiang Qingyu only felt that the name Duan Lingtian was a little familiar. It was as though he had heard of it somewhere before. However, due to the fact that it was a distant memory, he could not recall it for a while. Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just as the group of He clan elders looked at Xiang Qingyu, as if they were looking for him to make the decision for He Tian-chun, Xiang Qingyu completely ignored them and left as if he was escaping. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look back. At this moment, the elders of the He clan could tell even the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Immediately, their expressions changed completely. Their eyes were filled with despair. They were all worried that after Duan Lingtian killed their He clan's patriarch, he would annihilate their He clan as well. Senior, since this matter is over, I'll leave now.
Duan Ling Tian looked at the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, who was still in a daze. Then, he left the He clan's estate with Huan and Zhuge Feng. "Senior, if I have time in the future, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion." Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air, waking the old man from his daze. "Father, is avenged just like that?" The old man felt as though he was dreaming when he regained his senses. An expression of disbelief could still be seen on his face. After a while, he finally accepted the truth. "How surprising. It has only been a few decades, but that little fellow is already strong enough to kill He Tian-chun." The old man muttered to himself. Although He Tian-chun had been caught off guard when Duan Ling Tian killed He Tian-chun, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was not any weaker than a titled celestial lord. Little did the old man know that Duan Ling Tian was only at the beginning. Even when Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier, he had only used all of his profundities from the law of space. He still had many other tricks up his sleeve. Putting aside the 2 Ning dragons in his little world, just the power given to him by the 5 divine elements was enough to make him as strong as an ordinary celestial emperor. Most titled celestial lords were no match for him at all. Naturally, it could only be said that no titled celestial lords were a match for him. After all, the Devata realms were huge, and the 81 Devata realms were even bigger. There were many titled celestial lords who had encountered fortuitous encounters and were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was not impossible for them to defeat Duan Ling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, where are we going next?" Huan asked Duan Ling Tian after they left the He clan's estate. "We're going to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "However, we'll have to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters first." Previously, the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang had caused him a lot of trouble. There were a few times when he was almost killed by the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Although Duan Ling Tian intended to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he was faced with a problem. After all, assassin organizations were cunning and had more than one place to hide. Even if they had their headquarters, they would often change locations. "It seems like I have no choice but to look for Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, did not expect the 4 people he had met earlier would come looking for him as soon as he returned to his cultivation place. "I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters." Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. Xiang Qingyu glanced at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, who were standing next to Duan Ling Tian, and when he thought about Duan Ling Tian's strength, he reluctantly told Duan Ling Tian the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. He wanted to say that he did not know the location. However, as the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, if he did not even know where the headquarters of an assassin organization was located, he would not be able to get away with it. "Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian has a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang?" The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord thought to himself after Duan Ling Tian and the others left. In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, all the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were destroyed by his space energy. In just a blink of an eye, the buildings were reduced to rubble. Blood flowed like a river in the rubble. Many of the weaker Blood Skull Gang staff and assassins had died in the rubble. Naturally, many of them managed to escape in time. "Who are you? Why did you destroy the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters?" Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red long robe walked forward while surrounded by a group of people. His expression was grave as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the front with the space energy surging around his body. At this moment, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was in a sorry state. However, there was no anger in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Instead, there was only a hint of fear in their eyes. The person standing in front of them was too powerful. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of people in front of him calmly as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian? Initially, the group of people from the Blood Skull Gang did not realize what was going on until an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. Only then did they recall that many years ago, the Blood Skull Gang had a mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Although he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements,
He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to reach such a level in such a short time. At the very least, he was certain he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Sir, the mission against you has been cancelled. Moreover, it's not that the Blood Skull Gang was targeting you. It was someone else who issued the mission against you. The red-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding behind me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored the red-clad middle-aged man. His eyes were trained on the group of people behind the red-clad middle-aged man. Finally, his gaze landed on an old man. This old man was none other than Lang Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Lang Yi. He carried Lang Yi with one hand and returned to his original spot. The entire process was as simple as an eagle catching a chick. The last time we met, I think it was at Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Ping Tian territory, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Lang Yi. At that time, if it were not for the protection of Ling Jueyun's celestial talisman, he would have died in the hands of this assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At this moment, Lang Yi was scared out of his wits. His face was pale.
Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the young man whom he could easily kill in the past would have grown to such an extent. More than 100 years ago, when Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, Lang Yi knew he would never be a match for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had buried his dissatisfaction with Duan Lingtian deep in his heart. Today, when he saw Duan Lingtian again, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. It was likely that Duan Lingtian was stronger than the Blood Skull Gang's leader. Otherwise, the chief would have made a move already. Duan Lingtian, I was only carrying out my mission, Lang Yi said bitterly. There's no enmity between us. If it wasn't for the mission, why would I kill you? Humph. Chapter 3251. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian killing Lang Yi, the expressions of the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. Chen Yuanshan. At the same time, the leader of the assassins, the red-clad middle-aged man, glared at one of the assassins behind him and said in a deep voice, "Your son was the one who accepted Duan Lingtian's mission. If the Blood Skull Gang is annihilated today, you'll be the one who sinned the most. Lord Leader, now's not the time to shirk responsibility." Chen Yuanshan smiled bitterly and said, "It's obvious Duan Lingtian has no intention of letting the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The red-clad middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard Chen Yuanshan's words. Indeed, Chen Yuanshan was right. "Leader, let's attack together. If we lose this battle, we'll definitely die. However, we'll still die if we stand here and wait for our deaths," Chen Yuanshan said. Soon enough, under Chen Yuanshan's provocation, the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang began to attack Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shot toward Duan Lingtian like dazzling fireworks. Good timing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent surged. Then, he flew out and unleashed his spatial energy. With his strength alone, he faced the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Yuanshan was killed in just one move. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 2 moves. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 3 moves. At this moment, the remaining high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang no longer had the will to fight. All of them fled in all directions. Bas, 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 bas. However, under Duan Lingtian's 9 cross-dimensional profundities, they did not manage to escape far before they were killed by him. You're not even a celestial lord at your age, right? From the beginning until the end, Zhuge Yun watched calmly as Duan Lingtian fought. She could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to her after Duan Lingtian ended the battle. Zhuge Feng only replied indifferently, "You're the same as well." Both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were not even celestial lords when they were Duan Lingtian's age. In fact, they had just become celestial kings. After all, they had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect when they were young and were nurtured by the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Despite that,
Their achievements were far behind Duan Lingtian's age. Duan's age.
Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Lingtian's achievement at such a young age, they more or less sighed in their hearts.
Duan Lingtian, Yun asked Feng. Senior's left. Senior asked. Senior, I'll make a trip to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory as well. I'm worried the He clan will spread the news that I'm still in contact with the profound Nether Mansion.
If that's the case, the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory might harm the profound Nether Mansion.
Clans is Lingtian. S Yun. S clan. S's clan. S's clan's Tian. S clan?
Bring Huan back?
The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression.
How dare the Phantom Fox clan?
Huan is a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Since she's from the Du clan, the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan don't tolerate her existence. Duan Lingtian continued to say, since both of you are here with us, I hope you'll be able to intimidate the Phantom Fox clan so they won't dare to lay their hands on Huan. Intimidate? I don't think that's enough. Zhuge Yun said indifferently. We'll have to kill a few celestial emperors before they know fear. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors? Zhuge Yun's tone was nonchalant as though she was talking about something insignificant. When will I be able to say something so nonchalant? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly.
He knew that although his overall strength was comparable to an ordinary one basic celestial emperor, he still had many tricks up his sleeves that he could not reveal to the public.
He did not dare to use them even in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun.
Although Zhuge Feng and his sister were decent people, who knew if they would be able to stay true to themselves in the face of all the temptations in the small world in his body?
In the mundane realm, there were many blood brothers and sisters who got along well with each other. However, when it came to fighting for the family's inheritance, they would turn hostile and become enemies. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he did not dare to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. In the past, most of the people he met were not knowledgeable and did not know about the 5 divine elements.
However, now that he had met so many people, he knew about the 5 divine elements.
Zhuge Feng and his sister might have known about the existence of the 5 divine elements and recognized them. Senior, have you heard of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun as they made their way to the transporting formation to the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 realms of the spirit overarching heaven. Of course, Zhuge Yun said matter-of-factly. Any one of the 5 divine elements is a supreme treasure. If one can transform into a higher form, it'll be of great help to one's strength. Moreover, it's said that those who possess the 5 divine elements will be able to become gods as long as they transform it to a higher form. A hint of yearning could be seen in Zhuge Yun's eyes as she spoke. As expected, Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He was even more certain that he could not reveal the 5 divine elements so easily. He was sure that if he used the power of the 5 divine elements in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, they would definitely be able to tell that it was the 5 divine elements. Unlike ordinary people, they would not think that it was the profound power of the 5 elemental law. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Zhuge Yun asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When I was in the genius secret realm, I heard a grassroots prodigy mention the chaos divine flame among the 5 divine elements. He said the chaos divine flame can be used as a pill fire. Duan Lingtian said, that's when I learned there's such a magical flame in heaven and earth. The chaos divine flame is only one of the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Yun shook her head and smiled. Apart from that, there's also the profound divine metal, world-cleansing divine water, clear heavens divine wood, chaos divine earth. If any of the 5 divine elements is in their first form, not many people will be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. Even if the gods in the realms of gods can't destroy the first form of the 5 divine elements, they might not be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. After all, there are many similar things in heaven and earth that can't be destroyed, but they're not the 5 divine elements. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian was reminded of Xueqi, Ker's 3rd uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form of the profound divine metal. Xueqi was a god in the realms of gods. He was certain Xueqi knew about the 5 divine elements, but he did not recognize the profound divine metal. Previously, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Since Zhuge Yun knew about the 5 divine elements, how could Xueqi not know about them? However, it seemed like Xueqi did not know about the profound divine metal, but he could not recognize the first form of the profound divine metal. We can only recognize the second form of the 5 divine elements. For this reason, when the second form of the 5 divine elements is born, there's bound to be a group of people fighting over it. Even celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors would fight over it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even titled celestial emperors would fight over the second form of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. The 5 divine elements were all present in his small world, and they had all transformed into their 6th forms. If people found out he had the 6th form of the 5 divine elements, even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. It seemed like the 5 divine elements in his little world were a hot potato to him. Based on Zhuge Yun's yearning for the 5 divine elements, she and Zhuge Feng would definitely be the first to make a move on him. We're here. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and the others to arrive at the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm. After a few days, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the location of the Phantom Fox Clan's estate. Although the Phantom Fox Clan in the Heavenly Territory is a Grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando Territory's Profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the Profound Cat Clan. They're nothing compared to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew the ruler of the Heavenly Territory was a titled Celestial Emperor. Apart from the titled Celestial Emperor, there was no other titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory. Even if there was another titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory, he was certain the titled Celestial Emperor was a reclusive powerhouse. If there was a titled Celestial Emperor in a Grade 1 force, there was no way they would allow a foreign titled Celestial Emperor to rule their territory. This was similar to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the Bailey Clan in the Nando Territory. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox Clan's estate. This was where the Phantom Fox Clan's main clan resided in the Heavenly Territory. The Phantom Fox Clan's main clan was divided into 2 groups. One of them was surnamed Zhang while the other was surnamed Yuan. They were the main clan of the Phantom Fox Clan's Zhang clan and Yuan clan respectively. Zhang Jin-yi, who traveled from the Heavenly Territory to the Southern Heaven Territory to bring Huan, back to the main Phantom Fox Clan, is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox Clan's main Zhang clan. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.